Good morning, Board of Directors. We're going to go ahead and we'll kick off the meeting. And I don't have the gavel here to like clank. So we're going to go ahead and start, and we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Just 1 minute, I'm getting it queued up.
Okay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Perfect. Amy, do you want to go ahead and take roll call?
Yep, I sure can. Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. So I'll just do a quick roll call. Mr. Ahrens.
Here, good morning.
Mr. Brown. And Madam Co-Chair, I do know that Mr. Brown may be joining the meeting at some point today via phone, so we'll be sure to watch for him and note in the minutes when he does join.
Perfect, thank you.
Mr. Coyne. Ms. DeVore.
Here.
Ms. Johnson.
Here.
Mr. Kenyon.
I am here.
Mr. Kinsler.
Present.
With his hand up.
Mr. Klein.
Good morning, I'm here.
Mr. Law.
Contrary to the misspelling of my name on the thing, yes, I'm here.
We can fix that for you, Mr. Law. Ms. Moore.
Present.
Mr. Smith.
Present.
Ms. Thayer.
Present.
And Ms. Tomasi.
I'm here, Amy.
Okay, Madam Co-Chair, you do have quorum of the board.
Perfect. Great. Before we jump into our first action item, I'd just like to note that we have a new board member that is joining us this meeting. So Derek Smith joins the board from Gillette. And so we're very excited to have him on. He's also not only took the daring act of joining the board, but is also been appointed to the Main Street Board and will be taking a seat there and also representing the Business Council Board on the Main Street Board as well. So Derek took on double duty here as he was volunteering. So Derek, welcome. And if you want to do kind of a brief introduction, and then maybe we'll just go around and hit board members just very briefly this morning so that everybody can do faces and names. So Derek, you want to go ahead?
Okay, I guess I'll kick it off. Derek Smith, I'm out of Gillette, Wyoming, and currently serving on our local Gillette Main Street Board as well, which kind of got me started into the fold here, and work outside of the boards for Devon Energy as a landman. So definitely glad to be here and glad to be a member of the board.
Awesome, welcome. All right, Kathy, you want to go ahead and kick it off next?
Sorry, I was muted. So
Just a brief introduction. So just
sorry,
needs all
I
the
didn't know
faces.
if I didn't know if the strategy committee was up. I was like, wait a minute, wait.
No, we went
I'm-
slightly
I-
off agenda this morning. Josh and Amy will get me later.
Well, Derek, I'm Kathy Tomas. Met you before via one of our meetings, and I am so happy to have you here. I'm from Cameron, Evanston, Wyoming, so I'm in the complete opposite direction of you, of the state, and welcome. Thank you.
So great. Eric, you want to do brief introductions next? You all are lucky, based where your squares are sitting on my screen.
Sure, yeah, good morning. And Derek, welcome. My name's Eric Arns. I'm with, based out of Laramie, live in Laramie. And I think I'm in year 3 on this board. And I think you'll enjoy it. And welcome.
So, Kim?
Good morning, Derek. Welcome to the team. I'm Kim DeVore from Casper, and I actually think I'm in year 6 on this board, but we are really excited to have you and especially your energy expertise.
Chuck?
I'm assuming you mean young Chuck.
Yes.
Since the other Chuck isn't on. Good morning, Derek. Chuck Kenyon. I'm over here in Torrington. It's 4th year on the board. And I believe you and I have met either at a previous board meeting or maybe a SLIB meeting regarding Campbell County projects. And say hi to old Dave Ehlers when you see him.
Perfect. Jason?
Hello, Derek. I think I saw you on a committee thing and wondered who you are, so it's good to know that. I'm Jason Kinsler. I live in Dubois, and I'm the old Jason on the board, and I'm also the young Jason, so don't forget that. Thanks.
Perfect. All right, Mark?
Yeah, I'm Mark Law. I'm your neighbor to the west in Sheridan, and just want to welcome you to the board and look forward to our interactions as we go forward. Derek, welcome.
Okay, perfect. Cindy?
Eric, I'm Cindy Johnson, and I'm from Green River, kind of over by Kathy Tomasi. And I just want to say I did know another land grant person over in your area at Preston. And he was he's an awfully nice person. So I'm thinking we're going to be the exact same.
Perfect. John? And you're on mute.
I did it again. If Mark's your neighbor to the west, I'm Mark's neighbor to the west. I'm out of Grable, Wyoming, and the CEO of Bighorn Federal.
Perfect. And Alex?
Good morning, Derek. Welcome. It's nice to not be the new kid on the board, although I think I'm entering my 3rd year with Eric as well. I run Grand Teton Lodge Company up in Grand Teton National Park, and live in Moran and spend a little bit of time in Jackson as well. So great to have you on board.
Right. And Pam?
Good morning, Derek. Excited that you're on the board and bringing some expertise. And I will be spending the next week with you on the Main Street trip. I am the executive director of the Rollins DDA Main Street. So we'll have lots of time to share starting tomorrow, or I guess Friday.
Perfect. And then Derek, Aaron Moore down here in Cheyenne, but we were able to catch up when you came in for your board initiation. So, all right. Thank you all. And now I'll get back to the agenda, Josh and Amy. So we have an action item here for consideration and approval of the minutes for the February 23rd regular board meeting. Do I have a motion for approval?
So moved.
Right. I have a motion from Mark and a second from Chuck. Perfect. All those in, or is there any discussion? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Kim got thumbs up. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. All right, just to note, for this board meeting, there are written reports from the regional directors, and those begin on page 11 in your board packets. So, please take time to review those, and, if there's any questions or anything, just, feel free to reach out to those regional directors. But for sake of time today, because we do have a full agenda, they won't be giving their normal presentations. So, okay, perfect. All right, then we'll take it right in. And I am a couple minutes ahead, just to note here, taking us into the CEO report.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Good morning, everyone. I really love the intros. that might just stick around and become part of the agenda. I think it's really important. I think sometimes we forget that it turns out that this might be one of our many board meetings, but for some people that are in the audience, it's their first. And so I really like that. So thank you all for introducing yourselves. We do have, I think we're really pretty darn lucky to have such good representation across the state as well as across the core industries that we have. And as you can see, you know, people with a lot on their plate, but they're doing a lot of good stuff. And so Derek, we definitely think you fit in the board, and we're excited to have your input over the next few years and really, you know, help make a difference in Wyoming, which is why everybody's here. And I think, again, as we look across the board and what you all do for the state as well as for our team, it's a huge impact. So I love those intros. We're going to keep doing those. So make note of that on the agenda for next time. We're going to keep that rolling. My report is going to be pretty short today because I'm going to turn it over to Mark and Aaron here in a moment, because what we'd like to do is share some success stories. But before that, I would like to actually share some other success stories from internal at the Business Council, and those are in the form of Tenure Awards. So we have 3 people who are celebrating some anniversaries this year. We have Elena Zempel, who's celebrating her 15th year at the Wyoming Business Council. So that's pretty darn exciting to have someone around and with that kind of institutional knowledge. Elena Zempel has been a regional director in a number of regions, but she has recently moved to our broadband manager. And as all of you know, and as all of you have kind of seen over the years, broadband is a really important topic. And even when we didn't have a broadband program at the Wyoming Business Council, Elena was deeply involved in broadband in Wyoming with broadband projects in her region, as well as really trying to understand what was going on. And then she started to work closely with our previous broadband manager to really help out and do a lot of this. And now with all of the federal money that's coming at us for broadband and the state stepping up and providing matching funds and providing a lot of support from a funding perspective, Elena's got her hands full. And so we're really excited that, again, she brings that kind of institutional knowledge that you get when you're in an organization for 15 years. But she also has just a lot of energy around broadband. And I think not to say that she didn't bring that same energy to her regions, but gosh, she's really just working super hard to figure out all of the broadband issues that we're facing in the state, as well as just bring a really just a lot of energy toward broadband at the Business Council. And so we're really excited to have Elena in that role. And we're excited that she's called the Business Council home for 15 years. And we hope it's quite a few more. So Elena, thanks for your time. I think she's actually on vacation this week. She times things. She's actually really good at timing things just right. So she's not here to hear all of these congratulatory statements, but we're really happy that she's on board. And she probably wouldn't have it any other way, actually, because compliments and congratulations are not really her thing, just hard work is. So thanks, Elena. You'll have to catch the recording for all of that. We also have Sarah Fitzgerald, who is celebrating her 5th anniversary at the Business Council. You all know Sarah as our Chief Strategy Officer. And I would say that over the last couple of years that I've been here, you know, she is all about strategy. We're all about executing it. And so it's been really good to work with Sarah and have her kind of leading that strategy and gathering people along and making sure that there's alignment. It'll bring me into one of the topics that we're going to talk about here in a moment, which is that alignment and coalition building. But she's done an excellent job of working to develop the strategy, which really kind of came about in 2019. So it's not necessarily that old. It makes so much sense that you might think, oh, that's been around for a long time. But we were talking about a little history lesson the other day about the strategy being developed and the timing of everything and how it's all worked. And it's pretty impressive to think about just a few years ago was when that was developed and the progress I think we're making on it and how it fits into our investment thesis, as well as, you know, the economic development triangle that we're working on and all those things. I think it's really good, and it resonates with Wyomingites. So, you know, Sarah has done a really good job of that. We're glad she's around. She's doing dual duty today. She's taking some leadership courses as well as speaking at the Wyoming Energy Authority, and she'll be here on the board meeting. So she's able to juggle a lot right now. So I'm excited to have her on our team, and hopefully 5 years turns into many more. So thanks, Sarah. And then finally, Kayla Klur, who's our Main Street manager. She took that role in this year. She's also been around for 5 years. And Kayla has been working hard at Main Street for, I think, her whole time here at the Business Council. And the Main Street program in Wyoming, obviously, she had a great mentor in Linda Klink. And then Kayla has really taken it and really run with it and done a great job of keeping that going. And as you heard from let's see, who did we hear from earlier? We heard from Derek Smith, who's on the Main Street board in Gillette. And so we know that the Main Street program is really vibrant and going well. And next week, they're going to be heading to back east a little bit, I think, to do some touring and see what's happening there. So pretty darn excited about Kayla's work at Main Street. We all know that when you make a difference on Main Street, you change the way your town is. And we all know that that's an important thing. And so the Business Council is happy to have Kayla really with the reins on that and doing a lot, because it's a ton of work, but she does it really, really well. And I think it's a model that we can all use. So thanks, Kayla, for your time at the Business Council. And again, we hope it's just the beginning, really, of of your time here. So thank you. In a moment, I'm going to turn it over to Mark and Aaron, but before I do, I just wanted to talk a little bit about something I mentioned about coalition building and really getting that alignment around the strategy, around the efforts that we take on as a board and as an entity in the state. And just remind everybody our favorite shape of the triangle, and thinking about how at that foundation of the triangle are those local efforts. And how do we work to build capacity at a local level, as well as how do we develop and move ourselves to more of the top of that triangle, where we're focused on policy work, funding work, and really kind of thinking about those constraints to growth, and how do we affect those at the top of the triangle so that all of the folks who are at that foundation at the local level can take advantage of them. And I remind everybody about the triangle because, one, we're going to talk about it every darn time we can, but also I remind everybody because as we look at projects, as we look at contracts, as we look at the efforts that our team takes, I want you to always think about it in the context of that economic development triangle. And how do we build local capacity, whether that's through education, whether that's through funding through the BRC program, to build that local capacity and develop those economic development assets at the foundation so that our communities are resilient. But also, how do we utilize our board and the contracts and the funding that we recommend in this forum to really move us at the Business Council to that area of policy, looking at the constraints to growth and looking at the funding mechanisms that we should use. And I think it's important in today's board meeting because, one, there are a number of projects that are coming at us. There are a number of contracts that we're seeing. There's a whole lot of activity today. And if we can always go back to how does it fit in the triangle? Does it make sense? And will it make a difference in our communities? It's really important. And there's one other thing to remember about our activities at the board level, at the staff level, and at our agency. Our purpose is that, is it the right project for us to be funding? Is it the right contract for us to be executing? And I think it's important because we don't see any bad projects. What we see are projects that may not have 100% alignment with our purpose. And remember, creating those great jobs in our communities, primary jobs in our communities, is a big deal. And we want to help out. And I think it's important for us to all remember that if we're doing that and we're helping that whole situation of jobs, great jobs with great wages, as well as primary employers, and making sure that we stick to our charge, then I think it works out better. And I think you're going to see some examples of that today with projects. You're going to see some that maybe they had to go away and they came back stronger. Maybe they're here for the first time. And I think we just need to think about that in the context of the triangle. Are we building local capacity with the funding that we deliver? Are we enabling growth? Does the community have a vision for that growth? And how will they execute it with the funding that we provide? And what will that do in a long-term perspective? I think it's also important as we look at some of the contracts that we have. Pathways to Prosperity is something that we're all, I think, very excited about. We want to learn more about it, but we also have to remember that that's something that will help us really work on the top of the triangle and make sure that we have the right policies, that we're doing the right things to really work on making growth happen and getting rid of things that might inhibit that growth. And I think there's been a lot of work over the course of Wyoming's history in that, whether that be from the policies of the business ready communities. It's a fantastic bit of legislation. It's a fantastic funding source if we use it correctly. If we think about some of the things that came from Endow, like the SBIR match, that is a fantastic way to accelerate growth in our communities. If you think about all of these things in the context of the triangle and how do we make them work, it's going to be a much easier decision point. It's going to be a much easier way to communicate it. And I think it's going to create that alignment that we're really seeking over the course of this year. Because again, we're a team of 35 people, more over the course of this year, of course, but we have to activate people all across the state. And so I think that if we continue to think about how it works in context of the triangle and how our decisions fit that triangle, then we'll be able to make better decisions. We'll be able to make more clear decisions, and we'll be able to help everybody in the communities across the state understand those decisions and really work toward the same things. So the cool part is we're going to talk about some success stories of our programs and the board's work over the last few years with Aaron and Mark. So I'll turn it over to Mark, but I just want to make sure that everybody thinks about how it fits in the triangle when you're making the challenging decisions and working through some of the questions that you might get or think about during the contracts and the projects today. So thank you, Madam Co-Chair, and if it's all right with you, I'll ask that Mr. Law talk a little bit about a project that has been a success.
Great. Well, good morning, everyone. A while back, I had the opportunity to attend a dedication that's probably no less than a decade in the making. And when we first moved to Sheridan, my kids started learning how to ski up at Antelope Butte, and I learned how to ski at Antelope Butte. Better late than never. And but anyway, it closed, and it was pretty foundational for a lot of the families around and so forth. Because if you think about, we would do that, we'd hone our skills and get better and better, and then we could justify going to these bigger places and expand our experiences. Well, it closed, and the Forest Service was going to tear it down, and I think it was 2010, maybe a small group met saying, save Antelope Butte, and it was a grassroots group, and they formed a board, and I would say they probably did everything wrong in terms of fundraising. We all, for those of you that have been in fundraising, they talk about anchor folks and all this, and it was just grassroots and dollars here and whatever. And everywhere you went, I'd bump into people and like, what do they think they're doing, And then gradually you started seeing the tide turning a little bit, and then you'd bump into people and said, I don't believe it. I think they're going to pull this off. And one of the pivotal pieces of that was the through Bighorn County and the Wyoming Business Council was the purchase and installation of the magic carpet. For those of you that don't know what that is, it's basically a long conveyor belt for the little ones. And it looks a little like the Jetsons. It's got a bubble over the top, and it's a great way for them to learn how to do that. Well, anyway, the Business Council approved it. It was put in, you know, that no lodge. There was just tons of different things. And anyway, it's been a slog. And on the 20th of March, they dedicated the lodge. The Wyoming Business Council was front and center on all of the things. It's loaded with families. They've never had so many people. I mean, even in spite of a marginal snow year, I would say. And of course, that along with a lot of the other amenities is what's driving a lot of the economy in Sheridan now. I mean, the Business Council approved some of the finishing up of some of the trails and so on and so forth. And we just see a vibrancy that is, for me, who's been there a long time, it's just very special. And I just wanted to say that, you know, the Business Council has been really pivotal. And sometimes we don't hear about those things sometimes. And so it was a personal experience for me, but it's really transforming that part of Wyoming, especially as we have new people move in. And you know, there was another little ski lodge over by Buffalo, and they were concerned, I think. And I think between the two of them, they've never seen so many days of, the tide lifts all the boats. So personally, I want to say thank you, but the community certainly wants to say thank you. And if you ever get up there, you should stop and check it out, because some really cool things happen along the way. There was federal legislation to allow year-round use of that permit, which before it used to be just during the ski season, and now it's really a mountain recreation and providing opportunities to get out of the basement and away from video games. So, but anyway, that's it.
Perfect, Mark. I think it's great for us to take just a brief opportunity and recognize some of the awesome things that are going on around the state and the positive stuff that's happening that we've been involved with, and things that maybe not as heavily involved with, but just to really recognize some cool things that's happening across the state. I wanted to just take a brief opportunities, you know, Josh and I had talked, and there's a lot of companies across the state that are doing some, you know, pretty awesome things and things that we're talking about on a board level. And so today I just wanted to take the opportunity to, as we're talking about venture capital, and as we're going to be starting to talk about broadband and technologies, I wanted to take the opportunity and just highlight a few companies across Wyoming that might give us some food for thought and things to be thinking about and looking about and talking about as we head into those particular topics. And so I wanted to call out just a few things to a couple of companies. So what's interesting is if you had a translation language company, a pipeline leak detection company, and two farming based companies, and said that they all had something very much in common, you would probably be thinking about what that is. And so as we talk about technology, I really want to highlight Vertical Harvest and Plenty. So Vertical Harvest, that's out of Jackson. Plenty, that has their research and development wing down in Laramie. Flow State, that's in Casper. And Language IO, that we had talked with just recently, but down here in the Cheyenne area. And the thing that all of those companies have in common is artificial intelligence is helping them in their entrepreneurial efforts to expand and to get into niche markets and really push some cool things in their spaces. And so all of these companies here are taking artificial intelligence and the technologies that are available to them and figuring out how to implement them in unique ways to solve some very unique problems. And so as we talk about things of broadband and why to get Wyoming lit up and really push on some of those efforts, we're going to want to talk about companies such as these three that are really pioneering and leading the way in driving some pretty cool technologies that we should be, encouraging and emphasizing really here in Wyoming. And then on top of that, there are three of those companies, so Language.io, Plenty, and Vertical Harvest, who just did some really large seed funding rounds for their company in terms of, as we're talking about, venture capital. And so each of them had some very successful rounds and are able now to have an injection of capital here that will allow them to grow their businesses and compete more competitively in a global market. And so I think we can, really watch what they're doing and how that impacts our economies here, and hopefully the fruits of those labors that we'll see the impact here in Wyoming. But I think those are very interesting companies here to just kind of take a look at, especially as we're talking about what we're trying to do with venture capital, and then also some of the economic impacts, right, that we hope to get from the expansion of broadband and pushing in the technology sector as well. So I just wanted to take a brief moment to highlight those companies and say congratulations to all of them, for their efforts that they're doing to really have some impacts here in Wyoming. Okay. Josh, I'm going to toss it back to you to kind of wrap her up.
Well, thank you, Madam Co-Chair, and thank you, Mr. Law and Ms. Moore, for sharing those stories. I think all of us have some pretty exciting stories about ways things are going well in the state. I want to end today with a little bit about recruiting, and the thing that I want to talk a little bit about is that over 2020, we weren't able to do much, and really even into 2021, because of restrictions and in terms of travel or other states not allowing people to get together, we weren't able to do much recruiting. But over the course of the last, I would say maybe the last 8 to 10 months, we've been able to kind of get back out there and do more recruiting. And it's really important for us to continue to do that, because we'll call the sales cycle for the state of Wyoming, it takes a while to do. And as many of you know, we got a new recruiting resource allotted to us in the budget session this year, so that's exciting. But Wendy Lopez has been working on that for a number of years, and we're starting to see some really cool things happening, not just from the last few months of travel, but also from the previous years, even before 2020, from some of the shows. And I think the reminder here is that sometimes these things take time to happen, right? They take a number of years to happen. You might have a meeting at a trade show 5 years ago, and then you meet again a couple of years later. And then over the course of time, that relationship builds, the timing is right, and a business may want to move to Wyoming. And we're starting to see that, and it's pretty darn exciting to see, because we really, we kind of get excited about that, and we think, oh, well, that's great. But we're also seeing sometimes that companies are moving to Wyoming, and here's a crazy thing: they don't need us for our funding mechanisms. They sort of scratch our head and say, well, gosh, that's one of the things that we do really well. But they're saying, hey, we want to be in Wyoming. The relationships that we're building and the way that we are able to connect with communities, and to see that those are happening without our funding, I think is really exciting, because it says that it's not just about the incentives, and it's not just about the business ready communities, although that is very important. It's a combination, and we kind of have to meet those companies where they are and what they want to be. And I think that's what's really good about us, is that we don't just come in and lead with incentives and say all of these things that we offer. We try to understand what's important to the company, and we work hard to show them that either Wyoming is a match or it's not a match, because ultimately our goal is to help them make the right decision for their business. And if we do that first, Wyoming will win. And so I think that that's something to think about as we do more recruiting and as we have that new resource come aboard. It's going to be really pretty exciting, and I think pretty critical for us to keep that in mind as we think about recruiting. So I just wanted to kind of highlight that before we head on to the next segment of our agenda. And I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Co-Chair.
Great. Thanks, Josh. So it's going to be, it has been an exciting year for many years now, and I think this year is going to be no different. And so, so we'll head in. Okay, so next on the agenda is we're going to head into the services committee with John, who is our committee chair for this committee this year. And we are really rocking on schedule, by the way.
So is that a cue not to screw up the timing here, Aaron? With that being said, on the services side of the equation, I see Brandon just jumped on. Hoping maybe Ron's out there too, or is maybe this just Brandon's show completely at this stage? I'm not sure, but anyway, we have a couple of action items here for contracts that we need to consider and move on. And I know the staff has put in a lot of time and effort to get us into a position to understand those. And so I'm going to turn this over to Brandon and Ron and let them share with us the highlights of contracts and some of the things that we need to consider as a board for the action.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that, or Mr. Committee Chairman. Because we are extraordinarily ahead of time, I do believe we have the representatives from the university on with us right now, Steve Farkas and Rocky Case, both planning to join us. If it is okay with the committee and the board as a whole, and if we can go out of order, Wendy Lopez does have a contract for your consideration, and she is on, and I will toss it to Wendy if that is okay.
Thanks, Brandon. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Yes. Okay. Mr. Committee Chairman, thank you for letting me present this contract to you. Josh actually did a fabulous job of like segueing into this contract as he was talking about some of the recruiting successes that we've had, and even that capacity building piece that we've been working on with the triangle. So I am requesting $200,000 for a contract with Insight Consulting to do some site readiness competitive analysis work. As I've kind of seen over the last year, things are moving so fast with businesses wanting to identify sites and buildings and things like that, that there's this need to know what sites are ready to go right now that are completely shovel ready. And while we have a lot of business parks and industrial parks around the site that are around the state that are great sites, I'm not sure that they're all completely shovel ready and ready to go with the sort of capacity with water utilities and things like that that we need. And as we work on this capacity building within the communities and helping with the triangle that Josh keeps talking about, it's become kind of obvious that we need to really help these communities know what they have in terms of assets and sites and that kind of thing. And when we get like a data center project come to us or a large manufacturing project from a consultant, they'll send a pretty detailed spreadsheet asking for all kinds of stuff. Utility capacity, water capacity, what those rates are. It can be like 3 pages worth of a spreadsheet. And a lot of our communities, especially the smaller ones, don't always have maybe the insight or know-how to fill those out. And so this would really kind of help identify some of those things that they're missing within their communities to really be competitive when it comes to some of these larger projects that we're starting to see come into the state. So this company, we had the opportunity to meet them at the Mid-America Economic Development Council's winter conference in December in Chicago, and they did this presentation, and I was like blown away because they were saying all the things that I love to say to communities about their sites. And as I started to think about things and hear from some of the communities around the state that are trying to build new sites or get sites ready to market, and as we kind of talked during our foundational projects that we were doing last year, we really thought that we were going to go in the direction of doing target industry studies. And we realized after talking to this company that we needed to back up even a little bit more and really identify the sites that we have and what their readiness and capacity is, and make those sites the targets for industry. Because if you have a really good site that has the right water capacity, the right utility needs, then they're a target for lots of things, and we can market them that way. So with this contract, we can do site evaluation work on at minimum 15 industrial or business parks around the state, kind of as a phase 1 project, maybe even more. They'll have to fill out kind of an application process for this. And then there's a phase 2 possibility where the consultants would come and go on site and look at those parcels and things like that, and then help with marketing some things. So the scope of work within this contract really kind of spells that out. It's a 2-year contract, so we can really get the benefit of their help and working with communities over those 2 years. And I'm happy to answer questions since I totally just blew through that, which maybe I shouldn't have blown through it and taken more time while we wait for our other people to get on. So give me all the questions.
Kathy, I see you have your hand up. Go ahead.
I do. Wendy, I just have a question. So have you collated a list of primary targets that you want to hit on from past years? How is your procedure going to be with this?
So when you say targets, are you talking about companies that we want to kind of target with these sites, or are you talking about the sites that we want to target for this project?
I think both. And that's where I'm a little confused. I didn't know if you were targeting the sites first and then trying to find somebody, or vice versa.
Yes, what you just said. We're targeting the sites first and then using that information to help us target specific industries, companies, businesses, market those sites, and that kind of thing. I can give you, would it help if I gave you a couple examples maybe?
Sure, just give me an example. Yeah.
Okay, so we kind of started this project because of Gillette. Actually, they don't currently have an industrial park, like a really good industrial park. They have been working to build an industrial park. They've applied for EDA grants. They have 250 acres that they own as the county, but it's pretty well undeveloped right now. It doesn't really have all of its utilities to it. There's not roads to it. And they have been using this site to propose on leads that I have sent out. And when I saw that site, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is not shovel ready. This is not ready to go. We shouldn't necessarily be marketing this particular site right now. How can we help them figure out what they need to do to get this site ready? There's also a site in Torrington that's a great, fabulous site that doesn't have natural gas to it. And they've been trying to get natural gas to it. This could potentially help them identify ways that they can get that natural gas ran to it. It's kind of been a chicken and egg situation for them, where the utility doesn't want to run the natural gas until there's a client there, and they can't get a client there until there's natural gas there. So this might identify ways that we can make that happen for them. What sort of funding is out there that they could apply for this? And this is almost like having a feasibility study done ahead of time that would help when they're doing that application or something like that. So there's a lot of different ways that this could be used, and it could help communities from a small community like Torrington to a larger community like Gillette.
Okay, thank you, Wendy. That cleared it up.
Mark, I see you have a question.
Yeah, thank you, Committee Chairman. Wendy, you gave a good example of kind of as you're trying to assess and create an inventory around the state. Once you have that, could you give me an example of the approach that is taken to disseminate that information and market that information out? I know I've seen site selection magazines and all kinds of stuff, but I'm just curious out there, what's the approach to get this information out?
Yeah, so I think what's kind of unique about this is that this company has developed like some proprietary software that they're using kind of from that phase 1 start, where they will send out a spreadsheet very similar to an RFI that a lead would send to us that they would need filled out. So anyone who's participating in this program would have to kind of get their team together that can help them fill out the information on this spreadsheet. And it's very extensive, like what is the max capacity of water that you can get, all of those sort of things, floodplains, maps, all of that. And then the software that they use goes through and kind of rates and scores how they filled out this evaluation form. So it kind of does a green, yellow, red sort of indication on this. And it shows them, yes, you filled this out great. This makes you very competitive because of your water capacity that you have, or you didn't fill this out, you don't know what your electric rate is, you need to figure that out. So that might be a yellow. Or we don't have natural gas to this site, that might show up red and say we need to figure out how to get natural gas to you. So then it kind of does a gap analysis based on that scoring mechanism and tells them what their next steps that they need to take are and what maybe the highest best use of that site is going to be. It could be that in a smaller town that's got an industrial park that's completely shovel ready, maybe the best use for that park is for BRE efforts. So for local expansion efforts within the community that are trying to grow, maybe they can move into that park first and really get some traction in there. And that opens up other buildings, maybe on Main Street, that new businesses can move into. So it might indicate that, or it might say, you know what, this park is fabulous for a data center. You've got 200 acres, you've got all the utilities, you've got all the power, let's market it to data centers. So it kind of goes through this step-by-step process that really analyzes what the best use would be for that site.
Thank you.
Cindy, you have a question? Cindy, I think you might be on mute.
Oh, okay, there we go. One of the things that I think we talked about earlier in this, and we talked about the chicken and the egg. And so I'm wondering if this particular contract wouldn't be better completed once we have, once we embark on the pathways to prosperity, and we create this ideal environment of economic development here in Wyoming. Could we wait with these kinds of things, pull back a little bit and limit some funding that we might have done today, but do it once we want to identify the project and our critical areas and focus on those, and then do these shovel-ready projects. Perhaps, Wendy, that once we get into pathways to prosperity, we're going to find, no, we want to concentrate on a specific area or something very specific, and then we have the dollars to spend to focus, to dive into that particular area. And while $200 doesn't sound like much, I know right now we're going to have to do phase 2 and maybe a phase 3. So would this be something we could put a hold on until we get it kind of down the pathways to prosperity a little bit?
Yeah, I can answer that, and I think Brandon might have something to add here too. I think that's a great question. And I sort of see this as working in tandem with Pathways to Prosperity. There's going to be certain things that it looks at industry-wise, and lots of different things, and helping build that like cohort around the state. This sort of fits in with that, and even some of the SEDS work that we might be doing, really identifying those sites specifically and what their best use is. And right now, like the timing of this is really good because things are happening quickly. Like I don't have time to wait for some of these projects that are coming my way. Companies want things now. They want shovel ready sites today. They want buildings today. They don't want to, they just can't for their business purposes wait 2 years for the appropriate infrastructure to get put in and 2 years to build a building or 2 years to figure out what the site needs. So it's this timeline that I've been working with has really become condensed lately. And it's kind of imperative that communities know what they have and what the ability of those sites are. And I need to know where those sites are around the state too, as I send companies that direction.
And are you able to share with us some of those companies? Or are they?
The companies that I work with tend to be confidential. I can tell you that I've been working with lots of different advanced manufacturing companies right now. There's data centers we've been working with. There's been kind of a wide variety of things that we're working with. Most of it is confidential. Most of them have huge power needs too, and things like that. And it's really important to know that, or even water needs and what that capacity needs to be.
So if we have so many businesses coming in or potential, and maybe even 10% come into Wyoming, should we hold off on doing the Pathways to Prosperity? I mean, I'm going just like some other businesses and projects, because some projects are going to be put on hold and we're going to be able to do others because we don't have unlimited funding. We have a very specific amount. And I just want to make sure that I'm going to make the best decisions, whether we go ahead with a project or we don't. And I know I'm only one vote, but I think we should kind of think about all the facets of this wonderful diamond we have. And the diamond is Wyoming. And how can we make that diamond perfect? So forgive my delicate questions here, but I think we need to dive into that. Thank you, Wendy.
You're welcome. I think Josh wanted to add something.
Go ahead, Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. And Ms. Johnson, I think your questions are right on the money. It's important for us to think about that because timing can be important. One of the things, though, that we definitely need to consider is that we're not going to get a perfect diamond from anything that we do. Everything that we're doing is iterative and it's complementary. So as we go out and understand more about what's happening in the state with things like this and think about how we market those, it's not going to take away from any other study. It's going to add to it. And we're iterating. So we're going to get closer to that diamond. We're going to probably polish just a little bit. Then we're going to have to turn it a little bit and polish it again. It's going to take time and it's going to take a lot of iterations. Pathways to Prosperity, as well as this, they work together. And either way, they're not going to give us the perfect answer of what we should do. They're going to talk about constraints to growth. They're going to talk about options, and they're going to talk about how do we develop a system that allows us to keep iterating, because it's going to be an ongoing process. So doing these now makes sense because it gives us more information. It allows us to do work in the short run that will later inform the medium run and long run. Does that help, Ms. Johnson?
Cindy, I think you're on mute again.
Not letting me. Here we go. Yes, so in the idea of the triangle, can we ask local entities, because these are local issues. Is your site ready? Is it ready? Is it not ready? What do we need to do to get it ready? And can we form some coalitions, some committees that we will work together? And can we get some funding from the local entities that we could complete these projects? I mean, complete their, is your site ready? And can we do that? Can we ask for dollars from the local communities?
Cindy, in all of these questions, thank you so much. And in fact, it's great because I think these are things we've considered as we've been developing this. In fact, we moved from talking about needing to do targeted industry studies to an understanding that sites are where you need to start and how complementary that is to the Pathways to Prosperity project. So anyway, all these things are fantastic. You're following our exact train of thought as we've gone down through. But to directly answer, there is, as part of the structure of this contract with Insight, there is a local cost share on that. Wendy can probably give you better details on exactly how that works. The third phase of this project for sure is, I believe, 100% on the community's shoulders to pay that piece of it when you start to get into the promotion of those sites and the work. That's really been our philosophy and what we're heading to in the I guess within the idea of capacity building and business recruitment, is that the communities need to own their prospects. They need to own that process and they need to figure out what works for them. So I think that there has to be a monetary piece in every single thing we participate in with those communities. So Wendy, did I butcher that?
Nope, you did a good job.
Ms. DeVore?
Thank you. If I understand this right, and I just want to make sure, I think, Cindy, these guys are accomplishing exactly what you're hoping, what we have right now, and what we might be seeing instead. If we weren't leading a statewide effort to do this and move these communities up in their knowledge of their sites and what's ready and what's not ready and what it takes to be ready and who's looking for what. If we don't lead that process, what we would get instead is 6 or 7 individual planning grants where communities are going to go out and contract this exact same thing individually. So although 200,000 may feel large, in a statewide effort to bring this forward and to bring everyone up at the same time in their learning curve and understanding what sites are, what stage these sites are all ready or not ready, and what can be promoted and what needs to be further developed. I think that this is exactly what the Business Council should be doing. It raises our communities closer up in the triangle. It really does. Obviously, they're going to participate in this quite a bit, but this is so much better than a really fragmented 6 or 7 communities doing the exact same thing on their own and it not being coordinated. If I understand it correctly. Wendy, is that a good?
Wendy, I think you went to mute.
I muted instead of unmuting. Yes, that was a great description of it. Thank you.
Any other questions in regards to the Insight Consulting contract at this stage? Amy, is this something that we try to get a motion on in the moment, or do we listen to all the contracts and come back at the end?
No, you can do, Mr. Committee Chair, you can do the motion in the moment.
Okay. Any other questions? Is there a motion to move forward with the contract for Insight Consulting?
This
I
is
would
Chuck.
motion.
I would second Ms. DeVore's motion.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Amy, are you clear on who those came from?
Yes, thank you. And but I do appreciate you always restating if we can. Thank you.
So there is a motion and a second. All in favor, please designate by aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign.
Yeah, Madam Co-Chair Chuck Brown, am I on?
You are on, Chuck.
All right, so I vote in the affirmative.
Perfect. Thank you, Chuck. Any nays? If any nays, please designate by saying aye. Motion carried. Brandon, you want to talk about the second one?
Let's do this. All right. Well, thank you. So I am going to tee up the BRN contract perfectly, then toss over to Ron Goldberg and Steve Farkas from the university, as well as Rocky Case for the next couple of subjects here. We first actually too, though, just sort of publicly thank Ron for all the work he put into these two contracts in the last several weeks while Wendy and I were off different recruiting, I guess, trips around the country. So thank you for really taking that load, Ron. Those contracts fully wouldn't have happened had it not been for you taking that. So very much appreciated. Mr. Committee Chair, what we are proposing with the continuing contract with University of Wyoming, our, I guess, historic contract with them to fund the Business Resource Network, are two things. We are proposing to maintain the flat budget within the contract, but we are proposing a 2-year contract at this point to match with the fiscal year. That total budget for that contract from the Wyoming Business Council is $3,986,000 or $86.96, the amount right in front of you on the screen. So translate my poorly read numbers as that number is on your screen. This, our philosophy going forward, we've as you know, this contract has a long history with the Business Council. In fact, I think the entire existence of the Business Council. And we've had really a fantastic collaborative relationship with the university in the last several years, working towards progress on there, working towards, I guess, just a fantastic relationship where the needs of the university through the BRN and the needs of the Business Council are met. Our strategic plan follows into how they're approaching what they do. With that, what our plan is, why we've proposed a 2-year contract versus the 1-year contract that we did last time, is that next year at this time, we want to not be negotiating a contract where the money is basically non-negotiable anyway. There won't be an increase in the budget next year. We want to be able to be working on what will be the budget request for the following fiscal year at this time with the university, recognizing progress, assessing needs, seeing where we need to go with the Business Resource Network. So to add color to that discussion and talk about progress made, I'm going to give it to Ron Goldberg and Steve Farkas right now. So.
Thank you, Brandon. Thanks for the kind words. This was truly a team effort, though. And I would like to say also that team included Steve Farkas and then Rocky Case, who really came forward and expressed the needs and talked about the vision and strategy that's developing and has developed. I'll hand it over to Steve to kind of give a report out on the Business Resource Network and the various units and how this contract fits into them going forward, working with the Business Council, but beyond that too, and contributing. Really, I think when we talk about the economic development triangle, capacity building, this is another example of that, having a partner who is helping not only communities, but private businesses across the state contribute to the capacity building all the way up to the point of the triangle with the bigger picture. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Steve Farkas to join us and report out on the BRN contract, and then we'll follow up with the Manufacturing Works one after that.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Brandon. And thank you, Chair Moore and members of the board to have the opportunity to join you here this morning. As Ron indicated, we've been spending the last few weeks talking through where we've been, where we are, and where we need to go. And so part of the conversation and what I'll share with you here is just a quick update on the direction we're moving in with the Business Resource Network. As many of you know on this call that my role was just recently created about mid last year, while I was also balancing leadership roles in the College of Business and this new initiative called the Wyoming Innovation Partnership. I can tell you I've been pleased with the pace at which we've been able to do a reset, and I believe we are moving in a very positive direction. And a lot of that is through the support of the Business Council, conversations, collaborations, and just making sure that we're fully aligned. Just as a side note, I've been told that we're moving at light speed by higher education standards. So if that's any kind of a benchmark, so I just thought I'd share that. Generally, our focus really for the Business Resource Network is going to be on better service integration and statewide expansion to support the statewide economic development strategy. In the interest of efficiency and ease of access, we are leveraging our current Impact 307 buildings to create what we're calling a one-stop shop model. We have recently piloted moving our SBDC manufacturing works and tech transfer offices into our Laramie Impact facility to accommodate both our startup and existing business communities. Startups and small, medium-sized business will now have access to an organization and resources focused on entrepreneurship innovation under one roof. Our recently announced Center for Entrepreneurship Innovation, led by our newly appointed Director Penelope Shehab, who's a global entrepreneur who just recently moved here from Jordan, will have an office in the building and really ensuring the coordination of our broader entrepreneurial innovation resources across campus and ensuring statewide collaboration with our community colleges and local development organizations. Recent WIP investments have created the opportunity for the BRN to consider expansion opportunities of this one-stop shop model. And right now we've targeted 3 pilot communities. They include Cheyenne, Rock Springs, and Riverton. And again, this is in collaboration with our community college partners. These one-time investments are really designed to help offset relocation and startup costs. Right now, Cheyenne has just completed its repurposing of space. It's in the Pathfinder building. We're currently negotiating space in Rock Springs and evaluating space at Central Wyoming Community College in Riverton. Our goal is to expand our BRN to all community college locations as part of a WIP phase 2 and 3 consideration. The other side note here to this expansion is that this will also assist with kicking off our efforts around using the BRNs as catalyzers to local hubs of innovation. Additionally, through one-time WIP investments, we've added positions that could not be filled recently due to budget cuts. We've added a SBDC director to support Fremont and Teton counties. We've added a business counselor in Sheridan, Gillette. And then we've also created opportunities through these efforts to create internships for our students, both at the university and through the community colleges, so they can be on the front line of supporting these activities. And we'd like to think that that'll also translate to understanding what the ecosystem is, what it can support, and maybe encourage them to think about starting a business and or leveraging some of those resources entrepreneurially as they think about going to work for our existing business communities. Other one-time investments for the Business Resource Network include increasing the number of our pitch challenges across the state. We're adding 6 new challenges. We're looking at pointing dollars towards increased education and informing our stakeholders through some strategic marketing efforts. Concurrent with that, we're also taking an inventory of what the existing assets look like around entrepreneurship innovation to ensure that we can be not only efficient in their delivery, but also very coordinated. And then just broadly speaking, we're using these one-time dollars to assist with some of these relocation and startup costs as we think about bringing these BRN services under one roof. And then lastly, there's been a lot of conversation around makerspace expansion, and we actually pointed some of these one-time Wyoming Innovation Partnership dollars to support that expansion to include mobile maker spaces for some of the underserved areas of the state in collaboration with manufacturing work. So as we think about opportunities to educate our communities around what advanced manufacturing is and how it can support both existing and new and emerging industries. Also, just as in addition to all these activities that are going on, and as part of this, as I call the reset, I also asked our internal audit group at the University of Wyoming to do an assessment of our Impact 307, just to ensure that we are truly all operating from the same page. We're very sensitive to ensuring that we're aligned with our unique community needs, but we really needed to make sure that we had standard operating procedures in place, accounting standards, reporting where they needed to be, and that there's just uniform standards for us going forward. In advance also of us now recruiting a senior director for Impact 307, recognizing expansion and as well as focusing on our existing Impact 307 assets. It's important for us to think about having a central point of contact to ensure that those activities are aligned with all the various activities and expectations, both internally and externally. I hope to have this person on board here in the next 30, 45 days. And again, this person will serve as our point of contact for all of our Impact 307 activities statewide. Also adding what I am calling, I guess you could call it a counterpart to Ron Goldberg in terms of a director for strategic partnerships. This person's really going to be on the front line working with our trustees education initiative, working with career technical education, our community colleges, the business council, workforce services, really to ensure that we're actively managing those relationships or those partnerships. And again, as we think about activities currently underway, one, are they delivering consistent with those expectations, but also assisting us with identifying new. And lastly, we, in these conversations I've had with Ron and Brandon here, also want to ensure that we're keeping the business council actively updated on our efforts. And we're also looking at how can we include a representative from the business council organization to participate in a newly created standing meeting that I have with our BRN leadership, just to stay abreast of activities in real time and solicit inputs, and also provide another mechanism for reporting out. And then lastly, just important for this group to know, and may have seen some of the information come out in the news that we've recently hired a new vice president of research who we anticipate coming on board here at the end of May. Prague Chintness will be joining us here from the federal government. He most recently served as associate director for the U.S. Department of Agriculture. It's National Institute of Food and Agriculture. He before that he was at the NSF, and he also spent some time with two universities, both at Iowa State and Kansas State. So he understands that intersection between government and higher education, and more importantly, understands the land grant mission. And at the appropriate time, I'd welcome the opportunity to bring him before this group here to make introductions. And I've been updating him on the things that I've just described with you, and he's in full support and excited at the opportunity. And he sees the opportunity to build a partnership. So thank you for your time this morning.
All right. Thank you, Steve. And Mr. Committee Chair Coyne and Brandon, would you like to proceed with any questions, or what's your pleasure, Mr. Committee Chair?
Did John get back in the room, Amy? So we had a slight situation. John ran into an internet issue. Somebody unplugged his router at his bank. I guess they're doing electrical over there. And so he was lost. So he might not be back in. So let me go ahead and jump in until we can get him back in this area.
Yeah, Madam Committee Chair, we don't yet see him in back in, but we're watching.
Okay, he thinks he's in the panelists, so you might want to just check. But let's go ahead and go to.
I'm back, guys. I'm so sorry.
No worries, John.
We got him. Yeah.
Perfect. So to get you caught up here, we'll go ahead and ask if there's any questions from the board of Steve. And before we jump in, I'd just like to say we certainly, from a board, this contract has been a roller coaster ride for quite a while, as we've been working through all of the changes at the university. And the committee had the ability to meet with Steve earlier before the board meeting and really kind of get caught up on the direction that things are going and the vision. And I think really getting a good feel for where Steve is pushing the programs and the new role that he's taken over at the university. And I think there's a lot of things look very promising there, as he just went through today. And so, I think as Ron and Brandon and the business council staff have been working with Steve and the university, on these things, I think there's a lot of positives I think that we'll see come out of this and the direction that they're moving in. So Steve, I just want to say thank you for that time and for sitting down and talking with us. And we certainly look forward to future updates and ways that we can continue to strengthen that partnership and push some of these programs in those directions that you guys are all working towards. So
thank you for those comments, and we truly value the partnership, and as I've shared with Josh, we're looking forward to building.
Thank you, Steve. It looks like Kathy, you have a question.
I do. Thank you, John. So Steve, as I understand it, looking at the contract, all of the other companies or entities are under your umbrella. Am I correct on that?
That is correct.
Okay. And I want to echo Aaron's words. I am so excited to have one point of contact. I think this is going to be a really fantastic collaboration. Now I have a question probably for Brandon about the contract. And as I'm reading it, I see where Manufacturing Works is in the contract. Why that specifically? We're going to go over a contract for Manufacturing Works. Why are none of like PTAC, none of those included? And this is probably just a housekeeping question. So Brandon, can you answer that?
Yeah, thank you, Kathy. The reason for the two separate contracts, the Manufacturing Works regular funding that goes with this existing BRN contract is represented in this. The second contract that we will get to after this is separate with Manufacturing Works, essentially to make their budget whole after some funding they've been relying on is no longer available. And so that's why we're looking at doing a second contract there using one-time funds, similar philosophy where we'll anticipate next summer preparing the necessary budget requests for the legislature.
Okay, that makes sense. I didn't understand why there would be two separate things here. Thank you.
Mr. Aarons, I see you have a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, and I appreciate the update. That was really good. And I understand the long-term nature of the agreement and the successful arrangement that it's been. My question, I'm not sure who to even direct it to, but is there some kind of way to quantify that success?
I got to jump in here. So, and thank you for that question. We, as we look at the investments made through the BRN contract, I can share with you that those dollars have been specifically pointed towards really ongoing support resources. Again, these are shared resources between the Business Council, the University of Wyoming, and in the case of the SBDC and Manufacturing Works from federal sources. As we think about personnel, materials, I mean, really just ongoing support resources. There's marketing, there's access to data, as well as ensuring go-forward sustainability for these early stage investments that we're pointing towards as part of the Wyoming Innovation Partnership. I recently asked for an update on just that very question, and I apologize that I'm looking over here at some of my notes in anticipation of maybe being asked this question, but I can tell you that as we look at rent, specifically, we're looking at rent for our SBDC locations in Rock Springs, Casper, Rollins, Riverton, and Gillette is where funding has been pointed towards. As we think about ongoing service and support, there's been funding towards the Growth Partnership Services Database, various licensing. There's been a database that we've been following through the Euromonitor, as well as Salesforce and customer relationship management software to maintain and manage our contacts. And then also there's been also some general marketing resource point to the SBR phase contract. More broadly, again, a large percentage I would suggest is pointed towards salary and fringe, some travel, and then some external professional and consulting services. And I have a breakdown in terms of specific dollars that would be helpful to you to share that information. But to give you a sense as to where those dollars are going, really is to maintain the existing infrastructure of the organization. But I would suggest here, more importantly, is to think about going forward in this idea of having a 2-year contract, is that for these early seed investments made through the Innovation Partnership and these expansion and relocation opportunities, as well as this general startup costs, our instinct is that that the returns on those investments are going to warrant ensuring that there's some backing there, or just back to the sustainability conversation, so that when one-time dollars or through a grant are no longer available, are we able to continue those services within these new markets and these new communities in collaboration with the community colleges?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Farkas, and thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. That answered it for me.
Yeah, appreciate that, Steve. Josh, I see you have a question.
Mr. Committee Chair, if that covers it for Mr. Arns, I'm good. So thank you.
Anything else from the greater board? Steve, just some comments from my side of the equation. I know that historically this has been difficult, and we've moved the contract around, and I think from your leadership and dragging this thing forward for us, and putting in a real strategic plan on how this is going to be managed and dealt with, and the partnership that we're really trying to forge coming forward. I know there's a lot of appreciation coming from those efforts and that leadership. And this is one of those programs that has the ability that to really shine, but it does it kind of behind the scenes. It props up a lot of people through the process. And I know, the new world wants accountability and functionality and all of those things, and really needs it and demands it. And so those efforts that you're trying to bring to the table to provide that leadership and that accountability to these dollars, and make sure that this program really aligns itself with everything that we're trying to get done with it is extraordinarily important. And I thank you immensely for those efforts. It looks like with those comments, Pam, you have a question maybe too?
I didn't have a question. I just, first of all, I support this contract. I also wanted to say, if you have an opportunity to go over to Laramie, to go to the WTBC or Impact 307 and do a tour. I did that about 3 months ago. It was very enlightening. It showed how it parallels with our strategic plan at the Business Council. I was just very impressed with the tour I had at Impact 307. So I would suggest any other board members to call Penelope or Steve or anybody over there and do that tour, because it was pretty amazing. So.
Thank you, Pam. Josh?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Committee Chairman. I guess the thing that we might want to consider, and I think this is really important for this, because there are questions about ROI, there are questions about what each of those groups do, and each of those groups do vastly different things. And so their metrics that each of them do, they're different, right? We can't just say it all in one. So I would suggest that we have I think we've got the capacity for this group to do that, or the BRN to do this, is to provide report outs, and whether those be in person at a board meeting or whether they just be written report outs that come as part of the board book. I really think that would be critical to this. I think it's important I know that Steve is all on top of this and wants to continue or to do that. And I just think it would be really helpful for all of us to see that and to be able to talk with various groups within the BRN, because that's an area of visibility that we don't always have. And I was able to go to the aerospace conference last week, and I mentioned this with our committee, in our committee as well. But there are a lot of folks out there that are in these newer industries that might be playing with the government procurement system and all of that, and they greatly appreciate the work that's being done by PTAC, for example, or SBDC or Manufacturing Works, and they're getting those services, but we don't always hear about it. And I think the key is that we need to know what's going on, because as we think about, again, we think about the foundation of that triangle and building local capacity, that work is being done by the BRN, and that's the standard we should hold them to. But again, that's the thing, it's sort of a bit of a black box, and we don't want it to be that way. And I know Mr. Farkas feels the same way on that. So I think in the future, we'll get those report outs in person or in writing so that we all have them to review.
Any other questions or comments?
Yes, Mr. Committee Chair Chuck Brown, if I'm still on.
You are, Chuck. Go ahead.
Yes. So thank you, Steve, for your report. Granted, it's mostly anticipatory, but as we all know, this has been an on again, off again relationship, and we are all so looking forward to having a positive and productive relationship between the Business Council and the university. And I remember back to my days on the university board of trustees, we knew there was a contract with the Business Council, but I cannot honestly recall in all those years having a specific report from anyone about this $3.5 million contract. So once again, thank you for stepping up to the plate and putting some emphasis behind it. I'm not suggesting that we need a working committee or whatever, but we clearly do need to have some time frame that we do have, as Josh just mentioned. We do need to have a report telling us what is transpiring. So thank you again, Steve, for picking up the pace here and getting us started where we need to be. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? This is an action item, so if we have covered the opportunity to ask Steve anything that we have on the top of the mind, I would ask for a motion to approve the contract, which is the staff recommendation.
So moved.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
There is a second. Any other discussion? With a motion and a second, all in favor, please designate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. Motion carried. Brandon, you want to flip into Manufacturing Works?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. The next contract we have up for your consideration is the contract I mentioned a minute ago with manufacturing, specifically as one of the arms of the Business Resource Network. This is supplemental funding, one-time funding to them to make them whole, as well as to aid in procurement of a database for the national supply chain, or to access national supply chain for our manufacturers. With that, I'll do the same I did last time, toss it to Ron and Rocky Case.
Thank you, Brandon. Real quickly, I'll give a few highlights and then turn it over to Rocky. He's got a couple minutes and wants to talk about Manufacturing Works. Rocky, as you probably all know, is Director of Manufacturing Works. I kind of really wanted to take a quick pause and explain the funding for the BRN, but we're on to Manufacturing Works now, but kind of back to Ms. Tomasi's question about the differences in funding and the contracts today. the majority of these BRN units receive federal funding, and the Business Council provides state match funding. The Small Business Development Center and its network, Market Research Center, et cetera, they receive funding, federal funding through the Small Business Administration, the SBA. Manufacturing Works is different. It receives funding from the National Institute of Standards and Technology, which receives its federal funding from the U.S. Department of Commerce. So a few short months ago, Rocky and Steve, and then Brandon and I were kind of faced with two nice problems to have, I describe them. The Department of Commerce through NIST increased the state manufacturing work equivalent groups, each of the states, they increased funding for those groups. So it's a dollar to dollar state federal match. So as a result, Wyoming's matching funding was about $115,000 a year short of that match. Also, the feds created a national supply chain database. The website requires an annual subscription and a one-time startup fee, which is implementation, staff training, et cetera. So we were looking at the funding needs, and the timing was a little off. As been mentioned earlier, we need to be working by summer prior to the budget session to get things in line, make requests, talk about strategies. So we were caught in kind of this gray area, so to speak. So I think Brandon had the brilliant idea of this one-time funding. So we really worked with Steve and Rocky about this because they had really reached out with their needs and what they plan to do with the funding. So fast forward, we've got one-time 2-year funding of a request of $336,850. That includes about $115,000 a year each in the 2 years. But also talk a little bit about this database. Interestingly, about 2 or 3 weeks ago on Rocky's quarterly Manufacturing Works Advisory Council meeting, some private industry folks on his board said, man, it'd be nice if we had a supply chain database for Wyoming. And Rocky and I were kind of like, well, stay tuned. But working with Utah and getting access, their subscribers to this, Rocky and his team worked with a Wyoming company that was able to procure a Northrop Grumman contract. So you can also filter it. So you have a national supply chain database and opportunities there, but also you can filter it to get a Wyoming supply chain database. And I know there's a scope of work, Brandon, and I'll let Rocky kind of talk about the scope of work and what the funding will help them move forward on their needs. And Mr. Committee Chair, if it's okay, I'll hand it over to Rocky Case for a couple minutes to kind of talk about what this funding provides and the needs it fills.
That's great. Thank you, Ron. Rocky, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman and board members. Appreciate this opportunity and appreciate working closely with Ron and Brandon and Josh to kind of move through this. Just kind of a little bit of clarity, and I'm not going to do the entire history of Manufacturing Works here, promise, but when I started approximately 3 years ago, there was a gap in that match, but we were able to meet that with a pot of money that for whatever reason was not being spent. So we were able to oblige that match obligation of those dollars. We recently ended a 5-year award on March 30th and started a new 5-year award. Thankfully, through basically at the end of a 5-year, we go through secretarial review by the Department of Commerce. The question being asked, did you perform good work and do we want to continue this relationship? And the answer was yes, and we got an additional 5 years. So that unexpended program income pot needed to be spent by March 30th, we no longer have access to those dollars. So there kind of defines the gap in the match beginning on April 1 of this year. So let's see, in terms of, and please stop me with any questions along the way here, but in terms of what do we plan to do with this money, it's additional bodies to address the needs of manufacturers in Wyoming. And those needs that it's a broad scope of needs, right? We offer traditional manufacturing services such as lean training, ISO certifications, prototyping, a whole host of things that you would think of in a traditional manufacturing space. Those things need to continue. But as we look forward to the future and kind of with a mindset of growth and with the understanding of what we experienced with or still experiencing with supply chain shortages, not only locally but globally, how are we going to address that? We need to really be focused on the fact that we cannot. It's not a sustainable model to rely on the Asia markets for everything, and like 95% of the raw materials for pharmaceuticals come out of Asia. That's kind of a scary thought. So helping to bring Wyoming manufacturers in the future, digitization, CNC and cobotics with CNC machining, robotics, automation, the industrial Internet of Things, artificial reality, virtual reality, 3D printing is going to, I tell this story quite often and people don't believe me, but I think I'm right here. 3D printing, or otherwise known as additive manufacturing versus subtractive manufacturing, aka CNC, there will be a point in the future where we all have a 3D printer in our home, like we do a PC, and a part in the refrigerator breaks, and we will plug a file in, print that out, and replace it. We won't be calling the repairman necessarily for that part. So, to me, it's getting our manufacturers to think in a disruptively innovative way in order that they can play in the future marketplace in manufacturing in the United States. So. I told Ron a minute or two, I'm also prepared to give a full-blown slide deck, talk about metrics, whatever you guys would like. But this contract addresses a couple of things: our need for additional bodies in the field, and funding that gap between the necessary federal match that we need.
Thank you, Rocky. And I'd quickly note, if you have, I don't remember if it's attachment A or B, but the kind of budget breakdown, there's also internal staff training for manufacturing 4.0. And I think Rocky's assembled a talented team. And I think the more they can keep that training, develop that expertise and keep it in-house with manufacturing works, the better to serve clients. So there's some training opportunities also with this contract for Rocky's staff. Mr. Committee Chair, would you like to open up to questions, or?
That'd be great. Guys, okay. Do we have any questions for Rocky, Ron, Brandon on this? Well, it looks like this one's going to get off easy. You must have did a great job there, Rocky. Appreciate the overview and the efforts. Ron, Brandon, the recommendation from staff is to move forward with the contract, correct? I saw a nodding head. So with that, is there a motion to accept the contract for manufacturing works?
So moved.
There's a motion from Mark. A second?
Second.
Any
Second,
discussion?
Chuck Brown.
Any discussion? With that, all in favor of the contract, please designate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Rocky, Steve, thank you very much for your efforts to move these forward with us, your willingness to be in attendance today, and all of the questions and answers that you provided were most beneficial. So thank you so very much for your time.
Thank you all for your support.
Absolutely. With that, it looks like we are through the action items, if that is fair, and we will move on to a broadband update.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. Elena, you're on. Very good. Thank you.
Very good. Good morning, all. I guess I really missed out when Josh was talking about 15 years, my 15 years with the Business Council. Sorry, I'm hoping that that is recorded so I can listen over and over again to it. Right. Right now, I wanted to give you an update what the broadband office is doing within the Business Council. And we'll go to the next slide, Amy, if you, okay. This is a very brief history just for you to remind you. In 2018, there was enabling legislation through the Endow, that was Senate File 100. During that time, we set aside $10 million for broadband infrastructure, and that had a public-private partnership component to it. Of that $10 million, we have not used it, and albeit having that application open on our website. Right now, that application is not open on the website, but that $10 million is there. Probably what we're talking about now is the federal money that is coming in for broadband infrastructure throughout the United States. I have to digress just a little bit. The enabling legislation established a broadband advisory council. One of the things, there were several things that broadband advisory council was supposed to do. One is hire a broadband coordinator, which they did. If you remember, the first one was Russ Elliott. They were put together a broadband plan, and that exists. You can was part of what they were to do. They were supposed to establish speeds on that. So if you look at the enabling legislation, the Broadband Advisory Council did all of those things. What and how they are going to move on at this particular point is part of my work plan and part of the conversations that are going forward. Broadband Advisory Council also was to do mapping, and they set up a speed test. That's what you will see at yobbmap.org. That's out there where you can take a speed test. Now we could spend the rest of our time deciding whether and discussing whether a speed test is a very good metric for deciding whether deciding connectivity. There's a lot of things that figure into whether you have speeds or not in a test. But when we put that map together for the broadband, we also we had this independent speed test, but we also subscribed to a database of speed tests called UCLA, and then we also encourage the providers to put in some information into that so we could get a map. That particular map that we have going is based upon hexagonal divisions. It is not address based. The new maps that will come out for the federal funding are address based, and after much discussion and research, I am convinced that the state of Wyoming needs to pursue an address-based map. So that is part of our discussion. And I'm going to come back. It just doesn't make sense at this particular point to talk about this right now. So our next biggest in the past, the state of Wyoming has taken advantage of a number of federal programs. BTOP is one, Reconnect Wyoming, that are Reconnect funds that come through USDA, the recent RDOF, the opportunity funds that came out, CAF 1 and CAF 2, and most, if not all of those have been taken advantage by our providers somewhere, sometime in the state. Now what we have, we had in the past, the recent past, we did $48 million worth of broadband infrastructure through the CARES Act. And if you remember that, there was an expiration date on that that was very aggressive, and although we awarded more than that 48 million, the time constraint only allowed us to get about that amount in there. So now the next big thing that's coming is the Arpa funds, and there's different sections under there, and you'll hear them referred to as section 604 and 602. The 604 funds are the legislature gave us $75 million to distribute there. And of that, we can access 5% for planning, and mapping is considered part of the planning. So that's primarily what we're doing right now, is trying to figure out what is the best use of our planning dollars, and getting together another, let's call it a Connect Wyoming type of program out, so that we can get broadband infrastructure for the citizens of Wyoming. Then the next tranche of funds, and I'm not even sure where I am on my slide deck anymore. The next one is what's called the BEAD funding, on the broadband enhancement, accessibility, and development funds. That on the 15th, the NOFO is being released. So now we will know what the rules are. These particular ones are through Treasury, and there's initial set-asides. They are not competitive. The 604 of 75 million is not competitive, but we do have to submit a grant plan and program plans. A grant plan is, if you will, it's the bigger part of it. And then the program plan is the individual, which is the broadband underneath that. Interestingly, Treasury has said over and over again, this is easy. It's just easy. Just tell us what you're going to do with the money, and it's easy. And the last webinar was on, Treasury said this is easy, and then the states got on, and turns out it's not quite that easy. We had they highlighted 12 states have submitted their plans. None have been accepted at this particular point. So we know it's a bigger wall than initially indicated, but we'll work through that to make sure that that Wyoming is eligible.
Elena, I think you went on mute.
Yep, sorry. I got my hands going. I didn't sit on them at the time. I probably should have kept doing that. That 100 million with the BEAD is also allocated non-competitive, but it requires a 5-year plan for broadband, and that will be more extensive. There's a lot of people that we have to bring in and visit and talk to. It has a real a strong element of accessibility, especially to identified groups, including low-income, veterans, aging, incarcerated individuals. So there's that component to that. Then we can get into the competitive part of BEAD also. Going at the same time, Reconnect was recapitalized. That's the USDA one that we have taken advantage of. Their particular application for 2022 was due March 9th. They anticipate they'll open a 2023 application, and they were recapitalized with $2 billion more. And we have used a number of Reconnect funds. So the exciting thing is that we can get an awful lot done in Wyoming. The difficult part is how we get that done, and to make sure that we tick all the boxes in a timely manner. I'm convinced that fiber in the ground to everybody in Wyoming is topographically impossible, but in other places also. So I think the answer to a lot, the answer to most of it is fiber, because it's scalable and it detailed argument, but it's where we all come out, is where we need fiber in ground. But wireless and fixed wireless has an important place for Wyoming, and so does satellite. And so it's trying to have those conversations so that we can best meet the needs of everyone in the state of Wyoming. Now, I've put together a work plan, and we get together once a week and discuss that. Part of that work plan, one of the number one things is the mapping. So we're doing the research. WIGIS had several conversations with them and what they have on the ground and what they can do. And some other, we're looking closely at the state of Montana, because it has some very strong similarities to Wyoming. And the maps that have some of the best information out there are some of the best recommendations coming out of Georgia. So we're looking at Georgia and Alabama, Maine. I belong to what's called the SBLN, the State Broadband Leadership Network. And when I started this, I got a nice notebook. It is darn near filled. Now it's just trying to find out where I wrote that message and what I started and what I have to do. But you get a lot of, at this point, none of the funds are competitive, and we are sharing very well and with one another. It's a great community to be a part of. I think Treasury and the NTIA, the National Telecom Agency, they are really very helpful. There's a lot of information out there by a lot of different sources. If you're going to look for information, I encourage you to go to something that is published by NTIA, because they are the ones that are the last voice in what is done. The mapping is important because we need to go address based, in my estimation, because that comports with what Treasury will release. Treasury was supposed to have those maps out simultaneously with the release of the NOFO. Unfortunately, they were challenged in court, and it caused about a 3 or 4 month delay. So we don't anticipate Treasury's maps coming out until end of 2022, first part of 2023. That means any funding program that we set up, we're setting up without Treasury's maps, and we really need to have our maps. I'd hate to see us just wait until everything happened all at the same time and try to get 3 or 4 programs going out. I'd really like to see us get the 604 out as quickly as we can, so we don't run into supply, or we run into less supply chain issues and workforce issues in getting that infrastructure in the ground. The Connect Wyoming 2.0 that you see on that is the 604 funding that I was talking about. The NTIA plan submission is the permission, I guess, from Treasury to move forward with the 604 funds. Broadband Advisory Council, we're looking to have a meeting soon, and portion of that is to discuss where do we go from here. I have just about completely messed up this PowerPoint and just jumped ahead here and there. So my apologies. I'm sitting in Southern California, and you know how we helping my daughter move into an apartment as she returns from South Korea. So my mind isn't fully on broadband right now. It's how many steps there are from the, whether there's in-unit washer and dryer, and those are kind of the things I'm thinking about right now. So my apologies for letting me bounce around. I'd be delighted to take questions, and let me say this, when I get back, please call me. Don't call me now. I'm not going to answer the phone, but I would be delighted to talk to you, any of you at that time. So Kathy, you have your hand up, please. Do I have to do the committee chair thing?
No, you do not. Kathy,
Good.
go ahead.
And I won't either, Elena. How are you? I haven't seen you for a while. I have two questions. When you're speaking about the mapping, and I was at several when the CARES Act came out, I was at several broadband committee meetings I participated in, and it seems, I thought they had a pretty comprehensive map. And I don't know, like the specific addresses when you're talking about that. I'm sure that that was not on there, but is that map no longer serviceable, or what is the deal with that?
Whenever I start this, I think I'm looking at some people on this particular board who probably know so much more than me. I hope I don't sound completely like a neophyte on this, but the map that we had, Kathy, was good for when we started it and what we did. Why just came in and they did, they comported all that data from Ookla and put it in there. They did not do an address based. The state of Wyoming, interestingly enough, has 17 counties that are address based in the county, not always in the city and towns that they are in. The other 6 counties have, some of them have a different platform that they're working on. And I believe my number is right. 2 counties don't have any. So to do a address base across the state of Wyoming you just don't go to and plug that data in, but as readily as maybe some other states. In addition, this hexagonal base, they put in the cited figure, and it can go from 100 meters to 300 meters. And within that figure, they look at whether whether a portion of it is serviced. When we did the first maps, the 477 maps, they were based on census blocks. And some of those census blocks were very, very large. And if one person in that census block is served, then the entire census block is served. By going hexagonal, we got even smaller. But it's still the same thing. If someone within that hexagonal block is served, then the whole block is served. By going address based, the best they can tell from this one company, they put it in 3 different colors. Red is not served at all. Yellow was underserved and green was served, so that they could go to 2971 County Road 328 in Kimmer and say not served. So that opened it up to that's the level of data that we want, so we get everybody served. It's a little unnerving for Wyoming to know that we can know that about you.
The second part of the question is, okay, so when we get the funding, how do you visualize, will it be the same procedure as the CARE Act, or have you even considered how the money is going to be distributed at that point?
You know, the CARES Act distribution went relatively well. Of course, I wasn't involved in the details of it. It will follow that. We brought in, if you remember, Kristen Lee, who had retired from CenturyLink. We are working on a contract with that kind of technical expertise to help with roll that out and make sure. But we got to add a couple things. One, our speeds have changed. a little bit, especially when we go back to that endow language. Now unserved is under 25.3. Underserved is from 25.3 to 120. So that definition has changed quite a bit, which opens up some different areas probably to funding. And then they want to go 100 symmetrical, which means 100 up, 100 down. So yeah, we're getting some people who know that much better than I could, but it'll look very similar.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Hi to Diana.
She says hi back. Cindy Johnson.
Cindy, I think your mute's on.
Yes, I know. It's hard to, this alt space isn't working for me. So you talked about mapping, and could we add another piece to that? Because as you know, even in my household, I have some equipment that's on 300 megabytes, some that's faster. It depends upon a lot of things in your home, routers, all these things. Modems can affect your speed. So could we get into that map some ideas of the range of products you could buy in an area? Let's say Sweetwater County. There's 5, I think, that you can choose from, and what those costs are. You know, they range maybe a cost of, you know, you can buy 300 megabytes for $59.95. Now, Verizon's offering 50 megabytes for $79.95. Woo! And so if it would help consumers to know what those prices are, and I think that would make it better for our constituents, our citizens, that we would use that database, then we would use that map, and it would give us more ways to use it and make intelligent decisions about how we're going to buy the internet, how we get that in our homes.
Cindy, there is a component, especially to the BEAD funding, the second one that comes out, that talks about affordability and accessibility, and what that. What I would say to you is we kind of need to get the map, and then to build on it. For instance, here's another. This doesn't really answer your question. Those are things that we'll talk about, the people who could do this map for us. But wouldn't it be nice if we can provide this baseline map, and then we can turn it over, and our EMS has access to it, and they can add on to it, so that we don't have to redo this with a completely different set of map. And that comment is for Bert Adam, is that we can maybe put together a number of things that the state of Wyoming needs from its mapping. And those are things we're keeping in mind as we go. I don't know how many things we can add on to this poor company, but we're going to try everything we can think of. And that's part of the visiting with other people, is just like yourself. Oh, well, that would be a nice component if we could do that. And we are putting together a database of the providers out there, what they offer and where they offer. And when we have that map, you theoretically should be able to click on and see who is your provider. I don't think that, just based on it, I don't think we can put the prices in, because that just changes all over the place. But we can tell you who to call. And so the onus is going to be on you a little bit to do some of your own research to find those things out. Okay. Mark.
All right. And let me preface my question with this. The answer is perfectly acceptable. If it's that involves a longer conversation, I'll give you a call. Okay. But one of the things You know, the FCC awarded Starlink just under $1 billion not too long ago to provide internet to underserved communities, which Wyoming's in that. And you know, I was kind of 100% sold, actually got it, and the speed was pretty good. I've seen some variations in there, so I wouldn't say I'm quite as enamored with it as I was when I first started, but it works, and I think it's a subject to maybe how many subscribers they have based upon their uplink capacity and things like that. But why, you know, with the movement of everything kind of going toward ditching sort of hard infrastructure and wires. I mean, you weren't here, but you know, before the meeting even started, Kim DeBoer was just talking about she's using her daughter's AirPods and how much freeing that is. It's that sort of thing. And so we kind of tend to go away from that, and it's expensive. In a rural area in Wyoming, why would we want to spend the money that we spend on infrastructure versus embracing some sort of satellite technology? And I'm somewhat agnostic, so I'm just asking the question.
Well, let's let Josh talk. Go ahead if you want to do this one. I have an answer. If he doesn't give the right answer, I'll come back and recorrect him.
Fair enough.
Mr. Durrell.
I think the short answer is we may need a call for this, Mr. Law, but I think it's a good question. And the thing that we want to remember is that we have a certain boat, and this goes back to even Ms. Johnson's question about doing a bunch of promotion for providers and all that. We have a certain boat that we're in, and we're going to stay in that boat and not get too far out. So yeah, we can map everything in the world, but that doesn't really make sense for our charge. And I think our charge is to remember that we do have that $10 million that the state has that we can and may utilize with the Broadband Advisory Council. We have these federal funds that are coming at us, and we'll have to meet their requirements. And that's the challenge. Part of the challenge we have is what we will get from NTIA, FCC, everybody in terms of their requirements for these programs. We will be beholden to them ultimately. And so we have to sort of play by the rules that we're given. Now, emerging technologies and all those things aside, they're, I'm sure, hearing about plenty of those to develop their own rules. But we'll play by those rules for that federal money, and we'll have to play by those rules for the $10 million that we have, unless the legislation changes on that. And so that's the challenge we have, is that we have pretty defined rules to play by, and we'll probably just play by those. And that doesn't answer your question fully, but it just, I think, gives everybody a little bit of sideboards for what we're trying to accomplish with broadband.
It's the right, yeah, it's the right answer. It's just, I find myself coloring outside the lines sometimes.
We love that about you.
And
Aaron?
Yeah, so less of a question. And first, congratulations to Elena and her willingness to take on this topic and this new role. So this is a big one for our state, and she's diving into a lot here. And I mean, just major kudos for everything she's jumped right into, especially when, you know, there's a fire hose sitting out there just waiting to hit her with information and programs and things that are coming down the pipe. So I know she's doing a great job in trying to keep her head afloat and keep the state in a really good direction for everything that is coming down the pipe. One thing I did want to let everybody know is we are going to do a series of workshops on broadband like we are on venture capital, because this is, again, another topic and a big program of things that we're going to be faced with this year with the federal funds. And, you know, Elena's trying to keep tabs on what is coming down the pipe or not in the midst of the feds changing their mind on a day-to-day basis. And so she's looking through those NOFOs and trying to figure out, you know, what flexibilities we are or not going to get. We probably, from the looks of things, and Elena can clarify this a little bit more as she wants, we're probably not going to get as much flexibility as we did with our CARES Act program. So we're going to be in a little bit more of a federal box this time than we were the first time around. But you know, I still think there's going to be some great impacts that we'll be able to have. I think there's a lot of conversations, right, and understanding around technologies and where they're important, as well as, you know, the economic priorities and what we're going to look at for the overall impact and what we're hoping to see from this, because it's not just about getting broadband in the, you know, either fiber in the ground or, you know, satellite in the air or whatever it happens to be. We're really looking for an economic impact to come out of this. And so looking at how do we strategically make decisions with what the feds are going to come down with a box and say, this is what you have to live in. And then, you know, how do we take what they've been given us for the box and then figure out what decisions we can make within that drive us to the overall economic impacts that we want out of this program, right? And so there's a lot of that we're going to be faced with. The mapping piece is definitely a conversation. I think, you know, I'm a big proponent around, we utilize technology so much and it drives so much of our daily activities, right? But we don't often pause for a moment and realize how it is working or what it is doing or not doing, and really understanding the technologies that we're utilizing to do our capacity. So as part of this, it'll be to talk about what we have in terms of mapping, what that tells us, what that doesn't tell us. Because, right, Cindy is very accurate. If you're running a speed test, there's a lot of things that can hide or tell you or not tell you based in terms of the information as to how somebody is getting served or not served. So there's that aspect of the conversation. And data in this space is also very interesting and sticky, right? We're dealing with a lot of private companies that play in this space. So it's not a public utility, and we're not here to debate if it should be a public utility or not. But that means that, you know, there is a private industry aspect to this, and how data can come flowing and forthcoming, you know, also has an impact on each of their operations and what they're trying to do to stay afloat and be able to serve some of these communities. And so, you know, trying to figure out that balance that lets us know where we can put our state dollars and get the biggest ROI and drive to the economic impact that we want, and also keeping in light with all of those different balances and sticky topics that are kind of around it. So it's a very complex piece of the pie to be taking on and handling. And Elena's doing an awesome job in getting in there and digging through and start figuring out all of those pieces and how we as the state can get what we need and try and make some really good decisions. And so I think as a board too, you know, we'll be working with Elena in her position and setting up those workshops and really talking through a lot of the stickiness around this topic, because there's a lot there to shed through. So so that's what more to come. Stay tuned, I guess, is the gist of that all.
Cindy?
I second what Aaron said about, boy, Elena jumped in, and it's going to be a huge job. And I did want to just say that there are companies now that are coming into Wyoming because they know they all have money and we have money, and they're coming in and they're buying up those little, even All West is being bought out. And they just bought out Sweetwater HSA. So these companies coming in are going to be turning fast, and Elena's going to have a lot on her plate just keeping track of the new companies coming in, buying out, getting bigger. And are we in a situation where all these companies are being gobbled up by bigger companies? So that'll come into play. And Elena, if boy, any of us could do anything, please holler. Oh, just holler.
Thank you, Cindy. I do appreciate it. it's kind of interesting to get people's part, like, what were you thinking when you took this? This was really, this was a wise decision on your part, and apparently that's not my MO, is to do that. There is a lot of things, and Josh warns me all the time about kind of getting in the weeds, but it's hard not to. I'll tell you that. And you can see from that, and we call it geeking out after a little bit. And so if I geek out enough, maybe you won't call me because you don't have time for the explanation. But there is a lot, and I appreciate anybody giving me insight. And honestly, the providers have been very, very open and very good, and to me, and sharing what they want and what they need. And more information is better at this point. And so if you have something that you think I need to know, please let me know, and I will research that enough that I don't sound so ignorant in a public setting anyway. So thank you, and I appreciate your time, and look forward to talking to any of you next week. Thanks.
Awesome. Elena, thank you so much for all that background and information exchange. As I come into the chair of the service side and being on the board for a while, I certainly I've always had an appreciation for how big of a job, getting that broadband distributed across the state is. As I learn more and am educated further, it's kind of a mind-numbing. You can pull on strings on this thing and never see the finish line. And so those efforts to coordinate and consolidate and keep this moving in the right direction is most necessary and most appreciated simultaneously. So I think that probably concludes the service side. Brandon, Ron, anything else to clean up with before we turn it over and back to the main agenda?
I don't believe we have anything official, but I do see we have 15 minutes left, technically 45 really, without screwing up the agenda. So I thought I would just talk. No, but truly, if it is all right, Mr. Chairman, I do want to make sure, I think it's really important. You guys have heard today from Wendy Lopez and Elena Zempel from the services team, and just about the really impressive work they're doing. I kind of want to pile on. The services team that we have right now is just incredible. Every single person on the team is the self-motivating superstar that we all hope someday, I think, can work on a team that we have the sort of honor to run. So I want to shout out to my entire team. Elena taking broadband and making the most complex thing I've ever really laid eyes on understandable, meaningful, and has steps to success. Huge deal. I've always said economic development's not rocket surgery. I might revise that. It kind of is when you bring broadband into the picture. So shout out to Elena there. Wendy killing it on recruitment, amazing relationships with the companies that she's working with to bring them to Wyoming. Fantastic ambassador for Wyoming. Never question her ability to just kick butt on that. You got Jill Tergamba, our agribusiness division or agribusiness manager division. How old am I? That is taking a whole different approach to developing ag, looking at it as an industry, and how do we solve their problems, identify their problems, and look at that industry instead of one-off efforts that may or may not have the impact we want. So just incredible work from Jill there, highly respected in the legislature and the ag industry. Kayla Claire, who is our Main Street manager that just started with us last year, has absolutely kicked tail, getting us all set up and ready to go for the National Main Street Conference. That's this week. A bunch of us are leaving tomorrow. We'll be starting with a Wyoming only best practices tour of some communities surrounding Richmond, Virginia. Kayla has done all of this, completely stepped up, and it is absolutely amazing agenda. And we've got a group of 40 people going with us that she's had the pleasure of herding, those 40 cats. So anyway, just a really great team on. Amber Simon Power just started with us a couple of weeks ago as our community engagement leadership manager. I can't wait for you all to meet her, get to know her, and see her expertise shine. She is a facilitator extraordinaire, has a rare ability to hone in on what a community wants to do and how to help them get there. So I think, anyway, that's all to say. Services team is amazing. And since I had time left on the agenda, I just wanted you all to know that, not that you didn't already, but just remember it. So with that, that is all the services team has to offer today. Thank you. Oh, and Sue Akey says I should mention her. She isn't technically on the services team, but she is incredible.
That's awesome. Good
Okay,
work,
let's be honest. Sue's on everybody's team and
the
she
truth.
leads everybody's team. So I would agree.
She
along with your
also,
whole team.
one of the things you guys might not know about her is she has absolutely incredible crocheting skills. If any of your small pets need outfits, definitely give her a call.
I'm just happy that Sue is around to provide the adult supervision in that office.
Well said. Well, I will hand it back over. That's it for the service team. Great job, everyone. Appreciate all the help and support and good work getting all those contracts moved forward.
Okay, and still ahead of schedule. So we will go ahead and the next item on our agenda is the morning break. And so we'll go ahead and give everybody, we'll just let everybody come back here at 10:40. Amy, is that what we want to go ahead and do? So that
It's kind of up to you, Madam Co-Chair. If you want to take just a 10-minute break, we can come back at around 10:30, 10:35, or if you want to have a little bit longer break, we can do 10:40.
Okay, does anybody have a preference on the board? I just want to make sure it might mean that we give everybody a little bit more time for lunch because we can't change the investments committee time slot on the agenda. Otherwise, that has to go after lunch. Otherwise, we kind of mess everything up. So we can do a shorter one here. And if we end up with a little bit more in a lunch break, we can do it that way. Okay, perfect. So we'll go ahead and do a 10-minute break now. And then we'll come back and the operations committee with Eric will be on deck. And you guys can turn off your videos for the break. So, and put yourselves on mute, or Amy will put us all on mute. So.
Yes, I can do that too. Thank you.
It's really awkwardly quiet.
Right?
Oh, I wasn't positive if these really high-tech earphones were working. So thank you for saying something, Erin, because I took them out at break.
Right? We always have the fun of like, which Bluetooth device is connected to which device. So, or another device walks in the room and the headphones switch from one to the other, or, you know.
It's like getting in your car with two cell phones.
Exactly.
Some of you might remember a particular interview where it switched from my phone to my wife's car, and you got to interview her for a moment. I still catch a little business about that from both parties, folks on the interview committee and my wife. So that was fun.
Yes, I do remember that. I was just thinking of that story as Kim was talking about her earbuds.
Well, and you're super lucky, Josh, that she turned us down when we offered her the job first so that you could get it.
I suspect the fact that you actually talked to Josh's wife was what sealed the deal, probably.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get started here. So, we're next on the agenda is the Operations Committee, and our committee chair there is Eric Arns. And so, Eric, I'm going to go ahead and pass it off to you.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. And for the Operations Committee, we've had a few meetings recently. They've been productive meetings. And we have a number of items to cover with the full board today. So to kick it off, I'll turn it over to Amy for BRP engagement report.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Committee Chair and members of the board. So as Eric mentioned, we do have a number of different items today. Some are taking place on an annual basis and some because it's the end of the biennium. So we'll bring those forward to you today. The first is actually just more of an FYI for the board. You will see on page 51 of your board book the final report on the BRP audits from MHP. There are no changes to anything we've talked about with the BRP audits. And I think the thing to really reinforce here is that the audits have been completed for well over a year. This is just the official attestation report from MHP closing out the topic. So just wanted to point out to all of you that that report is in your board book and the door is officially closed on BRP audits. Mr. Committee Chair, if you're ready for us to move on to the next topic, I can do that.
Yes, that'll be fine.
Okay, our next topic is actually the quarterly people and performance report. And so we'll have a case come and share our peopleness with us.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Good morning, members of the board. Good to see you all today. I think some delightful updates to share with you, some things that we've done over the last few months since we last gathered and got together. So you guys have already heard quite a bit about this already through the meeting, but some exciting new additions to our team and some familiar faces in some exciting new roles. So Elena Zempel, as you all know well, as she just gave us her broadband update, she decided, after 15 years of being at the Business Council, why not? Let's just go ahead and dive on into broadband and take on something new. And as you all can see, and you heard and you felt, she's really excited and digging in and doing a great job. And so happy to have Elena in that role. Carrie Cavisto joined the team as our agency services manager. I think that she might be on week 4. So she comes to us with some City of Cheyenne experience. She's an arranger, she's a relationship builder, a problem solver. I can't wait for you guys to meet her. It's been great to have her on the team, and you guys will really enjoy getting to know her as well. Brandon gave a shout out to Amber Power. So Amber is our new community leadership and engagement manager. Amber is up in Cody. So now we have 3 employees of the Business Council in the Cody area. Amber, like Brandon mentioned, is a pretty incredible consultant and trainer, facilitator. She's also she has pretty diverse experience. She's also taught macroeconomics and statistics, and worked very closely with small businesses in previous roles. Amber's only about, I think, maybe a week into or 2 weeks into the game. I know time flies when you're having fun, guys. So I'm looking forward to all of us getting together in September so you can see these new faces, and plus some. So moving on, we are in the middle of some really big recruitment efforts right now, people recruitment, not business recruitment. We have to catch ourselves and make sure that we're being clear on the differences there. We get too casual with our recruitment. So the West Central Regional Director, this is to obviously fill the spot left by Elena when she moved over to Broadband. This position serves the Teton, Fremont, and Sublette County region. And Entrepreneur Development Manager, that position, as a refresher, is replacing for Bert Adam, who moved into our Investments Director role. So we're working, we've been interviewing folks and hard at it there, and we will probably be having some announcements from us in the very near future on new faces. The other 3 roles that are listed out here, a couple of them are mostly directly related to what we went to the legislature for and asked as it comes to professional expertise on our team, and we were granted ultimately. So a business retention and expansion expert, this is going to be in addition to the services team. I think you all have heard Josh say it a number of times that, we're all doing business retention and expansion in some way or another, but if we're all doing it, then nobody's really doing it. And so that's the importance of this position, that we have an individual who can focus on this and intentionally design programs, services, all the tools and networks that are needed to help our businesses stay and even expand in the state of Wyoming. Economic initiatives. So this is a new position to the strategy team. And what this position is going to be responsible for is really bringing to life policies and policy and investment solutions, leadership qualities to help us really lift Wyoming's economic development strategy. So that one's out there and it's advertised right now. And then finally, the business recruitment role. We talked a little bit about this earlier. Wendy does a great job. Wendy's one person, and we just need more capacity to be able to get out there and have some real intentional efforts on our business recruitment work. So speaking more people, guys, look at this. So we are also this year going to, this is kind of new for us, not entirely new, but we are going to be complementing our team with an internship program. And what that's going to look like for us is, we're looking at 5 interns to work within our 5 different division department areas. And in each of those interns would be assigned an intern mentor. And the idea behind the mentors is for someone internally who has, a desire and a calling, so to speak, to help lead, develop, and grow other people. And so this is an opportunity for them to really have some one-on-one time with somebody that they can, help take on new challenges and help them grow towards their career aspirations. The intern work is, you guys have heard this morning, and you're going to continue to hear it throughout the day. There's a lot sitting on our plates and on our desks here at the Wyoming Business Council, and interns in these roles are going to help support that work, and they'll be able to learn what it's like to work within a statewide economic development agency, and perhaps even just what is economic development, right? So this is not just a need for the Business Council when it comes to how we get the work done, but I think that it's also pretty tightly aligned with our purpose in creating opportunities for current and future generations of Wyomingites. And so this next slide that we have here is our full org chart slide. And so basically all of these new faces that we've just brought on, the recruitment plans, people recruitment plans, and the internships are going to bring us by July 1. The goal is to have all of these people on board by July 1 to about 34 full-time employees by that time, plus 5 interns. And so you can see from the chart that, that's quite a few more people for the services team, in addition to the strategy team and filling out our regional services team. The really light green squares are our interns. And I think at this time, I'll go ahead and I'll pause for questions.
Thanks, Hava. Nice job. Kathy.
I was just wondering, with the interns, are they going to be full-time interns? How is that going to work when all of you are in and out of the office all the time? This kind of blows my mind.
Thank you, Kathy. That's a really good question, and I'm glad you asked. So they're actually going to be year-round internships. And what the plan is to have interns come on and start with us this summer. And that way they can spend 40 hours a week with our folks, have more time, and they'll get to spend time with a number of people around the organization. There's always at least one person around here, to learn and to dive into different projects. But so anyway, back to the summer. So they'll spend more time with us this summer, and then work throughout the school year on a schedule that fits their academic career, and also continues to maintain the momentum on our projects and the different support projects they're taking on. Thanks, Kathy.
Any other questions from the board?
Okay. Well, continuing on. So on the performance end of things at the Business Council, in the spirit of ensuring a high performance culture, we regularly build initiatives that are designed to challenge our mindsets and designed to support our growth as individuals and as a team. And what we've been doing over the last few months, our current initiative, I guess is a better way of saying that, is we've been spending a lot of time learning how to be coaches, learning how to be peer coaches, learning how to, just be good advisors to one another. The idea of coaching is actually pretty impactful in that it's not just about helping somebody else improve, but there's a real strong learning component that comes with it too. There's relationship building, and it's especially helpful when you think about, like I said earlier, we've got 3 people up in Cody now. Not everybody's in Cheyenne in the same building working together. We are definitely a hybrid work environment. And like Kathy said, we're off all over the place all the time. And so when we set up these coaching networks, it helps us really make sure that we maintain a rhythm with one another and ongoing communication, and that we're learning and gaining all of these experiences from other people. When you hire, for example, you hire someone like Amber Power, for example, onto the team, and that she has a background in consultation and facilitation training, et cetera. Until you start having some of these meaningful, structured conversations, you might not know that she might know about some other macroeconomics, as an example, and what you can learn and gain from that. So that was the intention behind our coaching platform, so to speak, that we have. And so we have these peer coaching groups that are teams of 3. They get together on a regular basis, and they spend 30 minutes. And these are solutions-oriented conversations that people are having. They're not intended to be, something that isn't productive. And so I always advise folks, because imagine this, guys. I mean, you've gotten to know the team pretty well, and everybody's like, I'm not doing this right. And the constant response from me is, that's not the point. The point is that you're doing it, and you're having conversations, and you're learning about each other, and we're growing. We're continuing to push forward. So that, combined with this ongoing support, I've been having ongoing conversations with folks about their moments of brilliance, what brings spark to them, where their purpose is, how that aligns with what they're doing at the Business Council, and then seeking avenues or paths that we can continue to enhance that or build upon that. And so that takes us to what's next, and what you can expect to hear more from me on in September is we're really looking at a meaningful, fully developed talent development strategy. And what I mean by that is that it's something that we all can understand, we can look at, and we can support the mutual expectations around it. What does it take to be successful at the Business Council? What can we do to stretch ourselves? Where do we need to go into the future, importantly, right? So all of these things, build them all together into a clear model, so we all have a roadmap that we're all working from at the same time. That would be it for me, Mr. Chair, Mr. Committee Chair. Any questions?
A lot going on there, Hava. Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, not seeing any. Good job. So we'll move on to financial report. Lindsay.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Madam Co-Chair, members of the board, I am presenting to you our March 31st, 2022 budget report. March 31st ends our third quarter of fiscal year 2022. So we should be at 75% budget usage for this time in the year. You can see we're at 64.2%. We have some lines that are over that, some under, just kind of varies based on what's happening during the year. As we are wrapping up our 2-year budget cycle in June, our goal for June 30th is to have this very close to 100%. In our federal fund budget, we are wrapping up our CDBG program, rural development program, and the STEP grant ends in September. So we're working through that. On our agency funds, we have about $9 million available in our economic loan account, and we have received $2.3 million in revenue. That is loan payments, interest payments on those loans, and interest earned on the fund that is invested with the Treasurer's Office. You can see we've got about $4.6 million in the Rural Rehab Fund and $208,000 available to us in our Wyoming Business Council Fund. I want to hit the COVID budget real quick. We've got $3,000 unobligated there that you'll see. Those represent funds that were returned as a result of the BRP audits that were discussed a little bit earlier. Since March 31st, we have received another $58,000 because of audits. So that we're working on getting that reverted back to the CARES account held with the governor's office. We haven't had really any changes in our budgeted expenditures by funding source. That's all pretty consistent to the previous quarter. And you can see our line item expenditure. This is our types of expenses. Those are pretty close to that 70%, 75% mark. And then really quick on the loans, we have a net loan balance of $24.4 million. And we've received, this is down from the last quarter, about $1.6 million that we've had payoffs or loan payments, I should say. With that, I'll take any questions.
Are there any questions for Lindsay on the financial report? Lindsay, I'm not seeing any.
Great.
And then,
So,
Mr. Committee
Josh?
Chair, we'll have to have an action on this one to accept.
Yes.
I would move that we accept the report.
I would second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Any discussion? Okay, with that, we'll vote. Before we vote, Ms. Moore.
Thanks. I can't find my hand fast enough. Lindsay, I just wanted to follow up. So we're getting to the end of a biennium this year. But can we just talk a little bit about like business ready community funds and just how those roll since we are at the end of a biennium? And I know after lunch, we're going to get into conversations and funding and all that kind of stuff with BRC. And so can you, especially for some new board members and a refresher for the rest of them, can you talk just a little bit in terms of how that happened, what happens at the end of the biennium and with those particular funds?
Yep, absolutely. So generally our general fund budget reverts back to the state at the end of a biennium, which for this year is June 30th, 2022. We have a 2-year budget cycle. BRC though, the BRC funds are continuously appropriated, which means those funds don't revert. They are general funds, but as part of the statute, we maintain those. So you see we've got almost $15 million still available at March 31st, and whatever is left at June 30th, we will carry forward into the new biennium.
Perfect, thank you. I just like to highlight that one for everybody. So because it's a little bit different than the rest of the rules.
Yeah, BRC is different. So while our goal is 100% at June 30th, I don't know that we'll quite be there overall because of BRC.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a first and a second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Next, the financial fiscal year 2021 financial audit report. Amy.
Yes, Mr. Committee Chair and members of the board, I actually feel like we should have a drum roll or a spotlight or some sort of major standing ovation and applause. We are presenting the fiscal year 21 financial audits today, and I know it's been a conversation in past board meetings. You probably are all thinking, geez, what fiscal year are we currently in? We are in fiscal year 22. And so this is the fiscal year 21 audit. Just to kind of ground all of you, I want to remind you what that time frame is. That was June 1st, 2020, no, July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. So just want to remind you of that. So keep in mind what was happening on July 1st, 2020, and that and the vast amount of work that we were doing with the business relief programs and COVID and so much other activity. So I just want to kind of ground all of you on that timeline a little bit. We do have our guests from McGee Hernan Pies with us today. We've got our engagement partner, Wayne Herr, and we are also joined by Robert Dayhill, who on this audit was the quality control partner who reviewed the audit. And so I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Herr, who can talk a little bit about the financial audit and what their findings were.
Great, thank you. We're very appreciative for our opportunity as a firm to work with the Business Council. I gave a more extensive summary of the audit process to the Operations Committee. So for the General Board, I'm going to give the high level presentation, and then you can certainly drill down and ask more questions, but I'll keep it at a pretty high level and try to keep it short. So basically we perform the audit under 3 different sets of auditing standards, and each set of standards has a report that we issue. So first we do the audit under generally accepted auditing standards, which would apply to any audit. And we issue our auditor's opinion report on that. And the report is what we call a clean or unmodified report, which means in our opinion, the financial statements are fairly presented in material respects. Then because of the nature of this entity being a government entity, we also do the audit under government auditing standards, which requires us to do some work looking at the internal control over financial reporting and compliance with laws, regulations that tie in with your financial aspects of the business council. And so we completed that audit. Unlike the other opinion, we actually issue a report. It's not an opinion. It basically would let you know if anything came to our attention to indicate that there are issues related to the internal controls for your financial reporting or compliance with laws and regulations that could have a material financial impact on your organization due to that non-compliance. And we did not find any findings in either of those areas. So that report has no findings. The third set of standards that we work under come from the federal government, the Office of Management and Budget. They relate to testing major federal programs. The major federal program this year was your big CARES Act program. And so then we have to test that program. We get guidance from the federal government on what areas are directed material, or at least potentially directed material. We have to test internal control over the major compliance areas for that program, as well as testing compliance on a sample basis. And you can imagine this program was very, very large. Nevertheless, I believe, in my opinion, having been involved in these conversations over the past couple of years, the Business Council went into the business relief program, which was where these funds were spent, with a lot of upfront planning and understanding of the requirements from the state legislature. And so when you put a lot of upfront effort into designing your systems for monitoring and quality control, the quality of actually administering the program is expected to be much higher. So despite all the testing that we did on this program, we did not have any findings. It was not from a lack of audit effort. It was really because of, I think, all the control monitoring that had been put in place for this program from before any funds were even dispersed to the businesses. So again, no findings on that report either. And so the Business Council, for federal audit purposes, is considered to be a low-risk auditee based on its past recent history and findings. So that's the quick summary. No findings, no issues. Even some of the delayed information the Business Council needed to receive to finish up their financial statements was not the result of any problems within the Business Council. It was just waiting to receive that information from outside parties. So that's why there's no findings related to the delay on completing the audit, was because it was from circumstances and information needs outside of your organization. That's the quick and the dirty version. Be willing to entertain any questions. If anybody wants to get more details on anything, we can provide that as well.
Thank you, Wayne. Are there any questions on the fiscal year 2021 audit, Kathy?
I do. Not a question, but a comment. Hi, Wayne. You know, I love to look at the audits, but I found it really fascinating this year, and compliment you and the team at the Business Council and the team at your auditing firm with the parameters that you had for the CARES Act money, et cetera. I think that was a huge lift, and I just congratulations that it's done.
And I developed a high level of familiarity with the program from having spent pretty much all of my life for 2 months looking at audit reports from businesses. So that helps too when we have that background. And I just want to mention that we did use firms from throughout the state because that work needed to be done in such a short period of time. So this was not just an economic boost to the state businesses, but it was also a boost to the CPA firms around the state that were able to participate in helping look at some of these business grants and do that reporting, and then provided the results to us for us to review. Was, I think, a very good example of how government and private partnership can work at a time when we were facing a really difficult economic environment in the middle of the pandemic. So.
Well, thank you.
Thanks,
And
Kathy.
I was going to say, and this will be my last audit since I'm being put out to pasture. So, and Robert Dayhill has certainly had a lot of experience looking over these statements for the last several years. So I can feel very comfortable that he's able to pick up where I've left off. So.
Absolutely. Amy.
Actually, Josh might have beat me to the punch. So
Oh, Josh has
you
his
had your
up too. I
hand
didn't
raised
see that.
first. Yeah.
Go ahead, Josh.
Well, if this were Jeopardy, I would form it in a question. But thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. And I guess maybe I'm going to beat Amy to the punch also on this, because I have a feeling that she's going to thank Mr. Herr for all of his work over the years. So I'll let her do that. But I want to kind of take a step back and maybe talk a little bit about what Mr. Herr mentioned about getting things set up from the beginning and making sure that we have things in place before it starts. And I can tell you from a couple of different scenarios, that's a really important key. And I think it's something that is something that we are working to do within the Business Council to make sure that, especially as stewards of state funds and as stewards of federal funds, we want to make sure that they're spent appropriately, of course, and that's the decision making that goes on here. But we also want to make sure that we're doing things in a way that can make sense, that we can track and report and meet the standards that are being required of us. And sometimes that takes longer up front than we all want it to. And sometimes when you're mixing federal funds and state funds and all those things, it gets really way more complicated than it should be, of course. But ultimately, if you don't deal with that complication at the beginning, you pay for it at the end. And so we may be paying for it in time in some programs up front, but we get it back tenfold in the reporting, and we get it and we make sure that we're doing it right so that we don't have to pay those funds back because of reporting. And we've been through some of those cases, and it's tough and it's really challenging for us. So sometimes it seems like it takes a lot more time up front. And I know that folks like Lindsay and Amy, and they kind of get this like, why is this taking so long? It seems so easy. It's money, we pay it, and it's not a big deal, but it is a big deal. And to do it right takes more time now, but we get so much back later because we're not scrambling around. We're not having to repay those funds, and that we're good stewards of state and federal dollars. And so I just want to say thank you to the team it ultimately it's everybody at the Business Council, but I know that Amy and Lindsay and the team in operations really do a good job of the contracts, the accounting, and all of those things that are necessary. And so I just appreciate their work, because if you look at the amount of money that we put out there with BRP and the other programs like BRC in the previous biennium, it's incredible. It's just it's a way bigger number than we're used to, and we did it really, really well. So thanks to the team for guiding us through that.
Well said. And as the committee chair, it's awful nice to be able to say we have a clean audit. So thanks again to everyone for what they did. Are there any other questions on the audit?
Yeah, Mr. Committee Chair, I just want to add to that a little bit, if I may. What I'm displaying right now on your screens, and hopefully it's showing up, just kind of reinforces how different fiscal year 21 was for us at the Business Council with the business relief programs. So this is just a summary table, but it does a nice job of showing the differences between 2020, which was more of a normal year for us from a financial standpoint, to fiscal year 21. And there are no typos on this table. Those numbers are absolutely real. Where we're typically handling revenues of 91 million, we handled revenues of 445 million in fiscal year 21. And I want to reinforce what it means to have no findings in our audit and in the review that MHP did, because Josh talked about it, and Lindsay talked about it, and Wayne talked about it. About the systems and about how we kind of developed and lived our favorite saying in operations, which is slow is smooth and smooth is fast. And that's what happened. That's what this looks like, is this is the result of being careful and having good acumen, having good foundations, and honestly having awesome people. And so big shout out to Lindsay, to Angie, to Katie on the accounting team, who I know are both listening. But really even beyond the accounting team, because to have no findings handling that amount of federal money was an organizational wide initiative. And it was, and we were successful because we built the right systems and nobody had to do heroics. There might have been some heroics, but we really did build the right systems. And I think, I'm incredibly proud of this audit and incredibly proud of the work that the team did. And to Josh's point earlier, I'm also very grateful for the partnership that we have with MHP. Wayne has been our engagement partner since I first joined at the Business Council, and has been a source of expertise for us. MHP provides education and consulting in some ways when we have questions, and they were involved as we set up the business relief program processes to make sure that we were handling the money in the correct way. And so, Wayne, I'm very appreciative of you and the work that we've done together the last few years. And we do wish you the very best as in your terms being put out to pasture. But I think you have grand retirement plans as you relocate to Las Vegas, and we're just very grateful. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Not seeing any other questions, so I think that brings us to the action item, which would be the consideration of the acceptance of the fiscal year 2021 audit.
So
We
moved.
have a motion. I heard the first. Did we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes. Thank you. Next up, we have a contract with MHP for the fiscal year 2022 audit. Amy.
Yes, and so we also do have this contract for your consideration in the board book, and I'm trying to quickly find the page number for you. What this is considering our fiscal year 2022 audit services. So while we just presented the fiscal year 21 financial audit to all of you, it is now time for us to talk about the fiscal year 2022 audit. I'm sure that does create some shivers for Lindsay a little bit, since we just wrapped one up and are talking about the next one already. But we would like to bring forward to the board consideration of an additional audit contract with MHP for fiscal year 2022. Just some background on this. We do go out for RFP on our audit every 3 years, and that's in line with our purchasing policy. So the last time we went out for RFP on the financial audit was in 2020. We are next scheduled to go out for RFP in early 2023, and so that would be next year. We would like to bring forward a contract for the fiscal year 2022 audit to the board for consideration. The cost is $34,000 for the financial audit and $6,800 for the compliance audit. And that compliance audit encompasses our federal funds. As Wayne mentioned, and as you have heard, Wayne is retiring. And so if MHP is awarded this contract, Robert Dayhill will be the engagement partner on our fiscal year 2022 audit. We will continue with Jenna Hall, who has been our engagement manager for a couple of years. And then another MHP resource, Stephanie Pickering, will be moving into the quality control partner seat. So we'll continue to have separation of duties and diversity in that quality control review. Mr. Herr and Mr. Dayhill, anything you'd like to talk about as far as the fiscal year 2022 audit proposal?
Nothing from my perspective, just so everyone there knows. I've been a partner with the firm since 2005, and have been our quality and has been the firm's quality control partner since 2015 and have functioned in that role ever since. So part of my role as quality control partner is I review all audited financial statements before they are issued to make sure that they're in line with professional standards, that they meet our quality control standards, pass our peer review process. So I've been in reviewing the Business Council report since 2015, so I'm familiar with things, and so we'll be stepping into Wayne's role moving forward. But I feel I have a good handle and good understanding of what takes place and what's going on. So.
Mr. Committee Chair, nothing further from my end, so I'll hand it over to you for consideration of the action.
Okay, I'll just check in and see if there's any questions from anyone. Seeing none, so we have an action item to consider the staff recommendation on the contract for the next audit.
So moved.
Seconded.
Derek and Aaron, thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. So Amy, are we turning Wayne and Robert loose now?
And we can turn Wayne and Robert loose now. Thank you, gentlemen. We greatly appreciate it.
Thanks to both of you. Okay, the last item for Operations Committee is contract with Land Investments LLC for the building lease. Amy.
Yes, so this contract is on page 131 of your board book. What this is an extension of our lease for the next biennium. And this is for the Cheyenne office lease in our current location. The lease price is $231,168. Again, that is for the entire biennium. So that takes us through June 30th, 2024. That breaks down to around $9,632 per month. And so that is what our lease is. That is actually the current rate that we've been paying for the last 4 years on our lease. And we will be extending that or asking the board to consider extension of that for 2 more years. So we are pleased that we were able to maintain our current lease rate. I do think as we move into the next year, where we start to talk a little bit about the next biennium budget request, we will work with the landlord to see if we have any lease increases in our future, and we'll be sure to build that into our next biennium's budget request. Any questions on the lease?
Not seeing any, Amy. That's good news. Okay. Last action item would be to consider the staff recommendation to extend that lease. Do we have a motion?
This is Chuck, so moved.
Seconded.
Chuck and Mark, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks to all the operations team and Madam Co-Chair. That concludes our report.
Okay. We have lots of contracts for today's meeting, which is good. This is how it is towards the end of the fiscal year. Okay, so next, and I would, before we transition, I would like to say it's great job to staff on the audits. That's a huge effort, and you know, to have it come as clean as it did is major kudos. And Amy, you know, big thank you to you and your staff for pulling all of that off. So, all right, so on next on the agenda, and we're just slightly ahead, so we'll see if we stay there or not, but we're pretty on target on the agenda today, is Kathy Tomasi, and is our chair for our strategy and execution committee.
Hi, yeah, we thank you, Erin. We had a great strategy meeting, committee meeting at the end of April, and I think we got a lot done. We got a lot talked out, and we've had several interim little conversations, but when we talked about the triangle with regard to our strategic planning. We talked about priorities for the year, and especially we talked about pathways to prosperity. So you're going to be hearing all that. So I'm going to just turn it over to Sarah, and she can take it away.
Great. Thank you, Madam Committee Chair and Madam Chair and members of the board. Good morning. Getting to be afternoon. Good morning still. I hope you guys are all doing well. Yeah, today, so let me share my screen before I jump in here. Here we go. So today, as Kathy said, we will we'll take some time to just update you on what the strategy group has been working on in the past quarter. We'll spend the bulk of our time today talking about the Pathways to Prosperity project, and we'll give you an update on that, as well as make a recommendation that you consider approval for the contract with the Harvard Growth Lab for that project. And then Jean Garrison from UW will be joining us to talk about the Profiles in Wyoming Prosperity Project. So good agenda for today. All right, just went through that. So I'm sure that I actually wasn't on this morning during Josh's CEO report, but if he didn't talk about the triangle, I would be absolutely shocked. So I'm sure you've seen that already today, and you've seen it many, many times in the recent past. But really what we're focused on in the strategy group is helping this triangle vision come to fruition. And so our priorities are really focused around that. In the past quarter, we've made a few, in the past quarter and a little bit longer than that, we've made a few big strides in that direction. We've secured funding for the Pathways to Prosperity project. We've launched our new website and refreshed the annual report and those communication pieces, gaining support for our vision of the strategy and the triangle, and really sort of building the capacity at the bottom of the triangle through those effective communication channels. And then we also had a very successful budget session this year. And we feel like we are in a position to really make some impact as we work on investments, policy, and leadership solutions to grow Wyoming's economy. Our current priorities are to scale innovation and hone in on our strategic communication and coalition building, as well as leveraging funds from the Investments in Infrastructure and Jobs Act to execute on our strategy. Scaling innovation, we are really focused on building a system and an environment that enables the Business Council as well as statewide teams to continuously identify economic problems and really sort of growing that culture of innovation to continuously do that. Blending it right into that is guiding and implementing the Pathways to Prosperity project. And that goes together, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. That goes together with the comprehensive economic development strategy as well. We'll also be hiring on an onboarding. We've currently got a position posted for an economic initiatives director. And so looking forward to bringing a person on in that role soon. And we will, and we'll build out the team from there, including a markets and industry manager. And of course, we're working with organization-wide teams on individual projects, but we're really sort of putting more and more of that into practice, bringing other people from throughout the organization into specific projects. One example of that is Brandy Harlow is working on the Investments in Infrastructure and Jobs Act and sort of coordinating that and really taking a strategic economic development lens to that project. communication and coalition building is a big priority for us right now. What we are working on, and when I say we, I really mean Amy Quick is taking the lead on all of this work, and she's working with a number of just super impressive folks, including 3 Elephant, who is our public relations firm, and other contractors, Callan, to really sort of tie together the strategy, the triangle, and most importantly, building support around that. And so it's a little bit less about, outward communication and more about what do we do to sort of build the snowball of support for the work that we're doing in this state. I think we've got a strong sort of reason to follow us. And so we're working on building up that coalition of followers. Of course, we've hit on IJA a little bit already, but there are potentially billions and billions of dollars that the state is well positioned to use. Those dollars will probably not go through. We will not be applying. The Business Council will not be applying for any specific grants. However, there are a lot of opportunities in transportation, energy. Of course, broadband is the exception to that where we will be applying for grants, but we will be bringing an economic development lens to the transportation and energy sides of that. I'll get a little bit more deeply into the Pathways to Prosperity project, but before I do, any overarching questions around what we've been able to do in the past quarter in the strategy group. Okay, all right, I will move right on then. So the Pathways to Prosperity project, some of you might remember this as the Harvard project. It's the Pathways to Prosperity project, and we call it that because we truly think that it is what will enable us to execute on our strategy and execute on our triangle. The reasons why we think this is an important project are that as all of you know, things are looking a little bit better in Wyoming right now. And a lot of that's driven by commodity prices. But we all know this up and down, Wyoming is still more vulnerable than other regional economies. That volatility is still there. And ultimately, as I've presented before, the job losses over the past decade or more are just much greater than we've been able to impact so far. And so there's a need to translate the state's economic development strategy to more specific and actionable work that builds resilience. And of course, it all comes back to how do we scale innovation? How do we move up that triangle to scale innovation to create solutions for around policy investments and leadership to grow Wyoming's economy? So this project really takes a pretty new and different approach to economic development. It's interesting because it leverages evidence and leverages data from countries and economies around the world. And so it's bringing a really evidence and data-driven approach to the challenge that we face of trying to scale what we're doing to sort of fill in what the jobs that we've lost. It's also really interesting and different from approaches that we've taken in the past because it's meant to be collaborative and iterative. So I sort of think of this as there's two different components to the Pathways to Prosperity project. The first is to try to help us understand, using data, using evidence, using methodologies that are pretty sophisticated, to help us sort of understand what are the opportunities out there, get sort of a base level understanding of what are the industries that make sense for Wyoming to grow, what are the opportunities, and get a little bit of a glimpse into how we might start to do that and what are the barriers to growth in those industries. And then the second piece of that is this collaboration and iterative approach piece. So we'll have sort of a baseline to start with, but really what makes this project special is that it's built to build capacity within the state. And what we'll do is we'll work iteratively to continue to hone in on the barriers to growing the right industries, continue to ask the right questions. And we'll do that with the support of the Harvard Growth Lab in their research capacities and in their facilitation capacities. So what does that look like in terms of what will this project deliver? Well, like I said, there's sort of two different components to that work together very smoothly. We'll get applied research and recommendations, and that will include a growth perspective. We will also get our CEDS, our Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, out of this work. And we'll have dashboards to help us easily understand how things change, because we all know that economies are not static. And together with that, we'll also do, we will also have a leading economic growth training that the Harvard Growth Lab will do for stakeholders and practitioners in Wyoming. And then the learning by doing part, which is that sort of iterative, collaborative approach, the Harvard Growth Lab and Building State Capabilities at Harvard will facilitate 4 to 6 PDIA. It stands for problem-driven iterative approach. It's just an iterative approach to economic development. They'll help us facilitate 4 to 6 of those teams and support those teams through research and through their capabilities there. And then policy recommendations and implementation, will result from the work of those iterative teams. So this is what that looks like in terms of what are we paying for in the contract. This is just a breakdown of those different deliverables. And one thing to call out here in your contract, you've got a timeline in there. That draft is being revised right now, and we're working out the specific dates. But all you really need to know right now is about every 90 days, about every quarter, we will receive a deliverable from the Harvard Growth Lab. And the first one will be a growth perspective. And then after that, there will be some presentations, but most of that will be work. And the payment schedule is going to be about every quarter. And we're working out the details of that, like I said, currently. Who's going to be doing this work? We are currently building a small internal core team around us at the Business Council, but this is a project that will encompass many parts of the state. And so we will be working closely with our agency partners. We will be working closely with folks in local economic development and other stakeholders from across the state in industry and other areas. But we are putting together a small sort of core team to drive this from the Business Council. But like I said, it's going to be a really, really, really collaborative approach. So next steps, the first one will happen today. We'll be asking you to consider our recommendation to approve the contract. allowing for changes that aren't substantive. And so that includes things like honing in on those specific dates in the contract, and invoicing methodologies, those sorts of things. But then after that, we'll have a project kickoff that will include the Growth Lab team, as well as our team at the Wyoming Business Council and those other partners, as I said. And then we'll get to start on some deep dive research, we meaning the Harvard Growth Lab team in conjunction with us, which will include a lot of outreach to firms and different sorts of stakeholders. And so super excited to get that started. There is an action item on this, but before we move into that, are there any questions? And Marcio is also here, and he's available to answer any questions as well.
So Sarah, can I just add the table that Sarah put up, in full transparency, this table that Sarah put up is on page 152 and 153 of your board book, in case you have any questions about any of that. As she said, the timelines are pretty fluid, I think, with some of that, but yeah, we have discussed that quite a bit and have gone over those. So just if you have any questions about that, that's where they are. So Sarah, do we do an action item right now as far as the pathways to prosperity are? We're kind of going out of sequence here, but is that, Amy, is that what you want us to do?
That's right, Madam Committee Chair, and Amy, weigh in, please. But at your pleasure, that's totally fine. We did swap the UW piece with this piece, so we just rolled into it. So if you'd like to go ahead with that action item, that's perfectly fine.
I would like to go ahead.
And Madam Committee Chair, I can just add really quickly, and you mentioned it, the statement of work for this contract begins on page 140, and then
Right.
you mentioned the page numbers for where the draft contract sits. And as Sarah's recommendation is to approve the contract, allowing for non-substantive changes and contingent on approval by the Attorney General. And I just want to reinforce that point. We do have Devin Kenny on the line today. He has been working very closely with us from an Attorney General standpoint. And so he is our representative from the Attorney General's office and is working very closely with us on this contract as we hammer out some of the more legalese type questions between us and Harvard. And so he has given his blessing on considering a motion of this sort as well.
Okay, so do I hear any questions at all concerning Pathways to Prosperity contract? Kim?
Thank you very much, Kathy. Quick question, because of course I'm the nerdy numbers girl. The funds to pay for this contract, remind me, guys, was that approved through the legislature? Is it coming from the governor's budget into our budget? Can you just explain that a little bit, Amy?
Yeah, I sure can. And Sarah, feel free to jump in too. So the majority of the funds are actually coming to us. They originated as Arpa funds, but they actually did come to us as what they're terming revenue replacement funds. And so they are considered sort of general funds. They're a little bit of hybrid funds that were actually transitioned into our budget directly with the governor's approval. The other portion of the funding is actually coming from an Economic Development Association grant, which is also federal money. So we are balancing two different federal sources of funds on this, and are making sure that we've got all of our contract language correct so that we know which funds are covering which pieces of the work.
Perfect. I love hearing that we are able to repurpose or not repurpose, but properly purpose the use of federal funds to help move us forward.
Absolutely. It's an exciting project. So, so any other questions? Okay, hearing none, do I have a motion to accept the consideration of the staff recommendation for the Pathways to Prosperity contract?
I'd make a motion.
Second.
Do I hear any discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. This is again an exciting time. So we'll keep our eye on the Pathways to Prosperity, see what happens. Okay, so now, Sarah, do you have anything else, or are we going to move on to Ron?
Yeah, so we will move right on to Ron, and
Okay.
I think he'll actually turn it over to Jean Garrison from UW.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Great job.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Madam Committee Chair, and thank you, Sarah. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Jean Garrison today. Our paths first crossed in 2018, September, when Jean was a facilitator in our work with setting up the Wyoming Asia Pacific Trade Office in Taiwan, and one-stop conduit to connecting the higher education side of that office with the University of Wyoming. Benefit of working with Jean the last few years on various projects. She is a professor in the UW School of Politics, Affairs, and International Studies. And she's also co-director of the Malcolm Wallop Civic Engagement Program, which is under the auspices of the reason she's here today. They've launched the Profiles in Wyoming Resilience Project, where they hear from communities, community folks with a unique way of telling their stories about barriers and opportunities to academic achievement, employment, and community resilience. So I told Jean she had us at barriers and opportunities. And Josh, I think somewhere in all that verbiage I had was, again, the capacity building and local economic development efforts. And Jean's promised a report out, and she's working with making presentations with some of our partners lately, the State Chamber last week. She's up here in Gillette tomorrow for the Workforce Development Council quarterly meeting. So I will stop and let Jean take over and talk about the Wyoming Resilience Project, which has some pretty unique ways of hearing from community members.
Oh, thanks so much, Ron. Sarah, could you stop your screen share so I could do the same? Thank you so much. So I'll do that in a second. I just want to say thanks so much for the time to visit with you about this project. All the buzzwords I just heard, prosperity, resilience, opportunities, and barriers. I think we're all very interested in the same thing. And I think where the connection is, that does sound like a really cool project, by the way, the Harvard project. Well, here we have a homegrown project, which I think complements the efforts of the Wyoming Business Council, community needs and community interests, and the state and the local level. So it's really, I think you've placed me really well in your calendar of your agenda. Before I screen share, let me just say, Ron got it right. I've done a number of things at UW. I'm currently a professor, and my co-lead on this project is Jason McConnell. He's actually tonight going to be doing a presentation to Midwest Town Council. And the ability to be with you virtually does allow us to get much broader, get this project in front of people. And what we found in this kind of a project, so let me just set it up for a second, then I'll show you some pictures and kind of give you an idea of what this project's trying to do, and then what it looks like to participate. So the Business Council and others were great partners in sending this out via social media. You probably got inundated by this. But what we found is when you're doing a qualitative study where you're asking people to share pictures which show their perceptions of what Ron mentioned, opportunities and barriers to achieve educational achievement, economic kind of workforce jobs, opportunities for employment, and then community resilience. people aren't sure what you're asking for. Photo voice is a qualitative research method where people are asked to share pictures and then a description of what that picture means to them. So you're getting at perceptions. And I think we know, there's facts out there in terms of what's going on in Wyoming, but people have different perceptions of what's going on. So that's what this project gets at. So it kind of fills some gaps, and I think, again, complements some data that's already being gathered. So let me share my screen and just show you. And I just want to say thank you. So if there's any ask here, it's if you have other groups you want us to speak to, we're really gathering pictures for the next month through the middle part of June. That's our focus, where we're going to cut it off and really start analyzing the pictures and descriptions. And ultimately the first deliverable will be an interactive website, which will be mapped. We're working with YGIST. We did get one of the Data Hub grants through UW. So all the data we gather will be available, and the storyboards and pictures will be available to everybody in the state, and hopefully used by community leaders and state leaders as well. So that's the promise. We also will have follow-up focus groups. And can somebody tell me if you can see this? Is it coming through verbally?
Yes, we can see it.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, thank you very much. And as Ron said, I co-direct the Malcolm Watt Civic Engagement Program, and one of our other projects is we provide free social studies resources to teachers in the state, multimedia resources, and we started that during COVID. And because my research partner and I are Wyomingites, long-term Wyomingites, we're around the state. I'm actually from Sheridan County. So I've been very interested over the years how perceptions really are different in different parts of the state. Already set up what the dimensions are here: opportunities and barriers for educational achievement, employment, and community resilience. That focus was deliberate so that we could line up with other efforts, the way money is being spent currently, the federal priorities, but also our state priorities. But we know that there are creative solutions in places, but we also know that in many cases, they are in silos, and we're very interested in helping with effective resource allocation. So our project outcomes, I've already mentioned, it's going to be an interactive website. It's going to look way better than this, of course, but this just gives you a sense of that when somebody says, I need this here, maybe where that person is being trained, or where that project or opportunities that might exist in another part of the state. So connecting the dots across the state between opportunities in one place and barriers in another, that's what we're looking to do here. What are we asking people to do? And this is where I would ask for your help if you have others that you could share this with, or you might even just share it out yourselves, or ask us to come and share it with groups. What are we asking people to do? If you had your phone out, you could take a picture of this QR code and you fill out a confidential survey. It's a Qualtrics survey. You are asked to share pictures with us and to describe what those photos are. Here's an example. If you are from the Gateway community like Cody, then having a bison blocking the road, what a great symbol that might be to you for tourism and the health of tourism in Wyoming, and particularly in your corner of the state. So you can see, I'm going to show you some examples just so you get a sense of this. Again, our 3 areas of focus: educational achievement. These are just how we describe it to people. Because people are like, well, what are you asking for? Well, tell us a person's journey from pre-K all the way through high school and beyond. Employment, those chances to gain paid work. Resilience, that quality that allows our communities to thrive rather than just survive. So selecting and portraying subject matters, those are the kinds of questions we get. That's why I spend time showing several examples to people. A lack of training opportunities would be a barrier in education. No access to childcare or healthcare could be an issue of community resilience. Community organizations, this is a picture that I provided to the project as an example. This is a picture of a board meeting. I'm a member of the Laramie Main Street Alliance, and this is a picture of our board meeting in November when we're talking about the Shop Small campaign. So encouraging people to come to downtown Laramie and shop in our businesses. Here's a couple of pictures. The one on the top right, if we're thinking about barriers, and I'm still thinking this category of resilience. Well, this is a picture of a snowplow during that March storm when we were cut off in Laramie and Cheyenne along 80 for like 4 days. So what a barrier to commerce and essential goods and services. If our roads aren't open, the other picture is a picture when you could actually get through Shirley Basin, one morning. But often we have these sorts of barriers. And then there's some opportunities. Well, these are my pictures, so they're not particularly good, but recreational opportunities in our communities. I mean, we're all very close to we're close to our outdoor experiences. They're usually at in so many places in Wyoming, they're right out our front door. I was up in Sheridan very recently and just took a couple of pictures of their trail system that they have opened up, and this is the sort of thing that brings resilience to a community. What about some other examples? Well, a closed school. That one picture there, it's a little bit far away, but that's that closed school in Medicine Bow. It's been closed for 30 years, at least. I remember driving by it as an undergrad. But what a barrier if you have a school that's shut down. And the reverse of that, if you have a new building, you have opportunities. And then so many of our businesses, we're having a hard time finding people to work. So we've had a lot of businesses around the state that are open less often, they're closed an extra day a week, for example. And then of course, our mining is an opportunity. Again, that's kind of based on what's going on in the short term with prices going up. We have an opportunity, but over the long term, we're very concerned, of course, about our coal, oil, and natural gas industries. So people who are sharing photos are going to be sharing their perceptions of what these mean to them. So for you sharing a photo, it's what it means to you. And so you can get people seeing us the same photo and perceiving it very differently. And those are the sorts of things we're looking to get at. Here are the do's and don'ts for the project. I'll start with the do's. We really want people to be creative. There are always abstract ways to present an idea or to tell a story. We're interested in people's stories and their community story. Participants, you need to be 18 years or older, and you need to live in Wyoming. Those are the only two criteria that you need to have to participate. We do tell people, don't put yourself in harm's way, don't trespass, don't never take a photo of criminal activity. If people are sharing pictures with people's faces, we do have a consent form for that, which we send to people as soon as they send it in. If we don't get those consent forms, then we will be blurring the features of pictures with people in them. And that's just to preserve the anonymity of people who are involved in the project. When people are describing photos, and I'm going to show you right after this slide, what it actually looks like if you're doing it on your camera, you're just saying, I wanted to share this photo because it speaks to one of those three categories: educational achievement, employment, or community resilience. What is important for people to understand about this photo? Here's that photo again of that Laramie Main Street meeting that I talked about, and that's the description I put to it. It's what a wealth of volunteerism we have in the state, and how important that is to our downtowns and to other important aspects of success in Wyoming. How to share your images by phone or PC. It looks pretty similar to this on your PC. Ron, I think I sent you the flyers, so you have this. If not, I'll put the link in the chat at the end of this, but you can go to that direct link there, and you can, or on your phone, do the QR code. And this is what pops up. Essentially our consent form explaining the nature of the project, asking if you're 18 years of age or older. If you say no, then you're immediately kicked out. We do ask people to enter their name, email, and date. Why? That's the permission process for us. This is a UW research project, as well as having kind of public engagement deliverables. We never share people's information. You navigate in the phone with the bottom arrows. You select which topics you would like to upload a picture to. You are asked whether you'd say if you'd like to share a photo or two about educational achievement, employment, and then resilience. In this example, I only said yes to employment, so that once I go through those 3 questions, I'm prompted to upload a photo for the employment category. I'd say, what's your first image? That drop files box pops up, you tap it, and your photo, your camera roll pops up, and you can go in and pick the photo. Once you've picked a photo, then I can see there that first shot that gives you a sense there's the photo sitting there. Then the next screen you go through by tapping the right arrow is this description box pops up. You're prompted by where is the picture taken, what's going on in the picture, does it depict barriers and opportunities to, in this case, employment in your community? You type that in. If you want to put in a second image, you can, but you can just scroll through. If you want to do many more pictures, you can reload this survey innumerable times. You can do it more than once. You can do it as many times as you would like. Most people put in 2 or 3 pictures. Seems to be what people are mostly doing. But the richer the description, the more themes we're going to be able to pull out of it. And I think that one of the neat things that we're doing with this is we are working with Qualtrics to get data from our surrounding states as well. So we're hoping to have that comparative element between what's going on in Wyoming with what's going on in neighboring states. We do have some incentives in place. All who participate this month will be entered in a drawing for one of 20 $50 Amazon gift cards. That's been popular with students. We do ask people if they'd like to participate in follow-up discussions. It actually won't be this spring. It'll be late summer and into the fall, but we will be doing focus groups, and some will start a round of community discussions based on the results, based on the mapping of our results. And that's where we'll actually get even richer data, because we will be able to say, here's the profile of this area as, based on those people who participated in the project. And that then will lead to discussions which we can use to kind of get more data and kind of dig into, things going on in various communities. So this project is as rich as the number of people participating, essentially. I can say that we've had enough participation so far that we know we're going to have it'll be, actually, I haven't looked at it. I'm just giving it kind of, thinking of the numbers of people who've participated, but we're going to be able to map it and have an interesting sense of what's going on across Wyoming. I don't know yet how rich it's going to be able to drill down into smaller communities or particular counties. It'll be interesting to see. The other thing is that this is a starting point, and it's a base from which, once you have people understanding what this kind of a project is, and once we get that data hub, interactive website up, then it's going to be a lot easier for people to participate, even though this is relatively simple. But they're going to understand what it is, and then we can maybe go and target certain places and do much smaller. When you're working just in Sheridan, for example, it's a lot easier to get people to participate when you're doing a concentrated period of time. So that's my spiel. I hope you're interested in participating and sharing out. Happy to answer questions if you have them. And I just want to say thank you. And it's nice to see several of you who I know and haven't seen in a while.
So Jean, this is Kathy.
Hi, Kathy.
This is a fascinating program, and I see it eventually turning into a book, or so many possibilities with it. But my question is, are you working with any other entities like the Community Foundation or the After School Alliance? Because I could see this very much in tune with some of those organizations.
Well, the Community Foundation, for example, was a really important partner in sharing this out. And let me just admit something. You know how you learn by doing?
Yeah, I sure do.
And I
think
think we always knew it was a challenge gathering data like this. And I think this is certainly the first statewide photo voice project in Wyoming. It might be the first one. It's the first one this size. So we bit off a lot starting out. So we thought we'd have more success in the social media realm. And we learned, I just have to say, Amy was terrific and we got feedback. We made it much easier to participate. And that's how we've gotten more. One of the advantages, Kathy, is that the After School Alliance, I talked with Michelle. So Michelle, we've been aware of each other's projects. So I think that in the doing of it, kind of pops up where some of the synergies are. There are other story sorts of narrative collection sorts of projects going on. The Hobbs School's got a Voices project, for example. And they're gathering different sorts, it's complementary, but some of it's different, this being kind of picture oriented. But the promise of working with YGIST on this project is that we're hopefully setting up a platform from which other people doing projects might be able to share data into it too. So we've that's been on our radar, and it certainly is on our radar moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, questions? Well, Jean, it's fascinating.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's so fascinating. I encourage you to give it a try. Okay. I figured if I talk to 30 people, if 10% do it and they share it with 3 more people, just think.
It could really ripple. Yeah. So seeing no more questions, Ron, do you want to have a closing information or anything that you'd like to add?
Thank you, Madam Committee Chair. I don't really have anything to add. I want to thank Jean for joining us and encouraged her to hear about the Pathways to Prosperity project. I think that was good for her to hear about that with the project she's leading at the Malcolm Wallop program. So look forward to seeing some data and how this thing grows. And as you learn by doing, I think that's important. Who knows where this leads to and the connections.
By the end of August, we should have the interactive website up. So we're kind of working in parallel right now with data gathering and working with YGIST. And so, yeah, I think this is an opportunity to maybe continue, think about how to partner very deliberately moving forward. So pointing to Kathy's question and just an opportunity to continue to work with the Wyoming Business Council.
Well, thank you, Jean. That was really interesting.
Thank you very much. Have a nice meeting.
Thank you.
You bet.
So I think that ends the strategy committee meeting. Look at the time. I think we're doing so well. So I'm going to take Brandon's lead and say thank you to Ron and Sarah. Marcio, I know, is on the line. And I shout out to Amy Quick too. She's not in one of our squares, but she does a lot of work with communications and she does a great job too. So thank you everybody on the strategy committee. Yeah. So Madam Chairman.
Okay. Let's we'll go ahead. I think because we are running great on schedule. Everybody was super efficient this morning. The afternoon might mess all of that up, but I think what we'll go ahead and do is just take a little bit longer of a lunch hour, just so that we can kind of keep the afternoon schedule, because this is where we have most individuals from outside of the council joining, as well as, to trying to coordinate all of those aspects of it. And then that should keep us right on schedule for starting up and resuming the board meeting at 1:05. And then we should be good to finish it off with the investments committee, and there's a whole slew of things on there, including BRC. So I think lots of interesting discussion and certainly items to be voting on and discussing. So anybody have any questions or anything before we go ahead and break for lunch?
So Erin, our time back is 1 o'clock. Is that correct? 1:05?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, we'll just stick to the agenda from here in terms of when we're going to start up the investment committee meeting. All right. Perfect. Okay, welcome back. So we'll dive into the later part of the agenda. And Alex, like, we were super ahead of schedule for the earlier portion of this. So we'll see how good you and Bert are keeping us on schedule for the latter part. No pressure.
Not feeling any pressure. Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. So to that end, yeah.
Yep, take it away.
Great. I'm going to first defer to Bert Adam, and we'll jump right into the SBIR program. But I will just note that I think we may have some public comment. Public comment will come at the end of this if it's in relation to the specific BRC projects. So for those of you expecting to make public comment, it will come after some of the other action items we need to get through. So please, Bert, take it away. We'll start with the SBIR program.
Great. Thank you, Committee Chairman. Good afternoon, Madam Co-Chair, members of the board. I'll kick it off with the SBIR program review, and you can find this report on page 166 of your board materials. And rather than reading this to you, I'll just hit some of the major takeaways. So the Small Business Innovative Research Program, or SBIR, matching grant program was originally created in 2018 by endow legislation. The program was officially funded through the governor's office, and each investment or group of investments, depending on how we did it, was approved by the governor or his designee. With our recent $5 million allocation for SBIR, that new allocation comes from general fund and not from the governor's office. So we're proposing to adapt the approval process to matching fund sources. And we'll get to that in a little bit, but let's look at the history of the program. So the SBIR program and the relevant data that we've had so far since 2018, we've invested $3.5 million into 27 matching grants. And that match was matching 11.15 million in federal grants. So that means is that we've helped to catalyze and commercialize a total of $14.65 million in research and development, in new intellectual property, and job creation for Wyoming. So now we can take a look at the breakdown of the SBIR investments. I'm going to jump down to the awards by phase, because I think it's interesting that 63% of the awards were phase 1 awards and only 37 are phase 2. That sort of makes sense, knowing that you start with a phase 1 and then you can graduate to a phase 2, and not all phase 1s result in a phase 2. But then if you look at the funding, you'll see that 56% of the investment has been in phase 2 SBIR matching grants. And what we like about that is that investment is actually closer to commercialization and closer to possibly a viable business or viable product from those companies. And then the last graph I'll highlight is the federal granting agency graph. And you can see on there that the two main sources are Air Force or AFWorks, Department of Defense, and then the National Science Foundation. those two agencies and the requests we get for matching grants combine to be more than half of the number of applications and more than half of the total funding. So finally, for this SBIR report, I want to highlight the very last metric on the report. And so far this program has supported the creation of 70 jobs. That's 70 jobs with a business council investment of $3.5 million. And those are good jobs, right? So average wage of $27.09 an hour for those jobs. So with that, I'll stand for any questions on the report before we move into the memo.
Any questions for Bert? Thank you, Bert. I think we can move to the memo.
Sounds good. Thank you, Committee Chairman. So on to the memo and the request for the board, which can be found on page 169 of the board book, with that $5 million allocation that I talked about for SBIR over the next, that's for the biennium. So the next 2 years, the investments team is seeking board approval to invest up to $2 million of that $5 million allocation in SBIR matching grants during fiscal year 23. The existing statute and rules and processes will guide these investments as they have before, and the team will present quarterly and yearly reports on SBIR investments to the board. The reason that we're asking for a bulk approval request is multifaceted. So while some of these grants will be for $100,000 or less on the phase 1 side, and wouldn't likely need to go before the board, they can also go up to $200,000 for the phase 2s. And we would like the process to remain consistent if possible. This bulk request would also keep the current systems and processes consistent, and allow us to move at the speed of business while fulfilling our statutory requirement that's listed there to award as soon as practicable. And beyond that, there is a challenge with public board meetings and the proprietary and confidential nature of the research and development being done for some of these grants, specifically in thinking about Department of Defense, sometimes NASA, sometimes National Science Foundation. When I review their final reports, they are confidential for 20 years. So for those reasons, we're asking for the board's favorable consideration of the request, and I'll stand for questions on the memo.
Thank you, Bert. I'll just add, I think it was really reassuring to hear in our workshop last week just how important the SBIR program was for some startups that presented to us in that meeting. So thanks for the write-up. And are there any further questions for Bert? There are none. Yes, do I hear a question?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I didn't get my
Kim?
hand up. I waved my regular hand instead of my electronic hand. Quick question, Bert, in your resolution that you're proposing.
Yes.
Do we need to put any specific reference in there that this will be outside of our normal contract approval process at the $200,000 level? I see that you guys have 2 million in there for the total investment, but would it behoove us to add a statement that says you don't follow the normal contract approval process?
Can you ask that a different way, Kim? So this is the same template we used when we did the Broadband CARES Act and BRP resolution to get those bulk requests approved, but we can definitely add things to it. I'm just not quite sure what we want to add.
Would it be sufficient, Kim, to answer your question that maybe the motion include consistent with what's outlined in this memorandum? Because I think the memorandum does a good job of outlining what we're empowering the staff to do without our specific approval.
without our approval. And the core of what we're allowing you to do is sign a contract over $100,000 without our approval, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
But I think it's captured well enough in the memo that if we just reference the memo in our motion, that will hopefully suffice. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes. And I would
Okay.
motion approval with that.
Did you want to make that motion? Okay.
I do.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Thank you, Ms. Tomasi. Any further discussion? Any public comment? Sensing you're all ready to vote, would all in favor please say aye?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. The ayes have it. Thank you, everyone. I think we can move on to our next agenda item. And we'll turn it over to Justin, correct?
Yep, that's correct. Hopefully you can hear me. Maybe not.
We can hear you.
Hear me? Wasn't sure if you guys are hearing me. I'm going to apologize first off. We're kind of in the kitchen here at the fairgrounds in Lusk. So if you hear any background noise, but we'll get right into here the quarterly challenge loan report. Starting first with our hay growers. We have Edward Lay on our past due list. He's been on our list for a while. Josh Keefe met with his banker, Dave Birch, in March. He stated he wasn't hopeful to get any money at all from Edward Lay, and I'd be surprised if he actually filed for bankruptcy. So there's pretty high likelihood that we're going to end up charging this loan off. The amount past due is $29,746. He has a loan balance of $107,892. Moving next on to Ryan Riggs. We were actually pretty hopeful to get a payment from Ryan. He texted Josh asking where he could send his check. Josh explained where to send that to Marquis, and we ended up not hearing anything after that. And Josh even offered to go to Torrington and pick up the check, but we still haven't heard anything. So he has a past due amount of $38,600, and that loan balance is $140,000. A new one on our past due list this quarter is Monty Stokes. He's been in contact with Ken at Marquis, and he was planning on selling some fat cattle to make the payment. We haven't received anything that I'm aware of yet for that. His past due amount is $8,235, and his loan balance $58,320. Moving next on to our beet growers. We have first up Cody Easom. He's been on our list for quite some time. We haven't heard anything from him, and there's really no new information to report since our last meeting. We still continue to make attempts to get a hold of him with no success. So he is past due $21,479, and his balance is $64,060. Two new ones on our list this quarter is Eden Farms. Unfortunately, the borrower has deceased. His wife's working with the WBC to try and figure out how to make payment going forward. She was able to make a little bit of the payment. However, she's still past due about $9,673. The loan balance on that one is $114,408. Last on our list is Brandy Pettit. He is new on our past due list. He has sent out, or he has gotten his second notice for his past due payments, but we haven't heard anything from him to date. He is past due $4,000, and his loan balance is just over $20,000. Moving next on to our loan loss reserve. We do have an adequate reserve with a balance of $1,406,413. This does include a 10% loan loss reserve for our economic disaster loans originated, 0.5% of the total loan portfolio as well. So it does also include are kind of frequent flyers on our past due list. There's a full reserve for them. Cody Easom, Edward Lay, and Ryan Riggs. So the resulting fund balance in the Economic Development Fund is just over $9 million at $9,049,162. We don't have any charge-off balances at this time, likely will here soon. And currently Josh and I are at the Ag Bankers Conference here in Lusk. So with that, I'll stand for questions if there are any.
Are there any questions for Justin? Hearing none, I would ask for a motion.
So moved.
I think Mr. Law has it. Ms. Moore is a second. Any further discussion? Any public comment? Would all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. The ayes have it. Motion passes. Moving on to more exciting topics, I think the audit report is up next. So Justin, you can move into the audit.
Thank you. Yeah. So I'll try and keep this one short and sweet because honestly, it's all good news. But we do have our annual audit of our loans, and that review is done by the Wyoming Division of Banking. They really just examine for compliance with statutes and regulations, prudent underwriting standards, and make sure we have proper documentation and that we're in compliance with the overall WBC loan policy. So they did review a total of 13 loans, or 9.52% of the portfolio, and it was completed on March 28th, 2022. And we're proud to announce that there weren't any findings. Everything was found to be in compliance, and there were no documentation exceptions. So I think kudos goes out to Marquis at our servicer, and overall very proud that we had no findings, and that's all I have unless you have any questions.
Any questions for Justin? No, I would second that appreciation. Always nice to have no findings and clean audit. So thank you, Justin, and all involved in that. I think we'll entertain a motion for staff's recommendation to approve the audit report as submitted.
I would make a motion.
Second.
I think we've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Any public comment? Would all in favor please say aye?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. Motion passes, unanimous. We are moving along, Madam Chair. I think we're trying to stick to our schedule here, and coming up next, we have the BRC program rules update. Bert and John.
Thank you, Committee Chairman. So as we jump into the rules conversation, I just want to start with a common understanding of this abbreviated process that we're using for both of the rules in front of you today. After we go through this, I'll hand it off to John Wendling, our grant program manager, to walk through the BRC rules changes, and then we'll hand it off to Josh Keefe, finance manager, to walk through the challenge loan rules updates. So the Business Council is unique in that we're a quasi-state agency and that we are statutorily exempt from the Wyoming Administrative Procedures Act, which really just means we don't have to have formal public comment on rules, and we can move a little bit quicker through this process. So the steps that we take for the abbreviated process are shown below. After we work with the AG on drafting the rules, we submit a memo to the governor's office for approval to proceed. The packet that we send has that memo in it, but it also has two different formats of the rules and a statement of principal reasons. And that typically has a 10-day notice and a 10-day time frame, which is important to note as we go into this next step. And that's what we're doing today, presenting the draft rules to be adopted by the board, contingent upon governor's approval and the notice to proceed. After that, if the board adopts the rules, we only have 10 days to submit them, the final rules packet, to the Secretary of State. And so as you'll see, we submitted the memo to the governor's office on May 9th to try and hopefully alleviate that 2 10-day periods that are running back to back. Once we have that submitted to the Secretary of State in the Wyoming Agency Rules System, or WARS, then the rules aren't officially adopted until the governor has signed the certification page. That can take up to 75 days because it's reviewed by Secretary of State, LSO, and the Management Council within that time frame. So with these 2 rules today, we anticipate the rules going into effect and being signed sometime in the middle of August. So I will now hand it off to John Wendling to talk specifically about the updates to the BRC rules.
Thanks, Bert. Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair, members of the board, good afternoon. These BRC rule changes are in response to the 2022 legislative session amendments that added language to allow council to enter into cooperative agreements with the Eastern Shoshone Tribe, the Northern Arapaho Tribe, or cooperative tribal governing body. You can see these changes in the strike and underlined version of the rules on page 180 of the board materials. The changes apply to 4 places in chapter 1 of the rules, sections 3 and 4. They basically are adding the language where the rules define applicant, award recipient, and eligible applicants. We appreciate your consideration on this today, and we can answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions for John? I don't see any hands raised. Thank you for making this easy to understand, and appreciate the AG's attention to this as well and making the changes relatively simple.
Test.
Okay, are we ready for a motion on this one? All right, somebody want to make a motion?
I would move, Alex.
Mr. Moore has made a motion.
I'll second that.
Second from, is that Cindy? Is there any?
It was Cindy, Alex.
Thank you, Cindy. Is there any discussion? Any public comment? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. The ayes have it. We have adopted the motion, and I think we will move on to the consideration of the challenge loan program rules. Josh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair and Madam Co-Chair. As some of you may know, last year we were asked by the Joint Minerals Committee of the legislature to take a quote unquote deep dive and talk about programs that were working or weren't working and what needed to be eliminated. And so one of those items is the challenge loan program. Many of these programs have not been changed since the inception of the Business Council clear back in 1998. And so we went through that, was interested in making the programs not only more efficient and easier to understand, but also eliminating those programs that were underutilized and maybe weren't the most useful for banks who are main participants on these deals. So you'll see on the slide, I kind of broke it down into 4 areas. The goal was to kind of, one was improving the understanding by changing the bridge loan program to the 50-50 program. The next was to increase maximum WBC loan amounts that we could participate in. I think as we've seen in the last year, things aren't getting any cheaper, and it would be nice to allow the Business Council to provide more of a financial incentive with some of these programs. And then also in that same bubble there, the original challenge loan program that was created was intended to help EDOs around the state. However, it was a cash match program. And so the most that the Business Council could ever do was 50% of a project. And I think in attempts to help build capacity, as we've talked so much about today, the goal of changing it from a cash match program to an 80-20 split with the EDOs, so that the EDOs still have some skin in the game, but also that we can help them finance, a revenue generating asset that they may be interested in building or doing. The next one is you'll see fill voids in the financing model out there. So 2 of these programs were created. One was contract loans. I've been talking to bankers here at the Ag Bankers Conference so far about this, but it's not a super popular thing. However, we do get calls every now and then for small businesses around the state that would like to do contracts. However, some may not have the liquidity to go out and buy all the raw materials up front to make or manufacture something. And so we'd be looking to help with that. And then also succession loans. This is another one that I experienced in my days back in the private world still, where one business would pass down from the owner to the next owner, typically a manager. And but with the acquisition of that business, a lot of times a bank can only loan on what's collateralized. And sometimes the worth of a business isn't all in the assets, and it's in those kind of quote unquote blue sky items like a customer book or something like that. And so this program is intended to help finance that blue sky, still in working with the bank so that we can keep those businesses open and try to make it be a smooth transition from one owner to the next. And then also eliminate some underutilized programs. With the guarantee loan participation and the loan guarantee program will both be eliminated. Loan guarantee program, the state never originated one of those loans. That's really the duty of the SBA and the USDA to provide guarantees to banks on certain deals that they do. And then the guaranteed loan participation wasn't necessarily underutilized, but we merged that with some of the parameters into the new 50-50 program as well. So as I move on to the next slide, I kind of put some new parameters around and give you a little summary of the changes here. So we renamed the bridge loan to the 50-50 program. We increased the maximum loan amount that we can do from $1 million to $2.5 million. I just said we will be eliminating the 2 loan guarantee and guarantee loan participation programs. We're defining the 2 new programs in succession and contract. And then, as I touched on earlier, the EDOs, and switching it from a 50-50 match program to a 80-20 split, as well as increasing the amount that we could lend from $500,000 to $1 million as well. On the next slide, we're, like I said, there are a couple of programs that were never utilized, and so these will be going away on July 1st this year. And so, like I said, in the name of getting rid of inefficient programs, there's nothing really more to say much about that. So we'll push on to the next one. And then on this slide, you'll see just some more of the more in the weeds details a little bit when it comes to contract financing program. Like I said, it's intended to help small businesses buy raw materials to complete a contract. The maximum loan is $200,000, and we'll have no more than $1 million at any given time of this type of loan in the portfolio. We also have to have 2 denial letters from banks saying that that is not offered to this borrower. Also, in the committee, it was brought up asking if there was any other collateral available. And so we will require a check to make sure that, they don't have, for example, the example was said of maybe they have a paid off building that's worth $1 million. Could we take that as collateral instead or something? And so we will make sure that there's no other options for them. Statutorily, we'll still have to charge a 1% loan fee. We'll also require that the business council be listed as a co-payee. That way, when the contract is paid out, our name will be on the check as well. And so we will take what is owed to us and then pass along the rest to the business. And then the maximum term will be a 2-year loan for these types of loans. So, and then with the succession financing program, like I said, it's intended to pass from one owner to the next. We'll still have a bank involved. The maximum amount that we will loan is $500,000, but not to exceed 50% of a loan. So for example, if somebody was buying a business for $800,000, yes, we could go up to 500, but we'd still be required to only do 50%. So actually, the max we could potentially have in that deal is $400,000. The businesses have to be operating for not less than 7 years immediately preceding the acquisition. Same thing, 1% loan fee, and the maximum term is 10 years. They have an option to renew one time with the board approval, and then the max amortization on the loan is 20 years on those deals. And then with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I have fielded, actually, funny enough, some questions already about the succession loan program. One was for a dentist's office, another was for a manufacturing facility in Rollins. And so I think that there is some buzz out there already, and people are interested in seeing if they can do this, which is honestly the intent of why I went for this. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Josh?
I have a question, Alex.
Ms. Tomasi?
Thank you. Josh, how is the interest rate determined on both the contract loans and the succession loans? And is it year by year that is determined, or is it based on the prime? How is that determined?
So one thing is, it will be a minimum of 4%. I will underwrite each individual deal, just given the strength of the business, given the cash flow, just like a normal bank would do. But the minimum percent will be 4%, because statutorily, we have to earn at least 3% on every dollar that we lend. And then by the time we have a servicing fee to the lead bank and marquee, I have to factor that in as well. And so, the way that they get paid is by interest earned. And so it'll be a minimum of 4, but, I think the intent of this is to, keep those businesses operating. And so if I had to pick a ceiling, I would say definitely no greater than like 8 or 9. And so there'll still be an incentive to keep it low, but each deal will be different.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Josh. And I think you brought up a good point that, this is a great tool that we're going to have in the quiver now to keep businesses in Wyoming, to keep some of these businesses in communities where you might only have one dentist or one auto repair shop, whatever the case might be. I think next up was Mr. Durrell, then Ms. Johnson, then Ms. Moore. So Mr. Durrell.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. I think I'm gonna let Ms. Johnson and Ms. Moore go ahead of me, if you don't mind.
Certainly.
They might have some questions and things like that for Mr. Keefe.
Ms. Johnson.
Mute me. Thank you, Alex, Mr. Committee Chair. My question really is probably more to Kim or to another banker. Those letters, I've never had to do this, but those letters that you have to send out to deny somebody credit, are those turned around really quick? Are those like within 15 days, 10 days?
Normally, Cindy, I would tell you that the lenders turn those super fast, because if they don't, they forget. And there are regulatory requirements on how soon after an application is submitted and it's a complete application that we have to either approve or deny it. So yes, those are turned around really quickly.
Okay, because, looking at the timeline, somebody who has a contract to get something done, usually the customer wants it done yesterday, and you're trying to get the money to build whatever it is you're building. And then, so there's a lot of time constraints here, and poor Justin, they're trying to get these things out as quick as they can. It's a matter of, how quickly can we turn that around? Because if they lose the contract because we're taking too much time, then we're being ineffective. So as long as we can do this with the speed of business, then I really like it. So I think that would be.
If I can add, Cindy, Josh and Justin, they have a really good relationship with a ton of bankers across the state. So a lot of the times this customer might get referred to them because bankers are aware of this program, or they're working in conjunction with Josh or Justin from the very beginning. So the letter will get generated quickly from the bank side, but I don't mean to put words in Josh or Justin's mouth, but my assumption is they would be working on their underwriting while waiting for a letter, if time was of the essence.
Only because I had someone, they were talking to me, someone from Bank of the West, and I said, oh, this is going to be a great new program as far as people who can hand their businesses off now to their managers or someone who isn't a relative, and you don't really want to extend them credit. You want your retirement money, whatever you want to sell your business. So good, great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Moore.
I think it's just important to note here. So Josh and Justin, great job. I think these programs are much needed across the state, and very important. And I think this is a great example of staff and also board members and staff who saw a program that was really valuable and needed, but we weren't quite there on the target with the program that we had. And so working really hard with legislative partners and the governor's office and banks and the entire communities to really take a program and turn it around to the point where it could actually be fully utilized and we could start realizing the economic impacts that we wanted to see come out of a said program. And so I think this is so exciting to see come to fruition, because this has been years in the making and lots of effort and hours put into being able to turn this around. So it's just going to be exciting to see this roll out and then see the impacts that we can glean from this program. So major kudos to everybody who put in a ton of effort to make this actually happen.
Thank you, Ms. Moore, and I second those kudos. I'm excited about these programs. Mr. Durrell, you had a hand up?
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. And well, Erin said it a lot better than I would have. And I guess the only thing I will add is that because she's absolutely right about all of those points about developing a program that actually makes sense and developing policies that will help businesses in these communities. So I just love that aspect. And I think Josh and his folks did a really good job over the course of last year working with Joint Minerals to get these done. And I think he developed policies that are going to be around for a long, long time. And then as you think about that word policy, it's at the top of the triangle. And so I just appreciate him thinking of working on the policy portion that's going to impact a whole lot of people across the state. So Josh, in addition to what Ms. Moore said, thank you for your hard work and your dogged work at this. It's taken a while, so thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Durrell. Mr. Adam.
Thank you, Committee Chairman. I just wanted to add some clarity as we get ready for the motion on this one. Talking with the AG, we want to make sure that this motion includes the ability to make non-substantive changes to these rules as we go, and that it also includes that it's contingent on governor's notice to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Adam. I think that's a good transition to maybe somebody making a motion.
I would move to approve them as presented with the understanding that they can make whatever that word is, small changes without further approval, and it's approved by the governor's office.
Thank you, Mr. Vore. Do we have a
And I
second?
would second.
We have a second. Is that Derek?
Yes, sir.
I don't recognize your voice yet, but thank you, Derek. Is there any further discussion? Would all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. Motion passes unanimously. I think we are on to the business ready communities budget and allocation plan and presentation of applications received. John and Bert, why don't you take it away? And I would just note, I think we're going, as per usual, for those of you that are in attendance waiting to speak, we'll have staff outline all of the programs. Bert, are we going to have the applicants speak immediately following staff, or are we going to wait until the motions?
John, do you have a preference on that?
Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair, I would say maybe after each project would.
Okay, so after staff reviews each project, we'll allow the applicant to present a brief presentation, and then if there's any further public comment, I'd ask that be held until the actual action item. Very good. Take it away.
Great, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. So first on the docket is the BRC allocation and balance. Right now, there's 34 million in BRC funds available for the final quarter or quarter 8 before the end of the biennium. Just for a historical perspective, since July 2016, WBC has awarded 13.2 million per year or 24.6 per biennium. The new allocation for 2023-24 biennium will be about 24.3 million. The 3 projects for the board's consideration today represent $6,455,000 if all projects are recommended by the board and approved by SLIB. The balance will be 27.5 million if those are awarded to finish out the biennium. We also wanted to note, and was touched on earlier by Lindsay Orr, with the new allocation for 23-24 biennium of 24.3 million coming July 1st, the BRC balance for funding future projects will be 51.8 million. Based on our historical funding of projects since 2016, WBC will have 2 bienniums worth of funding going forward for future projects. The first project for your consideration today comes from the town of Hudson. It's the Kansas Avenue Water Extension Project. The town of Hudson requests a $215,513 community readiness grant to extend the town's existing water line from Kansas Avenue, approximately 600 yards under the Little Paposia River, to Frank's Meats and the surrounding land. Hudson faces issues with quality of their water. It's hard on equipment, and therefore some residents and a local business, Frank's Meats, must haul their water in, which can be cost prohibitive. The water quality has been a challenge for the town as well. At their local plant that they upgraded in 2010, 2011, they are currently seeking a SLIB loan to cover the cost of new pumps already in need of replacement. These pumps usually have a 20-year life expectancy, and they've only got about 12 years out of those. Also want to note that there's a $33,000 match on this project, and that is over twice the required for these types of projects and this size of community. And 27,000 of that match is brought by Frank's Meats. The extension will serve two businesses, Frank's Meats and their expansion, and a potential convenience store expansion. Frank's is currently hauling water in due to their current well water's low quality, as we mentioned earlier. This will also serve 4 to 5 local homes that currently have to haul water in for use. The line will also be stubbed out to surrounding 12 acres of land for potential business and or residential expansion. Also to note, it will provide a safety upgrade with a fire hydrant at a location where there will be better truck access. This is a readiness project, but we wanted to provide some information about Frank's Meats, as they are a local employer that will immediately benefit from the water extension. Frank's is a local meat processor that currently employs around 20 people. With the planned expansion, they're projecting to create up to 20 additional jobs. They deliver product to Casper, Wheatland, Cheyenne, Glen Rock, and out of state. They have been the highest volume producing processor in Wyoming for the last 12 years and could potentially double output with an upcoming expansion. They're also working with Central Wyoming Community College, trying to put something together for meat processing training programs or potential apprenticeships. As we move into the project evaluation and the areas we looked at with this project, community engagement and the state considerations, this project is part of a larger water ecosystem improvement plan for the town. As we spoke with the SLIB loan that they are looking to get for the pumps at the water facility. They're also to note on this project that by having this water extension line, the businesses or residents that tap into this will be paying for that water use. And that will increase their enterprise fund quite a bit. They estimate around 12% for future maintenance and projects down the road. So that will be significant for them. There are multiple community members that have submitted letters of support for this project. And again, as mentioned earlier, the local match is more than twice our requirement. For state considerations, this is going to assist local business expansion in Frank's Meats, potentially the convenience store and other commercial and housing development, and the homes that won't have to haul water anymore. There's also a potential to increase value chain for processing disbursement with the expansion at Frank's. And also we see this as a good strategy alignment as it adds value to the core industry and agriculture, which is the main industry there in Fremont County. This project recommendation is fund as requested. It involves the development of 12 acres for future development, assisting local business expansion, creating new jobs in the state, and also adding value to the agricultural industry. We'd be happy to answer any questions. I believe there are some members of the community here today as well that can help answer questions too.
Thank you, John. Did we have a representative from the town of Hudson that wanted to take a minute or two to present this? And then we can take questions.
Chair,
Ms. Tomasi
Madam
has a question.
Co-Chair and members of the committee, this is Mike Anderson. I'm the mayor of Hudson. We're very excited about this project. When you look at the size of the town and this creation of 20 jobs, it's a phenomenal growth factor that we have here. It's 20 jobs within the next year, new jobs, and it maintains roughly 20 jobs that are in place right now. There's a 5-year projection that results in job creation of 10 to 5 by the end of year 5. Right now they're having problems with keeping their equipment going. They're hauling water in, they have wells, and the water cost is expensive to haul in, and the wells are unsuitable to maintain the butchering equipment. It wears out the blades, it wears out all their other services that they have. We see this as we've been working over the last 10 years about upgrading the town as a whole. We've been working on paving all the streets in Hudson. We've got 2 left. We're using the 1% money, optional sales tax money in the county for that. We have upgraded the park so if we can attract new homeowners, new families that work at Frank's Meats, they'll have a place to live and some place for the kids to stay. The expansion up on the hill, the 12 acres adjacent to Frank's Meat would be an ideal thing for an ancillary business in agriculture so that they could build off that. And I'm starting to have conversations farther up on top of the hill about some business that are up there that are currently hauling water. At presently, we don't know whether there's any population growth or job creation up there, but there is a lot of places to do things up on the top. We're looking at my notes here. We think that, this here, as we work through this is a key element for the development of Hudson as a whole. We're sitting in between Lander and Riverton. There's approximately 5,000 cars that drive through Hudson that are either going to Riverton or Lander every weekday. So we have people that are traveling back and forth, and right now we have 20 people with 4 of them living here at Frank's Meats, and we're hoping to attract some of them to buy houses and to move into town. The extra 100,000 gallons of water that we'll be selling Frank's Meats will make the enterprise fund more viable, and it would teach us a lot on how things are going. This is tied in with the loan that we're seeking to upgrade the system to replace some of the equipment that is now 12 years old and to upgrade the meter readers and other things like that. And we have a leak in the system that we're requesting funding for. With that, I'll take any questions that you guys have.
Thank you, Mayor Anderson. I know Ms. Tomasi had a hand up earlier, so I'll defer to her. Did you still have a question, Ms. Tomasi?
Well, the mayor answered most of my question. I just wondered how much water they were hauling, like on a daily basis, and the quality of the water. Was it okay to, he mentioned that it ruined some of the equipment they had. Just wondered what the quality of the water was and how much, like gallons or however they measure it.
We got our number for the increased volumes for the treatment plant from what they're hauling now. It's about 100,000 gallons a month that they're hauling in by truck. They had put in 2 or 3 wells. If you're familiar with Hudson, we basically sit on a coal bed, So when they punch those wells in, all the water couldn't be potable, and it would wear out the other equipment. Because I don't understand that much about the meatpacking business, but the blades, the knives, and all the things they use for that come from Germany, and this bad water was eroding the equipment and the blades. So that's why they had to start hauling it.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Tomasi. Are there any other questions from the board? Hearing none, I think, thank you, Mayor Anderson. I think we can move on to our next BRC project.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. So the next project is from the town of Sinclair. This is the historic theater exterior facade. The town of Sinclair requests a $240,000 in community project grant to stabilize and repair the exterior of the Sinclair Historic Theater. This will be the final phase of a multi-year project to ensure the historic theater is operational as a community gathering place. This project has a $60,000 cash match brought by the community, which is over twice or just a 2 times required match that we typically ask for on these projects and from a community this size. A little bit on the timeline of this project and how it's progressed. In 2017, a feasibility study through the BRC was done to determine a path forward for the theater. In 2019, an engineering firm was hired to design and manage renovation of both the interior and exterior. The project was bid and awarded in the summer of 2020. However, during the construction, the town discovered the exterior of the building was painted with a product containing high levels of lead, which was not originally anticipated during the design phase. The cost to handle the lead paint safely and in compliance with all regulatory requirements was more than budget would allow. The town removed this work from their current contract and finalized the interior renovation and restoration work in October of 2021 for just under $2.2 million. With the inclusion of the exterior work for your consideration today, there will be a total of $2.4 million in total project costs to complete the theater inside and out. That makes up for 10-to-1 in local to state dollars as we're speaking to the BRC request today, and it is the last money in. And for just your viewing pleasure, there is some, we included some before and after photos of the interior of the theater. This is the entryway, ticket booth area before and after. Next one is looking down towards the stage before and after. And looking up from the stage back towards the entry before and after. So when we looked at this project, again, it was two of the pieces of the evaluation were community engagement and state consideration. Community engagement, the town continues to invest and improve in town infrastructure and livability, including several projects such as the fountain restoration and historic town hall reno rehab project. This theater project aligns with their overall plan and strategy for the town. Also, they are currently using the 6-penny tax for other community projects. For state considerations, it's leveraging state funds 10-to-1 to already invested local funds in the interior refinish and restoration. This project also promotes a regional connectedness along the I-80 corridor. Sinclair has already worked with Evanston, Saratoga, communities along I-80 with other small venues, theater venues, to bring in entertainment or acts that it would be more beneficial to them or cost effective for them to have several stops in a short amount of time, and helps them to market this venue. And it's ideal size for what's already available in the area, and it kind of provides a niche market for that. They've also already have had events there and or acts. As far as the recommendation goes, fund is requested. There is good local to state funds leverage ratio of 10-to-1, promotes that regional connectedness along I-80, and the requested VRC investment is the last money in. We'd be happy to answer any questions, and there are members from the community today to also answer any questions needed.
Thank you, John. Why don't we start with the community? If there is a representative from Town of Sinclair, and then I did just have a quick exchange with our co-chair, and she suggested we take public comment immediately following any community presentation. So we'll start with the community, any questions, and then we can open up for public comment. So do we have a representative from the Town of Sinclair?
Yeah, this is Jason Knope with Edge Engineering, representing the Town of Sinclair. I'm not sure if the mayor was able to jump on today, as I believe he was traveling. As the presentation discussed, this is a multi-year project. We've really been working at this project. It really started in 2016, so we've come a long ways on it and put a lot of work into it. The community has been tremendously a great support on the project, not only getting it going, but as following through, as we finished the project and found that we were becoming short to finish off the exterior of the project, the town put on, or not the town, but the local nonprofit group for the historic buildings in this area put on a fundraiser. And that's where part of that match is coming from. The $30,000 is coming from the town, money that was allocated to do the exterior of the building. And then an additional 30,000 raised from an event fundraiser put on in the theater once we were able to open up the inside. So that's where the local support's really coming in to help out with this project. As you discussed, the interior has been completed and has been outfitted with modern operations, so it can be a multi-use facility. Just this last weekend, they had a Star Wars movie event. I think it'd be with May 4th. And then we have a concert scheduled this week to be performed on the inside. And then we're gonna have the contractors come in and finish up some functional stuff, clean up the inside, some of the things that were kind of lagging behind, a little bit of water damage we had in there too. So we're just trying to squeeze everything in. As we get this done, then we are looking to get the exterior done. The events directors finding it challenging to promote this. Obviously, the inside of this theater, it's turned out great. The contractor did a great job. It turned out fantastic. The challenges is marketing this thing, having an eyesore of the exterior. And I find myself using the same old saying, don't judge a book by its cover. But the problem is that's what's happening with this theater is we're getting a lot of judgment just because the exterior really doesn't match what the interior is trying to present, what we're trying to market with this facility, with the communities around it, and with the industry of arts, shows, plays, and stuff like that. So I guess long story short, that's kind of where we're at. Kind of how we've come to this number. We've put a lot of work into the lead paint abatement numbers, the cost of what it's going to take, and we put a lot of work, an extreme amount of work into working with exterior stucco, some more historic exterior stucco contractors within the country. This is very niche work. It's been very challenging to get to this point. So I'd like to give a lot of props to the local leadership, allowing us to move this project forward on a timely manner as best as we could. So I guess with that said, I don't know if there's any other questions that if the mayor was able to, or if Monty, the public director, was able to jump on, but I wanted to keep my presentation short.
I'm Mayor Johansson from Sinclair. You have to click on it. I think we're here, if you can hear me. This is a project that is working to enhance our town. We have had other projects completed in the past 12 years that I've been around on the council. We've restored the Kistler Fountain, which is in the town. We've added to the the park by building a pavilion and putting in a new playground. We've worked on the church building here by putting in a new roof and stabilizing the floor on it. So this project with the theater is just one of the many projects that we've done to improve the way that our town is perceived at this point. We are kind of landlocked in that we can't grow anymore, so we have to do something to help to improve the citizenship in the town. And this is just one way that we have done this. Monty has,
sorry, go ahead.
Monty has worked on scheduling lots of programs. We've had several concerts. We've had a magic show. We've had movies, all in the theater, and we've had good turnouts on them. And we hope that we can keep doing this and improving with the facade on the outside being improved. It would help greatly on this, getting people to come into the theater.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We appreciate the comments.
Sorry, go ahead, Monty.
Is that Monty wishing to speak? We've heard from Mr. Knopf and the mayor. Monty, did you have anything to add to the conversation?
No, not really. I think the mayor and Jason have said it pretty well. I just would like to add that it's, like I said, it's been a challenge, like Jason said, with that of marketing it and getting pictures of that. It just, like he said about don't judge a book by its cover. The outside just doesn't match the inside right now. And if we can get that final phase done, it would really help, in getting this theater off the ground and getting more events in there and bringing people into the community. And it's been a fun ride, and I'm looking forward to the future of it. And with your guys' help, and it'll really, really help us out.
Thank you, Monty. Mr. Knapp, did you have a hand up still, or?
Yeah, I was just going to add the other project, which is a major project in town, is remodel the town hall. They're kind of linked together. So there has been a significant investment to enhance the citizens' ability to engage in this town, and also to provide space for conferences, offices, and stuff like that. So the work that the town has done is really combined with multiple projects. I just wanted to add that there is a lot of leverage in here for the town to improve their downtown entertainment space for their citizens. And that's all I had.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp, and thank you to all the representatives from the town of Sinclair. Is there any additional public comment that we have on the line waiting? There's no additional public comment. Any questions from the board for members of the community? Ms. Tomasi.
I have a question again. So I think this has been such a passion project for the town of Sinclair, and I'm so impressed with the fundraising. How many people are in the town of Sinclair?
We have approximately 490, 480 people in the town of Sinclair. But then we're 6 miles from Rollins, which has a larger, quite a bit larger population. And then we're 40 miles from Saratoga, Hannah, Riverside, where we can draw people also for these projects or for these events that we have.
But when you talk about fundraising $30,000 at an event, I think for a town of the size of 400, that's pretty amazing. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tomasi. I agree. It's, I think, a strong show of the community support for the project. Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, why don't we move on?
Alex, I'm not.
Kim has one. I think she has her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss you, Ms. DeVore? I apologize.
That's okay. I just put it up, but I just wanted to tail off of Kathy's last comment, because you're absolutely right. Fundraising $30,000 is amazing. As I'm looking at this project, and Mayor and your whole crew here, I think you have done a remarkable job with this entire project. I remember you came in front of us in March of 2020 before the world fell apart, it felt like.
That's great.
And with a much larger ask. And board members, if you look at the first page of the presentation for Sinclair, look at the dollar amount that they have raised without our participation. I mean, we are talking about $2.2 million. So that's huge. And that is a prime example when Josh talks about the triangle and what we're trying to accomplish. When you empower a local community to drive themselves forward, they rise to the occasion. And you all should feel fantastic about how you rose to the occasion. I'm so glad to see you in front of us today with a $240,000 ask.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. DeVore. Appreciate the comments. Ms. Thayer.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I'm going to just segue and continue off of Kim's comments and Kathy's. Is on top of that is when we look at our first page of the 2.2 million that they've raised, then on the second page, on page 2, I think it's 234, is all the other 7-8 buildings that they have done for this complete initiative and livability right along I-80. I know that this isn't even listed on this, but they do a community Christmas tree that brings in hundreds and hundreds of people off the highway at Christmas time. So just the overall infrastructure that this town of 480 people have done just down the street from Rollins is very amazing. And if they can do it, everybody can do it. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thayer. Well, a lot of positive comments on what the town of St. Clair is doing. So we appreciate all that you're doing for your town and for the state of Wyoming. Any other questions or comments before we move on to our third and final project for review? Okay, let's move on. John, I think you're gonna tee up.
So, Alex,
Yes, Mr. Massey?
Mr. Committee Chair, as much as I hate to miss this robust discussion, I have to recuse myself from this. I am personally acquainted and professionally acquainted with some of the principals. So if you need me, I will be close to my phone, but I have to leave the meeting right now.
Thank you, Ms. Tomasi. We would like you back for the vote on the other two. So I'm assuming we have a way to get her back for the vote on the other two, but.
Do you know?
Kathy, I'll text you.
Okay, great. And I might be a minute late, so if you would just wait. Okay. Thank you.
Very good. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Co-Chair. Okay, moving on. The town of Lyman.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair. Next project is from the town of Lyman for the Elevate Living Assisted Living Facility. The town of Lyman requests a $3 million business committed grant and a $3 million loan for the construction of a 16,000 square foot assisted living facility. The proposed facility will be located on a 2.6 acre site in the downtown area across from Town Hall. The site will need all the necessary infrastructure, and upon completion will include 22 apartments, as well as a complete kitchen and dining area. The facility will serve up to 32 individuals, where couples can be housed in some of the individual units. It is also designed to allow for future expansion if needed. The ROI for direct and indirect for the grant and loan portion is 7.9 years. As we get into the project evaluation on this project, looking at job quality, company strength, community engagement, and state considerations, job quality is creating 17 full-time equivalents ranging from $15.35 an hour to $38.46 per hour for an approximate average of $18.74 per hour. The median wage for healthcare support staff in Uinta County is approximately $15.07 an hour. These jobs fit well with the size of the community and availability of the workforce. It should also be noted that the 3 owner salaries are not included in these figures. The number of jobs fits well with the community size and local workforce availability. CNAs make up 11 of the 17 full-time positions at the facility. There is a CNA program at the local high schools of Mountain View, Lyman, and Evanston through Western Wyoming Community College. This will provide a pool of entry-level workforce looking for local experience and eventually can work towards a full nursing degree at Western Wyoming Community College in Evanston. This program also provides all the prerequisites to qualify for a 1-year pathway program at UW to receive their bachelor's degree in nursing. This assisted living facility will provide currently available workforce a needed opportunity to be locally trained and eventually develop long-term sustainable careers in nursing or other healthcare positions. Uinta County is very healthcare focused, and it is the largest industry in the county. This facility and these jobs will help support a local industry that needs more support to provide services to workforce that is in the local trona mines, Kemmer mines, Rocky Mountain Power, as well as a possible incoming nuclear plant. Because the nearest assisted living facilities are in Evanston and Rock Springs, and those are full. Because of the limited space, many families turn to the Wasatch Front in Utah for the care of their loved ones. This is where the estimated $1 million per year, as referenced in the Colorado, gets lost by Wyoming and the Bridger Valley, without this living facility being available to the region. This is money that could be spent here in Wyoming. For community engagement, market studies and a community plan have been done to determine the need for and importance of an assisted living facility in Lyman, as well as Southwest Wyoming. With another option for assisted living services, the healthcare ecosystem in Southwestern region of Wyoming will be enhanced. They're also working with other assisted living facilities in Evanston and Rock Springs who have shown a lot of support for this project. The grant writer for this project actually owns and runs the assisted living facility in Evanston. The Lyman facility location is also ideal in the downtown area of Lyman, as it is close to other needed support services and helps enhance the downtown and complements the new town hall building across the street. As we spoke on the Lander Assisted Living Infrastructure Project last round, this project will also help to open housing in Lyman as local residents move to the facility. The town is very limited on new residential and commercial developments, as it is already landlocked due to surrounding privately owned land. For state considerations, we see this as a good strategy alignment, as it encourages communities to develop their own economies and invest in amenities that develop and draw and retain a knowledgeable workforce. With this project, the BRC program recaptures 84% of the $6 million in grant and loan, or $3 million in loan, $1.3 million in interest, and $750,000 in revenue recapture, for a total of $5 million of this total $6 million back to the program. And finally, the town of Lyman would retain $2.25 million, or 75% of the grant recaptured, to increase community capacity for future economic development. Now I'm going to let Bert speak to this point in a little more detail in our investment considerations on the next slide.
Thanks, John, for leading us through the project so far. I also want to say thanks to Josh Durrell for really setting the stage as you went through the CEO report as we kicked off the board meeting this morning. So I want to start by reinforcing what John went over earlier with the budget. Based on the recommendation of the board today, we will have between 52 and 56 million in the BRC account balance when we start the new biennium in July. The current account balance is important to remember as we consider the average investment per year that John talked about. So current BRC projects of 13.2 million, or for a biennium 26.4 million, which means that when great projects do come along, we should have available funds to invest in those projects. Second, and you'll see it there on the screen, these funds are better working than waiting. So when we put this money to work, and don't get me wrong, it still has to be good investments, right? Where there's return, and to me, a minimum, that means that the money in the family has to be more at the end of these investments than it is at the beginning. Excuse me. It's also worth mentioning that these are economic development investments, and with that comes a higher risk and potentially delayed economic benefits, or you might call it longer term investments. One more thing to note with the BRC account balance is that when it's sitting, it doesn't grow. And that's because the balance can't gain interest. And that's why we titled this part, right? The funds are better working than waiting. It's also important for us to remember the purpose of the BRC funds. So recognizing that Wyoming's communities are diverse in size, resources, and local economies, the BRC Grant and Loan Program was created to provide direct investment, giving Wyoming communities the ability to build resiliency from the ground up, or maybe more simply put, the BRC program is designed to empower communities to be themselves, to build themselves. Now, let's walk through the project and really how the money flows with this project. In this case, the community is asking for a $3 million loan and a $3 million grant. Now, if this is funded, let's look at the process that follows. The community will then use that $6 million to invest in a community-owned asset. In this case, it would be an assisted living facility. The community will then have expectations with that investment of things like workforce development, workforce retention, job creation, downtown enhancement, an enhanced healthcare ecosystem, and improved quality of life for Lyman and the surrounding area. Now, with that asset, the community will then lease to a business. In this case, that business is Elevated Living. With those lease payments or the possibility of purchasing the asset from the community, the business will then pay back the loan, the interest on that loan, revenue recapture to the BRC account so that the business council can continue to make good investments into the future. It will also pay back the 2.25 in local recapture to the community. With this money, the community can start building economic development capacity at the local level. And I know Josh has talked about this a lot, but this can happen in multiple ways, specifically with the BRC funds. And one way is that the money can help them do future economic development projects on their own without coming hat in hand for every community project on their list. Also, and with some coaching from our team, could continue to invest in revenue generating projects to really increase that capacity and that fund over time. The second way that this can help them build capacity is Lyman could hire an economic development professional in their community, since part of the fund can be used for operations. And I'm sure, like we talked about the triangle a lot, this does help us go from one-to-one interactions to the one-to-many. The BRC grant and loan program, when combined with revenue generating projects, is a very effective way for us as the business council to build that local capacity. And I think John touched on this, but when we look at the math for this project, when all the money is paid back, and at the very end of the project, the BRC account balance will be down just less than $1 million, but that local capacity is up 2.25 million, which means the money in the family grows by just over $1.25 million. So next, let's look at a couple options that Elevated Living has for business loans and who could benefit from those options. So the first option is a private loan. With a private loan, the bank would be the primary beneficiary, and you'd see the 100% there with maybe 158% depending on the interest rate. Those are always increasing right now, but that would be the money that they would pay back would be 158% of the total investment. And then the community at that point does get a new business in their community. So that's the benefits for a private loan. If you look at the potential of a USDA loan, the feds would be the primary beneficiary, a little bit longer term, so a little bit more interest at 182%. Again, the community does benefit by having this new business in their community. The third option is an SBA loan that kind of splits the beneficiary between the bank and the feds. And again, the community does benefit by having the business in the community. And then the last option changes the beneficiaries from the bank and the feds to a bank and the state, and they could potentially use our new 50-50 loan program that we just went through rules on, later when those are done in mid-August. And with that one, the business is still in the community, and there is a benefit to them there. One thing I'll add on that slide is really the only benefit to the community is the indirect economic impacts of having that new business in the community. There is a challenge with this, and that is that the down payment for the business on any of those loan options starts at $1 million. So I'll wrap it up here and hand it back to John, but I'm going to go through one more slide and just talk about the investment considerations before us today with the BRC grant and loan program. So as we look at the beneficiaries for this, with the BRC grant, and like John mentioned, the state and the business council will get paid back the 25% of that recapture. The community then gets the other 75% of the 2.25 million and the asset or the asset, depending on how that all shakes out at the end. And then with the BRC loan, the state gets the whole $3 million loan back, as well as 1.3 million in interest. And now when we total all that out, the primary beneficiaries on the deal are all in the family. If this project is funded, it would grow the money in the family by just a little bit more than 1.25 million and really help to create that economic development capacity in Lyman. Now I'm going to hand it back over to John to finish us out.
Thanks, Bert. So project considerations for this project. The wages are a little lower than county median at 1874, where the county median wage is at 1966. The increases community capacity, as Bert went into, with 2.25 million, and keep it in the family. Potential to retain approximately 1 million annually from those that will stay in the area instead of going to Utah. And the state strategic plan alignment, it enhances the downtown area and enhances the healthcare ecosystem in the southwest region of Wyoming. Attorney General opinion is pending on this project. We will have that closer to the split meeting. We'd be happy to answer any questions and look forward to discussion on this project. There are community members here today that would love to address the board. Thank you for your consideration.
And John, could you stop presenting for us as we go into conversation on this?
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Appreciate you and Bert collaborating on that presentation. And I think I just wanted to check my messages here. Josh, did you want to speak quickly?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. I appreciate that. I do want to kind of say, I love that the look at and always looking at the snapshot of the triangle and how that impacts the entire ecosystem, because it's really important for us to understand each of those elements. That's going to be the way we look at projects, all projects like this moving forward. Those elements of the triangle and how that money gets recaptured and what it gets used for, those are good things for us to ask questions about. But I do want to make sure that everybody understands that we need to look at this project on its merits, understanding the benefits that it can bring to the economic development in the triangle. However, make sure that we look at it in the context of its own merits, because not to say that any, but projects that look like this will have that exact same benefit that Bert just walked through. And so I just want to make sure that we think about it in those terms and understand that and educate around that, but also judge each of these projects on their merits, because that secondary piece that Bert walked through will likely be very similar or exactly the same for almost any project we analyze. And so I just want to make sure that that's really clear to the board, because that's a new piece of information and it's important for us to understand that distinction. Hopefully I didn't make it more complicated.
No, I appreciate the clarity, and I think I'd be remiss if I didn't note that there is not a formal staff recommendation as we usually see on these for or against the project. It's simply project considerations. And once we hear from the town of Lyman and any additional public comment, I'll summarize some of our thoughts on all three projects that we discussed as a committee before we take votes. But I see we do have the town of Lyman, and I believe we have Mr. DeRue also in line to speak. So I would ask for the town of Lyman to briefly present the project and some of your thoughts, and then we can have Mr. DeRue, I believe represents Elevated Living, also speak to the project. So town of Lyman, you guys are on.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, Co-Chair. Thanks again, John and Bert, for presenting this for us. You did a great job. We're really excited about the opportunity to present this to the board. It's something that I've tried for 6 years in Lyman as being the mayor, of getting businesses into Lyman. It's like the Route 66 that we've all watched in cars. We used to be the main drag highway, ran right through us. And then when they put the interstate in, we've just seen a decline in business over years and years. And it's good to see that there's people out there still wanting to invest in their communities. And when this project came to us, it was something we felt like that Lyman could definitely help them out with. And we're trying to do everything possible to do that. Just part of the recapture that I kind of wanted to touch on with what this money can be used on in the future is, and I think it was 2008, they had a project of potentially boring under the highway between Mountain View and Lyman. There's a corner of it that's Lyman town owned, and then there's 3 corners that aren't, and they wanted to annex into town and put businesses over there if we could afford to bore under the highway to get water and sewer over there. That didn't go through, but it's something that we've always kept in a project in mind to do that kind of stuff. And there's I think there's 10 or 15 acres over there that we could tap into to bring more businesses. I think 85% of the flow of traffic throughout the summer months with all the tourism that goes through there travels right through that 4-way area. And it's something that we could look in the future to recapture and grow the area with this funding that's potential to come through to us. Another thing I want to touch on is this area is kind of unique in the wages. It's kind of like a bell curve. We've got some really, really good paying jobs with the Trona mines out here. And I feel like it skews the median wage out here. And with the assisted living trying to get their wages up, I think it's admirable to them to realize that healthcare is important in Uintah County. There is a need. I've got family individuals that we've seen people put down into the homes down in Utah to have their care. Not only are the people down there and their money's going to care down there, but the families are traveling down there every weekend to see them. You're constantly seeing people go out of Wyoming to Utah to get the health care that they need. And I think this project would greatly benefit not only Uintah County, but I think Sweetwater County, Lincoln County, the surrounding areas that are having the same problems of not being able to find places for their loved ones in their last stages of their life to stay in. So I appreciate your time in considering this project for us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate that. Should we defer to Mr. DeRue to speak briefly on the project?
Actually, I can go next. My name is Travis Shelton, and I am one of the 3 owners. Damon DeRue is also an owner. I am a resident of Lyman, lifetime resident, and I'm also the local optometrist. So I came back to my community because I love it here, and I had to go into healthcare to be able to come back here to have, a job here that wasn't like at the mine or a school teacher. And I love what I do, and I get to see people, and one of my favorite parts of my job is to get to know people and their family. And I noticed that as people got older, they would go away, and I found out that they were taking them to Utah, and we missed out on opportunity as a healthcare provider to provide them healthcare. And as you know, the last few years of our life is where people spend the most money in healthcare. That's where they need the most help. And when these people that are at that stage of life leave us, then we're missing out on a big opportunity to capture their healthcare. And the town of Lyman especially is really healthcare oriented. So I'm the only optometrist in the Bridger Valley, and I'm here. There's a health clinic here. There's a hearing clinic here. There's a physical therapy clinic here, all within walking distance of where the assisted living is planning on being built. And so besides the $1 million in direct revenue that people will pay, there's even a larger capture that we could get of keeping people's healthcare here in Utah rather than letting them move away when they need high healthcare costs. We can keep that in Wyoming. We could keep that in Evanston and Lyman and to our local healthcare providers. And honestly, I realize that there really isn't anybody better than us as their community members to care for them at the end of their life. Like, these people are our school teachers and our aunts and uncles, and they're people that we know and we love. And that's kind of the magic of the whole thing, is that we can provide care for them that someone in Salt Lake couldn't. And they can be able to be with their loved ones, their family can stay here, and they can, in their last few years of life, in a place that they know and love, and be cared for by people that know and love them as well. And at the same time, we can provide jobs to the community. So a lot of the jobs that are high paying and bring the average up are actually technically not even in our community. They're at the Trona mines, which are in the Sweetwater County. And so within Lyman, there aren't really a lot of jobs to stay in Lyman and get paid well. And I feel like it fits a need. CNA is a great opportunity for kids to come in and be exposed to different types of healthcare. And in this type of a facility, they could see every kind of healthcare at work. They could see nurses, they could see doctors, they could see therapists, they could see optometrists, hearing doctors, like everyone at work. And what a great opportunity for them to, even though it could be a stepping stone, to see healthcare and then have an opportunity to come back. And if they're going to come back, healthcare is a great opportunity for them to come back and do in a community like this. Even though the jobs might seem low, with creating 20 jobs in Lyman, it would be the largest employer in the town. So while it might not seem large to other communities, to Lyman, it would be a huge impact. And the jobs should not be discounted. So I do appreciate the Wyoming Business Council. I appreciate your consideration, and I appreciate all the time and effort that everybody's put in. And we are lucky to be able to work with a town that's be able to work with us. And it's really the no-brainer way to win-win for both of us, as both of us could benefit, both the town and the ability for us community members to actually provide it for them.
Great. Well, thank you very much. And we appreciate the passion and the intent here to keep people in Lyman in their later years of life. So Mr. DeRue, if you want to take a minute or two just to add on to the conversation here. And do we have any other public comment? I think just Mr. DeRue. Great.
Okay, well, thank you. Really appreciate everyone's time and consideration today. I think Travis in the town did a really good job of the overlay here. So I was just going to add a couple of quick thoughts. One is we did do 2 economic studies that show that this facility can be supported by the community and the surrounding community. So I just wanted to mention that. And then also, I think it's interesting to note that we've actually got support from both the owners of the other assisted living centers in both Evanston and Rock Springs for this project. I think it just goes to show the need for this assisted living center in the area. Both those facilities are currently 100% full, and hence anybody in that area right now is being sent to Utah or Idaho. And as we've already explained, that direct revenues leaving the community and leaving the state, but then there's also, as Travis was mentioning, the ancillary revenue for other healthcare providers, people traveling out of state, that money's leaving the state as well. So just wanted to, put that out there for consideration as well. But again, really appreciate everyone's, time today. The last thing I was going to maybe mention that I anticipate will probably come up in the questions was just the overall building cost and the quote from when we first started this project last year to today. We have been working with a contractor that specializes in building assisted living center and medical facilities. And so the project cost initially, we were looking around a $4.5 million project versus today where we're looking closer to a $6 million. A large portion of that is just the current building cost, inflation, wages, as we all know, across the country are going crazy right now. And so again, we wanted to be conservative with our bid and with our estimate. We don't actually anticipate that it's going to cost $6 million. Once we actually get into the build design process, our anticipation is that it'll probably come in closer to 5 or 5.5. But again, just for being conservative and having enough budget, given the economic uncertainty, inflation numbers that continue to climb, we wanted to be on the conservative end of that. So again, appreciate everyone's time today, and happy to answer any questions anyone might have.
Thank you, Mr. Drew, Travis, Mr. Mayor, and representatives from the town of Lyman. So we are getting close to our scheduled 3 o'clock adjournment time. I don't know if we'll make it, but we will try to keep it as efficient as possible. I did have one question for the mayor, and that's, did the community consider a SPET tax as a potential for funding of this?
Yeah, sorry, if I may speak, if I may address that. I'm Thane Peterson. I'm the attorney for the town of Lyman. Yeah, consider actually that. We considered USDA grant money as was presented prior to this. All of those were under consideration, and both the town and as a community, especially since we do have that. First of all, when you do one of those sorts of, it's much more uncertain and much more longer term on whether or not that's going to be able to be funded through that mechanism. Also, again, yes, the short answer is yes, we considered it. It may be an alternative, though I don't think that, I don't think we're necessarily going to be able to do that, and if so, not necessarily anytime soon. So again, we consider this to be the better option.
Thank you. Appreciate the response on that. Are there any other questions from the board? If there are none at this point in time, I did want to start, I'm sorry, there are now 2, so Ms. Moore.
Just have to, there's that long pause when you're trying to find your hand to put up. All right. I just wanted to maybe, if somebody, Mr. Drew, if you could elaborate a little bit on the economic study that you guys did and what that came back with.
Yeah, happy to. So we conducted our own study. We did hire a third party to come in and run their analysis. This is what they do for a living, is to measure the viability of a project like ours. And so they studied the demographics, they studied the median wages of the area, and determined, and Travis, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't have the study right in front of me, but I believe showing support that this facility could immediately support 23 residents. We put out an initial ad in just a post saying, if interested, contact us for sign up, and we already had lots of community interest, and we've already got a waiting list going. And then prior to us, there was interest from another party several years ago about also starting an assisted living center, and they were gracious enough to pass their study on that was conducted by another third party that also showed basically validated the same numbers that our study showed, that we could support 22 to 24 bedroom facility currently.
Ms. Moore, I noticed you put your hand up again. Did you have a follow-up question, or should I?
Yeah, so that helps to clarify that it was a business feasibility economic
Correct.
analysis.
Correct.
Okay, so then to follow on to that, from the community impact, can we talk a little bit about the community impact and the economic impact that we're wanting to see from a community perspective? I mean, I think I certainly understand from the aspects of individuals leaving, having to leave Lyman to be able to get their health care. I mean, I understand the community overall impact of somebody not having to leave. But I think when we're talking about this, and especially from a business council lens, right? When we're looking at our funds, we're looking at okay, does this have the economic impact from a state perspective and a community perspective that we're looking for, how is that impacting the community? And then what's the, I don't know if you want to call it a domino effect in terms of like this facility being here has this overall impact. So I just was wondering if the community can elaborate on that aspect of it.
Happy to tackle that if you'd like, Damon.
Yeah, go for
it. So I think it impacts the community from the standpoint that, for one, it's going to provide 20 jobs to the community in a community that doesn't have businesses that provide that kind of employees. Besides the school, it would be the largest employer in the community. So from that standpoint alone, it would provide jobs. It provides jobs that pay better than other jobs in the town. Now, because of the trona mines and it skews our median wage, but jobs around town, or if you come to Lyman and you try to find a job, especially if you're a kid right out of high school, or like a person like in their retired years that's not going to work like a career, like there aren't jobs like that here, and they could come and work at a job that not only pays them well, but they could also care for other citizens in the community. And then also all of the $6 million that are invested, we will give back to the state and the town, and it will all be able to be recaptured. And then we, as a business, and also the residents of that community, can take pride in being able to see future projects like the one that Mayor Berg was bringing up, like being able to see them develop the area where all the traffic goes to the Flaming Gorge, and we could take pride as a assisted living facility and as its residents, and the people that are living there can have a legacy to leave behind, that they're improving their community and improving the economic development as the town uses those funds for further projects, as opposed to like going to a bank or a capital investor where some private investor comes in and buys it and sells it to a big conglomerate. It's local people caring for other local people. And I think that that's, and then also the recapture is a lot of what will improve the community.
I want to address that a little bit too. Like the other members of this panel here, I think I'm 6th generation Bridger Valley, and I think most of the council is at least 4 or 5, if not 6 or more generations. I've had 3 of my grandparents in assisted living facilities in Utah because there was an availability here. I will honestly say that the $1 million a year is probably vastly understating the amount of revenue lost for this community. Because what happens is when we go and visit a grandparent that's in a Utah facility or in an Idaho facility, we go down there. While we're there, because of the rural nature, we go to the local stores down in Utah. We eat at the restaurants that are down in Utah. Sometimes we stay at the hotels. We not just spend the money on healthcare, we also spend the money on retail. We spend the money on food, on shelter. Frankly, a lot of southwestern Wyoming drives across the border and just dumps barrel loads of cash in the Wasatch Front every week. And this just adds to it. Because the money's leaving this state and into the Utah area, it inhibits the growth of retail centers, of restaurants in the area, because all our money that could be supporting those things is going south. I do also want to say that there's more than that, though. There's an economic benefit from a quality of life perspective in 2 ways. If this facility was to be built here, we would employ high school students just out of high school and Western Wyoming college students just out of their degrees to stay here to prevent the brain drain. But also, as you guys know, closes like half the year. And one of the worst places it closes is between here and Evanston on the Sisters. I can't tell you how many times we've wanted to see my grandmother or my grandfather. And actually, she passed away when we weren't able to get over there because of the roads. My parents grew up here, they live here, and they are heartbroken to have to leave this community. We all know that health incomes improve for the elderly if they're surrounded by loved ones. So I know you guys have to look at this as an economic perspective. And boy, the reverberations of what the money that will echo through this community is unfathomable. But think of the relationships, the human cost that we're losing because we don't have a facility like this. Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments, and we'll move on to Ms. Johnson.
Sorry, I didn't unmute myself yet. One of the things I would like to ask, because
Can you all hear Ms. Johnson?
Very good.
okay, you can hear me?
It's muffled. Why don't you try?
Uh-oh. Let me see if I can't, if there's something I can.
Hey, Cindy, if you turn your video off, it'll increase your ability to be heard.
Turning something, two things off. There we go. Is that better?
We can still see you. And you're still broken. Okay.
All right.
Go ahead.
I really love this project. And I really like the fact that we would have some place to go, because I do know all the things you're saying are very, very true. But I would like, we had an assisted living in Rock Springs, and there's another one. And those two facilities are relatively, or Rock Springs is only what, 6 years old. And they did not use any, state funding. And so what they they got their own internal funds and got loans and et cetera. And they didn't get this kind of a loan. And so I have, yes, I want another facility. Look, I'm 70 almost. So I have not long to maybe go and need a place, or my husband. So, and given that, I would like to ask this board, if we end up pretty tied in our voting here today, could we take a pause and have another meeting about this? I want to stomp it to death is what I'm asking this board. Do we have to make this decision today and say, yes, we're going to do it, or no, we're not, and go on our way? Or can we think about, it really doesn't fit in our wheelhouse, but is there another way we could fund it? And if there is, I'd like to say that, is there any way to even make a couple of suggestions? I don't know. I really like the project, but I'm not sure it fits in our wheelhouse. And
Ms. Johnson, I know Mr. Durrell just raised his hand, potentially in response to your question. So
yeah, thanks, Mr. Committee Chairman, and thanks, Ms. Johnson, for asking that. So we do need to take action on this. The board can vote however the board can vote, and then that vote will be taken to the state loan and investment board meeting in its next the next time it meets. So that is the check. Remember that we just recommend, or we do not recommend funding. We do not actually approve funding for business ready communities projects. So there is another check and balance in it. I think you ask a really wise question that I'm sure will come up in our board's deliberations of these kinds of projects, which is great project. is this our project? And so I think that that's going to have some really good things to discuss later. I think now I just want to make sure, Mr. Committee Chair, are we still in the mode where we're asking the community questions about the project?
Correct. I believe we're starting to get into deliberations, and so I know there's a few other hands that are raised. Are those questions for the community? No, they're not. More deliberation. Mr. Arns, you took your hand down. Mr. Coyne. So why don't we do this in the spirit of moving from Ms. DeVore? You have a question for the community. Thank you for the animated response in addition to the raised hand.
I do really quick. Folks, what is your current unemployment rate in town? And are you having the same struggle all of the rest of us are in hiring?
Honestly, I don't know what our unemployment rate is. I don't know.
I personally don't have that number at this point in time, and maybe somebody else does. I will say that there's a difference between unemployment and underemployment issues that we have in the valley. The people who we're part of the brain drain problem because there are jobs available, like at the grocery store. I know they're a little low, local restaurants, but it's not the kind of income or wages that are likely to keep members of the community, especially young members of the community here. Most of the jobs that are open are being taken by, frankly, ranchers' wives and people that have or Trona miners, spouses or children. They're not the kind of jobs like this would be, which can sustain a population for a long period of time. So I don't know the exact number, but it's not just the unemployment rate, but it's the type of employment that we're concerned about.
And if I could,
Mr. Drew, I believe had his hand up. Just, you can answer the question. I don't know if you had a percentage to quote or not.
Yeah, good question. I didn't have necessarily a percentage. I did want to highlight that there currently are no CNA jobs in the area. So these are jobs that the schools are training for, but these jobs are leaving the area. So I was just going to mention that real quick. I did want to quickly address Ms. Johnson's comment, just in terms of, why are we going this route, and, do we have other options? We certainly do have other options we can explore. That said, it would entail bringing in outside investors. We've, Travis and I have had interest from other parties. Part of our reason for going this route and working with the town and working with the state on this is because it lets the control stay local versus finding, quite honestly, out-of-state investors that would have, probably a majority say in this project. We've seen a lot, particularly in the assisted living space, where they build these, they run them for a few years, and then they combine them up with a conglomerate of other assisted living centers and then end up selling them off. We've seen that. We don't want this to be the trend with this one, and that's part of our reason for going this route. So hopefully that helps answer that question. Not to say there's not other options that if this isn't the option that we're going to abandon this project, not at all, but it would probably entail bringing in outside investors.
Thank you, Mr. Drew. And in the spirit of time, I know we continue to have some more hands raised. Mr. Coyne, you have another question for the community?
Maybe just a follow-up, assuming that the employment is not an issue, is the community capable of having those housing units available and being in a position to bring in those new jobs from a community set through that same process?
I'll address that one. From the last census, we are the only town in Uintah County that actually gained population. The rest of Uintah County dropped population, and we have 2 new subdivisions that went in, as well as a county subdivision right on the adjoining property of the towns that have went in the last 2 years, with more than ample development room for these and many jobs in the future as we continue to grow, hopefully. And there is the developers here. I think there's a lot of growth potential with this new nuclear plant that's going in above Kemmer. There's a lot of buzz about making sure we have housing for that as well as other projects are going on. So the developers are actually in motion already building spec homes and doing what they need to do to help the growth in Lyman continue.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I think, we've had a lot of Q&A here, but we do need to move on to deliberations and a vote. But I appreciate all of the comments from the town of Lyman and others that are involved in this project. And thank you to all the board members for the questions. While Ms. Tomasi is still recused, I did wanted to share some notes from the committee deliberation on this project before we move to some of the action items on all three projects. So similar to this conversation, I think that there was some thought from the committee that there's a clear need for a project like this. Generally speaking, people like the project, not sure whether the business council is the correct funding source or not. We do like the idea of keeping these dollars in the state of Wyoming as opposed to going to Utah. I think there were some good points brought up on that today. The real hangup was on wages, and I think it was pointed out that the wages in this community are more of a dumbbell than a bell curve, and that we have some on the lower end, some on the higher end. There's not as many in the middle, but the wages nonetheless are slightly below the median, although they have come up. And then there was a great discussion. The committee could not necessarily come up with any kind of unanimous, positive or negative on this, and there's no necessarily recommendation like the staff. I think there were some pros and cons discussed, with the major hangup being, is this the type of project we should be funding, and the wages being the primary concern. So on that note, I think we can move to the action items for each project, and we'll take them in the order in which they were presented. So on the town of Hudson, the Kansas Avenue water extension, I think if we could entertain a motion, and then we can have discussion, see if there's any additional public comment as well, and move to vote on that recommendation.
Move to accept staff recommendation to fund the Hudson Water Project.
Mr. Kenyon has made a motion. Is there a second?
This is Derek, and I'll second.
Derek, there is a second. I would open it up for, we did not take any public comment on this. So if there are those online that would like to make public comment in addition to what was already presented by the town of Hudson. I don't see any hands up or anybody in the waiting room. Is that correct, Ms. Grenfell? I think you're running that.
Yes, I am, and there's no hands raised or anybody in the waiting room.
Any discussion from the board on this? We need to probably bring Ms. Tomasi back. I don't know. We're waiting on her, right? Thank you for that. So Ms. Moore, while we're waiting on that, I'll share some thoughts from the committee. Ms. Tomasi did join the committee meeting, so I don't think this will be a major surprise for her, but she did listen in. But on the town of Hudson, the committee felt like we were generally positive in the discussion and appreciated the recommendation from staff. Other funding was explored and is being used for other water projects in the area. I think that was discussed. And that, while not required for this, we really liked the fact that this was creating new business opportunities, potentially a new business, a convenience store that was discussed, job creation, as well as retention of some very, very good jobs. And just a credit to a meat processing plant that is leading the state, I think, in terms of volume, and doing so without a working water system. That was pretty impressive. Something I learned today, that they're the largest in the state. Madam Co-Chair, have we heard from Ms. Tomasi yet? Is she going to be rejoining here?
Yep, she's rejoining.
Great. So while we're waiting on her, I would open up for any other discussion from the board.
Well, I'll fill the time.
We can always count on you.
I was going to say, no comments from Kim.
Well, and I don't know if you all have the benefit of having Frank's Meat in your community, but we do in Casper. And actually the Breton family are great members of our community here. But I have been incredibly impressed with their commitment to Wyoming and their commitment to the beef industry and the meat processing industry. And I know in a conversation I had with them over a year ago that they are committed to expanding it. Anyone in that industry knows we have a huge deficit in the state. So I would commend the town of Hudson that they have structured this, and the family has made the investment that this is what we're looking at as an investment, a total investment. I think that's fantastic. It's an example of a community working with private business and partnering, and the state comes in for the last part of it. And I just think it's a good project and a good example of our strategy.
Thank you, Ms. DeVore, and we have Ms. Tomasi back. And so, Ms. Tomasi, we are voting on the Town of Hudson request. There has been a motion and a second. We've had some very brief discussion. Ms. DeVore was complimenting the project. I don't know if you have anything to add, but we can take a vote if you don't. Nothing to add. So for all those in favor of approving staff recommendation, recommending funding for the Town of Hudson, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. The ayes have it unanimously. The recommendation is to fund the Hudson Water Project to the tune of $215,513. We'll now move on to the Sinclair, Town of Sinclair request, $240,000 for the historic theater renovation, exterior facade work. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Mr. Law has made a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Aaron's second. Is there any discussion? I'll share what we heard from the committee on the Town of Sinclair. We really liked the fact that they had originally come with a request of $1.9 million. They were denied, and they showed a lot of grit in coming up with the funding needed for the project, raising over $2 million and finding it from other sources, completing the majority of the work. And then it was kind of an unknown that created the need for these additional funds due to the lead paint. And that this is really helping complete the project and generating activity in the community, and that there's benefits that go beyond any creation of jobs at the theater itself, that it really activates the community and creates more vibrancy on the Main Street area. And so generally positive discussion as it relates to the project and the staff recommendation for funding. Are there any other comments, questions, or thoughts before I move to a vote? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. Motion passes unanimously. We can now move on to the last project, which is the Town of Lyman, and Ms. Tomasi, you're welcome to drop off for the remainder of the call. Thank you.
Okay, I'm leaving again. See you all next board meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Tomasi. So is there a motion? And remember, motion should be made in the affirmative. So I'll ask for a motion, then we can have any discussion. So does anybody want to make a motion? We have two requests, but they can be addressed in one motion for both the grant and the loan.
Mr. Committee Chair, I'd make the motion to approve both the grant and the loan in one.
Mr. Aaron's has made a motion. Is there a second?
I will second. This is Derek again.
Mr. Smith is the second. And discussion. Mr. Coyne.
I'll ask the same question that I was trying to earlier for the kind of piggybacking off of Mr. Durrell's comments about the staff either providing support or a recommendation not to support. I recognize that through this and some of the questions that were raised that we didn't want to bias or taint that through the recommendation, but with all of the commentary that was put into play today, does that change the staff or leadership's viewpoint of support or non-support for this project? I think that's important to convey, unless I am inappropriate in that commentary.
I think that's a good question. I don't know that we'll receive a formal, but I'll defer to some of the staff members to see if they persuade one way or the other. Mr. Durrell, if you want to speak on behalf of the Business Council.
Mr. Committee Chair, I'm going to turn this over to Bert Adam, who probably has, because his team is so closely involved and they've been close with the community, obviously, on this. I'm going to turn it over to him.
Thanks, Josh. Yeah, great question, John. I would say when we started this project, I was probably the person that said no, right? I was the split side of the vote that was like, through the project, through learning more about it, through understanding the benefits, through looking at it purely from an investment standpoint. And like I said in the presentation, really looking at the money in the family and growing it. I have moved from the no to more of a, yeah, I think it's a good investment. Do I think it's a great investment? No, but I think it's a good investment to get our money working and grow it. Does that answer your question, John?
No, I appreciate that. I think one of the challenges for board members throughout this process is all of us are versed in different abilities and understandings as this comes through. And so, again, I really commend the process to not try to bias the vote by an affirmative or a negative and to get some of those issues pushed out. But at the end of the day, as board members, or at least in my personal belief, we need staff to feel passionate about the project in order to feel good about the support. We are not the people to push the math, if you will, but we are the check and the balance of the process. And so I appreciate that commentary, Bert, and saying, how you, for lack of better terms, grown through the project to form different opinions along the way. So I appreciate that immensely. Thank you.
Mr. Coyne, thank you for the question. Mr. Adam, thank you for the response. We have Mr. Law and then Mr. Aarons.
Yeah, thank you. Just in looking at the project, and I'm just going to do a little bit of a brain dump on some things I'm thinking about. But if this was presented to me and it was in a place like Sheridan, Wyoming, for example, I think I'd clearly not vote for it. But there's certain hurdles in towns and communities of this size in our state. Yeah, they could probably go out and get a USDA. They could probably do a lot of things, but there's so I tend to be a little more affirmative in this. It's not a great deal. It's not a bad deal, but I think it significantly impacts people's lives in our state. It provides some level of economic development that's been demonstrated in the analysis, and so on balance, I tend to support it.
Thank you, Mr. Law. Mr. Aarons.
Yeah, quick more of a procedural question. I understand the owner's compensation is not considered in the wage calculation. Is that normal? Is that skewing our view of that?
Mr. Adam, can you take a stab at that one?
And I was actually going to hand it over to Mr. Wendling and see
Okay.
from a historic perspective if that is normal, that the owners' salaries aren't part of the wage calculation, or if they typically are. John?
Oh yeah, in some cases they are included. We try not to, but they are included in some cases. So.
And if I'm not mistaken, the most recent proposal has the median wage proposed at within $1 of the county, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Seeing there's no other hands up, I thought I'd share some of my thoughts. I'm somewhat similar to Mr. Adam in that I've maybe warmed up to this project a little bit more from when it was first proposed. And I would just add one more piece, food for thought before we take a vote. And that's, you know, when somebody does need care, they can go to Utah, or they can pull a family member out of the workforce to care for them. And if they want to remain in their home community, that's not uncommon. And so I do think there might be a benefit that hasn't fully been considered, in that there are people likely being pulled out of the workforce to care for elderly parents, grandparents, whatever the case might be, that they could be a part of the workforce. And while that's maybe not a part of the formal consideration and tough to quantify, as I've had this project in front of me for about the last month or so and had some time to think about it, I thought I'd share that piece of evidence as well before we take a vote. Ms. DeVore, you have raised your hand in the interim here.
I have, okay, as usual, I'm gonna be the numbers and maybe the contrary side of this. I believe this is an awesome project. I believe the town of Lyman needs an assisted living facility. I believe all the business case for the need is there. That is very different than the economic development component of that case. And that's our job. Our job is to add economic development. And I struggle with this one. First of all, let's look at Sinclair. Sinclair came to us 2 years ago asking a really big ask. We had this exact same conversation. It was a good project. Was it a project because of the size that made sense for us? They had not investigated or necessarily looked at all the other funding options. 2 years later, they just came back, and all they need from our component is $220,000 because they found outside funding. I believe when we have a limited pot of money, and when we invest those dollars, we should be looking for a strong ROI. And I understand the wage discussion. I really do. I respect that. But the unemployment in Lyman, as of 2019, is 3.3%. So the assumption is that these jobs will be filled by people who are otherwise leaving. 14 of those jobs, or 7, I think they're going to have 17 jobs full. The large majority of those are CNAs, which are paid less than $14 an hour. Is that going to keep people in Lyman enough to staff this facility? And the economic development, I mean, the most important thing is we have to stay disciplined to what our role is. And the economic development component of this, I don't feel like it's there. If there are outside investors, private outside investors interested in doing a project like this, why would we be their replacement? That's not our role. And I have a tough time believing, the capture of the income, when I can't remember which gentleman spoke about it, but when they go visit people in Utah, they stay overnight, they eat in restaurants. You're 100% right. But if you're visiting those same people in Lyman, you're driving 5 miles. Lyman is not going to have hotel rooms. Lyman is not going to have restaurant spend that they did not have before. So I think there's other options for funding for this that are more appropriate. USDA has awesome programs that fund this. Saratoga funded. There are groups out there that fund this for a living. And I just don't necessarily feel that the economic development arm of the state is the appropriate funding source for this project, even though it's a great project.
Well, thank you, Ms. DeVore. I think we can sense that there's a multitude of perspectives on this one, but at some point, I think we need to put it to a vote, and seeing that there are no more hands raised at this point in time, I think it's time for us to do that. Mr. Law, yeah, we'll give you one final word here.
I just had a quick question for Kim, because I was involved a little bit with the greenhouse project in Sheridan when they did the USDA loan up there. And maybe I'm just making some assumptions, so you can help me out here. Do you see any additional challenges for like a town of Lyman over, let's say, a larger community to get to the finish line on something like this? Because that's the thing that's hung up on me. I fully am with you on your thoughts and stuff like that, but you have a lot more expertise in the financing area than probably I do. So
it isn't easy to wade through that, but the town of Saratoga was able to wade through that. There's been quite a few. That's why it's rural. I mean, it's rural development. They're 100% accustomed to working with small communities. That's also where the council, I mean, this is an example of where we may be able to fill in on the triangle and help assist through that process of reporting. But just because our route is easiest doesn't make it right.
Fair. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Law. And now, sensing that this will not be a unanimous vote, Ms. Grenfell, would you mind doing a roll call vote on this?
Yes, Mr. Klein. Are we ready to do that?
I think we are. So sensing everyone is ready to vote, I would ask Ms. Grenfell to take a roll call.
Okay. Mr. Ahrens.
Yes.
Mr. Brown is absent, so I'll go to Mr. Coyne.
I'm going to say no on this one. Sorry.
Ms. DeVore.
No.
Ms. Johnson.
Such a hard decision. But there's other grants out there, so I'm going to say I don't think we're the right avenue. I think we're the right avenue maybe for a matching fund, but not for the whole thing.
So Ms. Johnson, for clarity's sake, yes or no, please?
No.
Mr. Kenyon.
No.
Mr. Kinsler is not on, he is absent. Mr. Klein.
Yes.
Mr. Law.
No.
Ms. Moore.
No.
Mr. Smith.
No.
Ms. Thayer.
Yes.
And Ms. Tomasi has recused herself. So that means we had a total of 10 board members vote. We had 3 yeses and 7 nos.
Thank you, Ms. Grenfell. The motion does not pass. And thank you, board members, for a healthy discussion. And I think weighing the pros and the cons, I know it's a tough one, but appreciate everyone's thoughtful contributions to the discussion. And on that note, that brings the Investments Committee report to a conclusion, and we can move on to other board matters and adjournment.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Alex. Well done. Not an easy task, certainly some days on those investment committee ones to get through all the way through in good timing. So, all right. The last item on our agenda is just some other board matters and adjournment. Just a couple of things to note here is we have a save the date for the venture capital workshop number 2 that is going to be on Tuesday, May 17th from 1 to 2:30. So just to kind of do a reminder to everybody is that SSBCI application is in with the feds. We're waiting for the funding decisions to come back to us. And then the conversation right now on the table is that we'll have a meeting in June that we'll have for special matters, including the review of those rules. So these workshops are kind of heading up into that. There will be a third workshop slated that we're trying to just finalize the time on there as well. The next meeting of the SLIB board, where they will discuss the projects that we just reviewed today, will be Thursday, June 2nd at 8 a.m. And then the standing committee meetings. Just to note, our next regularly scheduled board meeting will be in September, but please watch for the special board meetings. We have a lot happening this year. There's a lot of things coming down the pipe and things that will need special rules as we get various funding decisions from the feds. So please stay tuned for that and to be watching communications on special board meetings. So, all right, Josh.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I just wanted to say that I love the discussion. I think the amount of material is evident in this board meeting, that our team and our committee structure and the board today has done a really thorough and good job at looking at all of these projects. And I just appreciate it, because it turns out that in most cases, these are new committee chairs, new co-chair of the board. And I think it was really good. And so I think the collaboration with our team, as well as the questions that came out, has made the presentation of these projects even better. I think we keep upping the bar, and I just really appreciate that. If you look through the amount of material that we've worked through today, it's pretty darn impressive. I'm just thankful for the team at the Business Council, as well as the committee structure and the board meeting today to go through all of it. So thank you, Madam Co-Chair, for giving me a minute to say thank you to everybody, at the risk of making this overdue even more in this meeting, but I think needed.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. It's definitely jam-packed, and I think we have a whole year of jam-packed. So there'll be lots of conversations, lots of hard decisions to be made, and some really great things to come. So exciting stuff our way for sure. So thank you to all of the staff for all of your hard work in pulling this all off, and the support that you give us as a board. And thank you everybody for your commitment and your time today. So with that, I will take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Nope. Second.
Okay. Eric made the motion, Kim seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, all those opposed, you can hang out for a while. Right. Well, I look forward to our conversations, and especially to the point where we get to have an in-person board meeting here that is slated for us soon. So.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, we are adjourned.
Thanks, everybody. Derek,